to put his name on a piece of paper, right? Yep, we see you. Welcome in, Toka. So we today is also the day that he desperately wanted to put his name on this big beautiful bill of his. And there's a lot of things in that big beautiful bill, not the least of which has to do with an aggressive increase, a shockingly aggressive increase in the mass deportation agenda. And my question, and I spent the last 2 days trying to think of how I could try to corner somebody into this trap, but I realized there's nobody here that I think I'm going to be able to trap this way, so I'm just going to lay it right out there. The people who most desperately want to be Americans are the people who are willing to swim across water, who are willing to fight across disease and cartel-infested woods and do whatever they have to try to achieve the American dream. And those are the people that are somehow being turned away or told no. Meanwhile, we all agree, and we've heard the MAGA people say for fucking a decade now, oh, well, you don't like it here, you just go ahead and leave. Well, which is it? Are you trying to kick out people because they're not American enough to you? Or if that's the case, why are you trying to get rid of the people who desperately want to be the kind of American you are asking for? So, my question to each one of y'all, and if it's all right with y'all, we're just going to go around in a circle. We're going to start up there with Casey Lee. But y'all saw the title. I've got, say 8 questions here that I'm going to go through with all of us. But the main one, what does it mean to be an American to you? What does that word mean to you? Casey, what does it mean? Because everybody in this panel is an American, I believe, correct? Yeah, everybody. So
hey, Gorilla Biscuits.
What does it mean to you, Casey, to be an American?
Yeah, I think that you did sort of nail it with what we call the American dream. It's really the idea of America, or at least what we see it as. It is important to me. People seeking it out or whatever. It is not, it's not the meritocracy we pretended it is today, but it's really is America, traditionally, at least speaking, at one point where you could achieve better income and wealth status than you were born into. That's the American dream, slowly dying. And what does it mean to be American? It means also that you're somewhat responsible for a lot of evil shit that's going around all around the world. So take these together. We got a good. There's a good idea here, but also take some responsibility for the bad as well.
Okay. Grumple, what does it mean to you, sir? What does being American mean to you? By the way, welcome in, hamsters.
Come back to me. I'm setting up stream stuff. I got a
muted,
technical issue here.
In case you do not know it.
Oh, hi. What's up?
No, talking to Grumple though.
No, thanks. Yeah, come back to me. I'm technical issue getting stuff set up.
All right. Well, you know what? Hamsters just got here, so I'm not going to put him on the spot immediately. Non-foul. Oh, you ready? Oh, you got an answer? Come on with it then. Hamsters, this is the first time I've ever actually gotten the chance to talk to you. So, all right. Welcome in. I don't really know much about your politics.
No, I talked to you before.
Exciting. Yeah, we've chatted.
Guy.
Oh, that's right. But you didn't have your camera on. That's what all right. Cool. So, tell me, what does it mean to you, hamsters? What is being American? Are you American, first of all?
Yeah,
and then second
I'm an American.
of all, what does that mean to you?
Being American, it's having like some type of core values, I guess, and contributing to the economy.
Okay. So anyone who... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, what were you gonna say? Anyone?
No. Go ahead, please.
Well, I wasn't sure if you were for like a longer form answer or...
Yes.
But what was your question?
What does it mean to you to be an American? I was just going to summarize because you gave me the shortest answer imaginable, contributing to the economy. So, it seems to me like anybody who comes to visit from another country is going to pay touristy charges. They're contributing to the economy. That doesn't make them American, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'm probably meant something more like working domestically.
I was just going to summarize.
And moving up like the social ladder, like through social mobility.
So contributing to the economy through labor is what makes you an American. Okay. And then what was the other thing you said? You said having a core set of values. Like value, what sort of values do you refer to
Well,
there?
like a diverse set of values is what I mean. Generally,
A person should have a diverse set of values, or being American encompasses a diverse set of values?
yeah, being American encompasses a diverse set of values,
Okay.
like in certain cultural and social norms.
Okay. All right. Non-fun. Going to you, sir. What does it mean to you to
Not
be
gonna
an
have a-
American?
Yeah, my definition is not going to be too more complex than hamsters, but it's basically
fine.
it's just going to come down to having values in line essentially with our Constitution, and obviously intending to live here, domestically, and actually spend your life here. That's going to be the two main things.
Say that last one again, please. The wish or the desire to spend your life here?
Just spending, just the intention to actually spend your life here, to actually, to not just be a tourist visiting, but to actually live here and do everything you want to do here.
And do you believe that that's part of being an American because of the fact that you would be somehow invested in the system? Like if you plan to live here forever, if I'm going to live in this house for the rest of my life, I'm going to keep the lawn mowed, right?
Yeah,
Is
well,
that kind of the...
that's probably, that's probably part of it, yeah. But also, just obviously, I don't think we would want to include, people who are tourists or even just living there for a few years to be or for work or whatever, to be a full-blown American.
Okay. All right. Togahanis, also new. Welcome in. First time ever talking to you. So what does it mean to you? I don't know a whole lot about your politics either, so this will be fun and interesting. What does being an American mean to you?
Well,
AIPA.
it's more, I would say, like being able to utilize the rights that we have. Like, sure, some countries say they have these rights, but I feel like we're the country that kind of plays true to that for the most part. I mean, these days it's, debatable, but it's our true values is upholding our rights. And I think that's a thing that we've kind of been lacking, but something that we can probably get back to.
Okay. So our enshrined rights and the value, holding value in those enshrined rights and a willingness to do what we have.
I don't know, man. Horse riders asked
I don't know
me
if I'm putting words in your mouth. Okay, and use them.
to come do
Okay.
this. It was supposed to be like
that. Kay, brother, what is American? What does it mean to you? sir,
Happy
to be an
America
American?
stuff.
To me, it means anybody that calls America home and seeks to have a place where your rights and freedoms end, where it infringes on somebody else's rights and freedoms. That's pretty much it.
Okay. So a willingness to honor other people's freedoms is inherent to being an American.
That's the only thing that majorly made America different in my eyes, is that this is the one place where you can come to as anybody, right? And if you want to call this place home, you can stake your claim and you could do whatever you want as long as it doesn't infringe on anybody else's rights. And I think that is at its core what an American is and what America is supposed to be.
Okay, I can dig on that. And Mr. Coina, last one. What does it mean to you, sir? What does it mean to be an American?
I'm good now too.
Oh yeah, I forgot Grumple. We pissed you. We skipped right past you.
Do you want to go first?
Oh no, go ahead.
I think it's a little more basic for me, at least. Like basic love for your country, like you support it, like you just support the country pretty much. You look at the flag, you feel pride, you support the Constitution, you have civic engagement, like you vote every, election, you participate. It's real basic to me. Like, I'll make a controversial statement. It's like some of the people on January 6th that were arrested, probably definitionally patriots in my eyes.
Because of the fact that they were willing to do what they were doing for what they thought was right for their country.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I can't argue with that statement. Okay, so to you, it's more the loyalty to the nation.
Like the intent behind it, yeah.
Okay. because patriotism is a word that we're going to circle back to at least once tonight. But to you, the patriotism in the American, would you say the American ethos, the American way of life, which part of, or just the word America?
Probably ethos, yeah.
Okay, so again, circling what they were saying with the morals and the constitutional principles.
Oh yeah, definitely have respect for like the Constitution, like just basic rights, all that jazz.
All right, now, lasties, Grumple, sir, what does it mean to you to be an American?
Well, I like and agree with what part or most of what AOK said and what Kona said. Maybe a piece of what Kona said, glazing over the, respecting basic rights. The thing is that when somebody else tries to wrangle in something and call it a right when it is not a right, that's when you get into trouble, and that's where things can start infringing on someone else's rights because you're trying to call it a right and it is not. What does it mean to me? I call myself a Texan these days, and because I right after 9/11 I joined the Marine Corps, and I was like, gung ho, America, fuck yeah. I don't know anymore. It's things have changed. I don't even know what the morality and values. I don't even know what that is. I think a key component is not committing a crime to enter. If we're like just to say that as part of the prompt, people who want to be here so bad, well, there is a process for that, and entering outside of a port of entry and using cartels to do it is maybe not a good start if you want to, do that, because I believe it is a felony currently. Either to make an asylum claim and then not follow up, or not making a correct asylum. Like, if you need to make an asylum claim, you can make it, but you do it at a port of entry or before you get here. And for asylum,
It's a misdemeanor, by the way.
if you're crossing multiple, well, hang on, I said I wasn't sure. If you're crossing multiple countries, that's not asylum. You come to the first safe country and then you claim asylum there. So that's just pushing all that down. Getting started on without committing a crime is, I think, a good way to be an American. But I'm not sure what it even really means anymore at this point.
Okay, so just a couple quick questions there. First of all, and just putting this out there, do you think that because this is and I hate to do that guy thing, and it's going to seem a little cringy, but I have to. Everybody here who's not First Nations people ultimately came here and stole land from somebody. They came here without an invitation from the people who originally lived here, and they took it by force. That is, by any definition, a crime, is it not?
The wrongs don't make a right.
No, it doesn't. But that's what I'm getting at. I'm saying though, but three lefts do.
Well,
but I'm saying that
if you fight and win the
everybody
war,
who's
then
here-
you set the new rules. So it's now new rules on that, which I'm not saying that it was right. However, people have been warring and conquering land for ever. And so on that point, which tribe, if you were to return to First Nation people, which tribe? That land shifted, well, to which one? Because some land, at some point it was this tribe, at some point it was this tribe over here. Not all of the United States, but a good chunk of it. So who would you give it to? Even just as a mind exercise, as a mental.
Nowhere. No. So here's
Yeah.
the thing. What I'm saying is pushing against your logic of being a crime to enter this country.
Oh well,
I'm
no,
saying that
I answered that.
no matter how right. But this is also to chat because they're saying
Okay.
I'm going too far back. I'm saying that at some point there's always been criminal entry, right? And you could still become a naturalized citizen. I understand that there is a crime to get here, but I also understand that there are
Well, no, wait,
times when
pause. No, you
situations are
couldn't.
so-
You couldn't illegally enter and become a naturalized citizen. Those two things at the same time. Why do you say that?
I'm sorry, no, naturalized. Yeah, you can. You can go through the process to become naturalized. I know people in Texas who did it, who came across the border illegally, but went through the process to become legal.
Okay, you didn't mean during like colony days.
No.
Okay, okay, you switched gears on me.
No.
Okay.
Again, the olden days thing was just a quick. Like I said, I had to fire that one out there because it's the obvious take there. Anytime somebody says, "Oh well, you can't come into this country without permission," motherfuckers, we literally came into this country without permission. So now that said,
I mean, it was
they didn't have to. I mean,
you can argue they didn't.
No. If you do war. And then you win the war, you set the new rules and the new baseline.
Great. So as long as you win the war, it's fine. Taking land is
If-
fine. As long as you
if
kill
some-
all the people that you fucking took it from.
Yeah, if some other country, Mike does make right.
Please.
Mike does make right. If you don't think so, you don't live in reality.
Fuck any semblance of morality. Fucking, if you win the war, it's all fucking moral.
You can argue for it all day long, but that's not reality.
Did would have been fucking moral. That's what you're
You can-
arguing for.
You're opining for something that just isn't reality.
Yeah, you're coping hard for America.
How is this cope? I'm describing
to be an American,
reality.
To be an American means you've won a war, is what you're saying.
Well, that's how the country was founded after winning a war. So
As long
You
as you
didn't-
successfully execute whoever was here first, it's now my house.
I mean, that's how reality works.
I guess Afghanistan
on
is
the
pretty
country
moral
level.
since it beat the U.S., right? I mean,
Look, I don't know why we're appealing to like what's technically legal. I don't know if that should like inform what we think is like either morally right or like what like technically like makes an American or whatever. Like it seems like, by the way, this would entail that like if there truly was an invasion on the southern border, okay, and these Mexicans started taking over California, like all of a sudden like that would be, you know, they would be American or whatever if they or whatever new country.
No,
they
that'd be
formed
Mexico
California would-
or if they're gonna try and take land, well, now you've got war, so you got to deal with that. But then whoever wins the war gets to make the new rules. That's how that works.
I understand. I just don't think I really don't think it's at all appropriate to like appeal to like what is like technically like
No, it's not an
legal or illegal.
No, it's not an appeal to anything. It's just describing reality.
Well, but in regards to what
It's
it
not an
means to be
appeal.
an American, you were saying that if you entered illegally, then that is an un-American thing to do. Which
Yeah.
is ironic considering the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, the American crime rate, I don't know how exactly it stacks up with the rest of the world, but I feel like doing crime is a pretty fucking American thing. Just
it's
saying.
also weird saying that because like they're the only ones really choosing to be here. If you're born here, you didn't really choose to be here. You're just kind of stuck. But they're the ones actively like, yeah, I'm gonna risk it all to fucking come to America because I believe it's that much better than where I'm from.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, you do
Okay.
under current U.S. law, although the executive branch under Biden, to be fair, and now
To be fair.
more level under Trump, has kind of mitigated this. But you do have a right to claim asylum, even if you don't go through a port of entry. You do have a right to do that. Now, you can say
Not a
"Oh,
right.
people
That's
who are
a
doing that
no.
may be
That's a
fraud."
privilege.
You have a right to do it under the 1967 Convention on the Rights of Refugees from the UN and under current U.S. asylum law. Like that, like you are
It's
entitled
Still
to
a
do
privilege.
it. I don't know.
Entitled. That's a better
Well, you
word.
have the right to travel.
Entitled.
Do you not?
It's
Is
an
that not
entitlement.
like the traveling is a entitlement, not a God-given
didn't-
right that
I didn't
have
say that.
legs and I can
No,
walk.
I wasn't talking to you, Kay. I was answering
Oh.
horseradish.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
But unless
Well,
you're
so-
traveling
go
into
ahead.
someone else's house, right?
It's not. This isn't anybody's house. If you say, okay, this is land that was here before you and I kind of just were born into it, and you say you want these people here, and I say I don't want these people here, and I say I do want these people here. Now we have to make laws that make sense for that. That is what's going on right now, right?
Everybody has to agree on the concept of you can own land for this conversation to happen, or else we talk past each other. Does everybody agree on that?
Say that again.
The concept of land ownership. And,
What about
well, national sovereignty, too, that a country can have borders. Those two
Fair
things
enough.
are
Yes,
key
no,
for
that
this
is a- that is a
conversation
really
to
good
happen.
point. That's a really
Otherwise,
good point.
it's a waste of time.
Is there anybody here who does not believe in national borders? Okay,
I
good.
think technically, I think my end goal utopian society wouldn't have them, but practically, obviously, I support them.
As long as you're not arguing from the point
Same
of they
answer.
shouldn't exist right now, then we can still have the conversation. And then that owning dirt is a thing that exists now, and we're not going to talk about, well, you shouldn't own dirt in the context of this conversation. Those are like two key premises that I think need to be agreed upon, or else we're just talking past each other.
You lease it out, but yeah, sure. Leasing is basically owning.
Basically, the government owns all of it, and they lease it to
Yeah.
all of us because we pay.
As long as there's
Unless
a
there,
property tax, you're
until there's no more property taxes, which Texas may be working on that. Not sure how that's going to work out, but until you're
I'm
not
willing to
paying
call it
on the
ownership.
land, yeah,
I'm willing to call it ownership.
the leasing, yeah, same for the purposes of this conversation. Okay, yeah,
It's a lifetime lease, pretty much, or as long as you can pay the bills, lease.
as long as you pay the property taxes, yeah, it's
Yeah.
ownership.
Okay. So,
I wasn't planning on debating
Somebody-
tonight, horseradish. I feel a little bit
no,
duped
it's not a
about
debate. It's just
what
a
this was about.
conversation, man. It's just a conversation. No, well, so every night's going to be a debatey. It's as debatey as y'all wanted to make it. So again, I'm just here to ask questions and keep the conversation. I'm just interested in good talks. So, but I am going to ask y'all questions that is probably going to get y'all to disagree, and that's the goal. So, anyway. Okay, I'm going to turn the attention away from Grumple here because I actually want to push back on some of the things that Casey
Hey,
said there.
spaceman.
Casey, you mentioned something about being American requires the burden of responsibility. You implied that part and parcel to being American means that you are
Agree with ASC,
at
man.
least in some part responsible for the mistakes that have been made before you. Can you expand on that? At what point do you think that we are absolved of the responsibility of the dumbass shit that people did before us?
Well, I think it's just about the understanding prior mistakes, and in the hope that you can understand mistakes that we're making, in current time. Learn from the past. I just think that with America, with our military, with the presence around the world, with all of the wars we've forced ourselves into, and the people who died as a consequence, with great, what's this, the Spider-Man quote?
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, it's basically that.
Okay. So knowing that we are personally, because part of being an American is our ability to vote. Part of being able to vote is to control the representatives making the decisions for us. But at the end of the day, no person I speak to in America feels like they're actually in any sort of control over the actions of their government. Their current administration is in large part doing shit that even Grumple, who voted for this shit, said, yeah, not this though. So at some point, we all feel like we have lost, our hands are no longer in any way on the steering wheel, right? So how much responsibility do I personally hold for Alligator Alcatraz, as an example? Now, I'm going to speak on behalf of some of the people that I know will tell me this shit in my channel later. Some, because I didn't vote against Trump in the appropriate way that they thought that I should have, because I voted third party. But yeah, again, every time since Obama, he was the last one to fool me. But that said, am I responsible for what's happening in this country right now in your eyes, Casey?
I didn't vote for Kamala, bitch.
Yeah.
So we're in the same boat.
Oh,
Yeah, I
stream
also
together.
voted third party, so I'm with Casey there.
Okay, so all
I
of
mean,
us, then are we responsible, Casey? Because you're saying that we're with great power comes great responsibility. We as Americans are responsible for the behaviors of America, is kind of what you're getting at, right? So we didn't vote for this. Are we responsible as Americans, or does it make us less American that we won't take responsibility for the behaviors of our current administration?
What does that mean? Take responsibility for the behaviors of our by individual citizens.
Good question. Well, that was what I'm sorry. I've got the fireworks are getting a little bit noisy outside, so I'm having and the ADD is bad, so y'all are getting I'm getting distracted. Casey said that part of being an American was taking responsibility, right? Now, whenever I asked him, I assumed that he meant the responsibility for our past misbehaviors, our past globalist tirades, but he's sort of made it seem like he's talking more even on a current basis, that you have to understand and take responsibility for the power that the United States wields.
Hey, Moose
And so
Man,
what
happy
I'm
Independence
asking
Day to you
is,
too.
if those of us who did not vote for what is happening now are less American because we're not going to be willing to take responsibility for what is happening right now. We didn't choose this.
Yeah, we didn't choose it. Though I mostly am referring to things outside of our border when I said that. But of course our representatives do things. It's true that we have less power than we have in a long time to actually pick the leaders. But I just think I think the bare minimum. I think the standard is like you somewhat aware of what your country is doing, like that. If you have a there's some sort of mandate or something, pay attention what's going on, know what your country is doing, and of course no, I don't think it's not the healthy thing to blame everyone who didn't vote for anyone but Trump to like this is on there's a lot of that's going around, by the way. This is on you or something. There's a few more important people to put on the list if we're calling out people.
Hey, Horseradish, real quick. Wait, real quick.
Yes.
You have to enable the shared chat if you want to have the shared chat on the stream together.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I just joined it, but
actually agreed. Yeah. My bad.
Casey's in there.
Yep, I see it. And
yeah.
shared chat is boom right
I don't think
there.
Toka. Oh wait, Toka. I might
No,
not
I
have you in my
believe I
chat arena. I had
invited.
to rebuild it.
Invited.
If you're live. What's your channel name now, Toka?
Tokahantus, like US.
Ooh, the rebrand is real. I like it. I like it.
Gang,
There
gang.
we go.
Okay, there you are.
As well.
Join the stream together, then it'll share the chat and everything.
Yep.
Okay, that's where I-
That way we can see each other's chat insulting us.
Yeah,
That's my
that's
favorite part
that's
of
the
this.
best part. It also is good for your. It's good for metrics.
It is. So give me 1 second. I'm going to shut the door to the.
It's also good for not being a pussy, you know? A lot of people aren't insulted nowadays and they cry about everything, you know?
Okay.
Real quick, am I the only Democrat
Yeah.
voter here? Did everyone else vote third party or Trump?
Oh, I'm here.
Did you vote
Yeah,
Democrat?
Cohen voted
I'm saved. All right.
Kamala la 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 la. Wait, AOK didn't vote for Kamala?
No,
What
why
was your
would
question,
I vote
ma'am?
for?
What was your question, Togan?
You don't know me if you think I would have voted for Kamala.
Together and I'm in, or like.
Yeah, it should be. Let me look and make sure that your name is part of it now. Nope, it's still not in there. So I sent you an invite. I don't know how.
I don't know how the invites show up unless it's a pop-up while you're live on somewhere. Toka, go to Horseradish's channel and click knock to join, and then that's the easiest, most straightforward way I know to do it. To join somebody else's. And I think if it's shared, it automatically lets you in because it was instant when I clicked it. Or if he's invited you.
Insulted by the idea that you would vote for her on Connect. Oh, okay.
I know, that's actually the worst thing Grumple has ever said to me.
Oh, I'm sure there's been much worse.
No,
No,
I think
most of it
calling
he wasn't
me,
here for.
Ooh, damn.
No, I prefer to
Sorry.
talk shit
Call
to
me a
people's
Kamala
faces.
supporter. That's a rough one. The only
You're
thing
still not
worse could
seeing
be a
that invite,
Hillary
ma'am?
supporter.
That would be worse.
Yeah, no, Hillary supporter would be definitely worse. Yeah, I'm still not seeing, and also non-fun. You also have not joined the stream together.
I'm not streaming.
Non-fun is not live on
You're
Twitch. Yeah.
Just hanging out with us. Super. I feel special.
Did you get my
Right
note?
on.
I would have thought you'd be live on YouTube, or at least
I don't
Yeah, I'm
understand.
not live anywhere.
get those view hours.
What went wrong?
I do not know. All right, so.
Oh, maybe I have to start watching your channel first?
No, I don't think so. You shouldn't have to.
Yeah, go
Like
to
you
go
said,
to Horseradish's
invite
channel,
everything
and
in.
then there's a underneath it next to his name. There's like it'll be +2, I think now, because Casey and I are on it. Click the little drop down next to it, and it says you can join the stream when you mouse over it. Drop that down, or and click
Oh, I
knock.
see. Okay. I was not in this. Hold on.
And there you go.
There
You're
you
in it. You can allow, but please do mute your mic on it. So, or I mean, it does. You don't have to.
Yeah.
I have that tab muted, but just so everybody for
Yeah,
everybody else.
you will get echo on yours. So, and you don't want to do that.
Oh no.
But
maybe
you gotta
you
go.
do.
Now you know how to do it.
Groovy.
Thank
You can start your own from
all right.
the creator dashboard too if you want to do that. But that's how it works.
And you can actually set people to be able to invite you, like Nonfon. Anytime Nonfon's streaming, he has the ability to just send me an invite. Even if I'm not actively streaming, it can compel me to stream. So you can actually set people in your buddies list and such. I don't remember what it's called. So
How does it show up for you if you're not live too? Like, where does it go?
I believe it goes into
Does
your
it email you?
notifications. No,
If
it
you're
goes into
not-
your notifications on Twitch.
Oh, so if you have just Twitch up, then it'll notify you that, hey,
Correct.
Nonfon wants to
So,
play with your
wants to touch
chat.
tips. Yep, that's it. So, all right. So, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, Casey, before we move on, because I've got some pushback on
Yeah.
each and every one of y'all's
Please
comments,
continue.
just so you know, it's because it's what I do. Contributing to the economy through labor. That was you as well, or was that non-fun? Or no, that was
that
hamsters
was-
who disappeared.
I think that was hamsters, but I mean, I don't know if that's a necessary component of being an American. I mean, I think you can be a disabled American, right? Obviously, and not work or whatever. But I think that's a important part of being an immigrant and actually assimilating. So
Okay. So, the other thing then instead that I want to say, because I know for a fact this one was Casey, because like I said, I'm going to kind of round robin this shit and poke each of y'all in turn. You mentioned the American dream. This is on my list of talking points because it is the cliche talking point, right? The belief in the American dream is inherent to being an American. I actually would have I didn't give you all my personal answer of what I think it means to be an American, and that's not an accident. But because I'm shy, but part of it is that American dream. My question to you though, Casey, because you said the word unironically, or the term unironically, what does that mean to you? What is the American dream? How would you define the American dream?
Elasticity of wealth, basically. That there is some real possibility that working hard can move you up in the wealth. You can gain personal wealth. You could buy a home. You'll own the home. You'll build something.
Upward mobility.
And
Oh.
and you'll be rewarded for working hard. basically.
Upward mobility, I think the term you're looking for.
Upward.
The bootstrap myth. I mean, I
Bootstrap.
say myth.
No.
Well,
What do
the
you-
idea that you can pull yourself up
yeah,
by your
yeah.
bootstraps.
I mean, basically, yeah. Okay.
Anybody can do it. You just got to try harder.
Yeah.
So that actually goes back to the thing that you mentioned earlier there, Grumple, regarding the Victim Olympics and the idea of a hierarchy of victimhood. So I don't think that that's a fair explanation for what the group that you're referring to actually believes. And because I also agree, the idea of trying to put different grievances on a sliding scale seems pretty silly. However, I feel like we can all. The best graphic I ever saw was there was a YouTube video. By the way, everybody out there in the chat, in case y'all didn't see the scroll thing, I don't look at the chat that much when we're having a conversation. Normally, when it's just me streaming, I'm gonna engage with y'all, and I know that not all of y'all are actually talking to me. Most of y'all are in somebody else's chat. But I just want to make sure you guys know that I'm looking, but I probably am not going to respond because I'm talking to them. Anyway,
Hey, Sith critic.
the idea of that list of grievances,
How you
right?
doing?
So it's not so much. Have we all seen the YouTube video of the people lined up to go for a race? And they're like, okay, everybody, we're gonna have a race, and whoever gets to the finish line first is gonna win $1 million. But before we do, I want everybody who started out in a single parent household to take 3 steps backwards. And they take 3 steps backwards, like, you know, some number of them. Okay, now everybody who was unable to afford college, please take 3 more steps backwards. And some of them take 3 steps backwards. Okay, now everybody who was born in an biracial or multiracial household, take 2 steps backwards. And they take 2 steps backwards. And they go through this, and you get to visualize how a collection of these victimhood statuses accumulates into a greater overlapping setback. So if you have just one of these concerns, yeah, you're at a deficit. But if you have 5 of these things that are holding you back, well, then obviously you are held back more than the person who has only one. So it's not so much like we're trying to keep score, so much as we have to acknowledge that there are certain things. Obviously, if you were born to a family of upper middle class or higher, you are probably going to be off to a fucking great start in advance. While, yes, that American dream tells us that we are able to pull ourselves up by those bootstraps if we try hard enough. The people who started out with a nest egg in the billions, they don't need to really bootstrap too hard, right? So again, the people who have a multitude of these things holding them back are going to be more set back than a person who just has one of these things holding them back. Does that make sense, Grumple?
Here's the thing. I participated in one of those, like, hey, you know, take steps forward, take step back things as a demonstration. What they refer to it as, in this case, what it was called is, that's what they refer to as privilege. So instead of, you know, victim totem pole, they call it privilege. So if you have, I don't like it either. But if you have like a harder start at life, or you have all these things going against you, or you're of a particular, skin color or status or whatever, that puts you in the privilege, you're lower privilege, so you are to be put up on not on a pedestal, but you are to be given more deference, and you can, one of the examples, like, black people can't be racist. That's a thing that some people say. Absolutely because ridiculous. That's from that side.
To exist, it has to have power, and that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit.
That's one of the things.
I know, but it's a dumb thing.
I agree with you, but I'm giving an example. That's all.
Well, but once again, though, like, depending on the situation you're in, right? You are just as up against things depending on your environment. So I'm not going to give too much away about too much of my history, but I went from a childhood growing up on a military base in fucking Podunk Potato, Maine, down to the bayous of Mississippi. And all of a sudden, I was the only person who looked like me, or one of only 3 people who looked like me in my school. And I got punked and fucking beat down on a reg for it. Okay? So now, poor me, because white boy got his shit pushed in. Yeah, the thing is, depending on where you're at, there are different hierarchies of power. So to just say that one group cannot be or is inherently more racist than another is ludicrous, especially given the fact that I personally have anecdotally experienced what it feels like to be persecuted because of what I look like, because of my skin color specifically, right? So again, you can't try to sell me on some bullshit that only white people can be racist or that only white people ever have power in any situation. Even if we do hold to the idea that in order for racism to be racism, it has to have power behind it, what does power look like? It doesn't have to just be institutional power. It can also be you being alone in a locker room, right? At the wrong time of day, or at the wrong class change, right? So again, I will not accept the idea that racism is anything except exactly what the fuck racism is, and that is making stereotypes and or judgments about a person based on their skin color, right? So, or I guess ethnic background, but so anyways, yeah, okay, so going back to the question at hand, because the American dream, right, is supposed to be us being able to succeed despite all odds, right? Despite whatever thing is holding you back, you have the ability to become a better version of yourself if you live in America. Let me ask you guys this then. Do we think that everybody in America has equal access to the tools necessary to achieve that American dream?
Not everybody has equal
Anybody
access to
would
anything.
argue-
Really not. Nope.
Yeah. I don't think
think
anyone would
equal-
argue equal access, but I don't think the American dream is dead or anything. I mean, I think we're still a decently upward mobile society, and I think even immigrants tend to be more upwardly mobile than native-borns do. So
Why do you think that?
Not
is?
everybody can get into Harvard.
it's based on the data. I definitely have this in my notes somewhere. I can pull it up.
So,
But
so
there-
I'm
there-
asking specifically what you think the reasoning for it is. Not so much. I believe you.
Oh, I think
I
it's
don't need the
because
receipts. Just
immigrants
ones
usually
that co-
come here with
Hey,
like, a
wretched
big
misfit, how you
drive
doing,
to
sexy?
work, right? With I'm gonna come to America. I'm gonna start my
You're right.
business, and I'm gonna be successful. And my children have a much better life than me. I think that's probably the reason.
Based on the decisions you make and the effort you put in.
Well, I do
Yeah.
have a question in
It's not
regards to
guaranteed.
that. Maybe non-fawn knows. So I'm guessing this is for all documented legal immigrants, or is this including illegal immigrants for
but
the mobility?
Well, I think it gets a little weird because I think they look all the way back to like the 1940s, and I think there were groups of people who came over as refugees where like it's a little complicated to say whether they were documented illegal in today's sense or whatever.
Well,
'cause
are
we
they
used to
all
have- we used to
documented
be-
now? I guess.
By now they're all documented, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, it's not the type
Documented.
of illegal immigration we see today. So yeah.
And okay, so for with those documented people, are most of them from the H1VB process and
H1B.
or
No, I don't even think we
H1B?
had that
H1B.
back then.
No, for today.
No, but
Like,
we
is
have it
majority
now,
of
which is
yeah.
the point. I think he's bringing up. 'Cause
Oh,
a lot of it
well,
is
I
from
mean-
brain drain or we're bringing over like college trained people or whatever. It's
Yeah.
I think in higher.
supporting the best and
percentages.
brightest.
Well, because from
Yeah.
so from the 40s to 80s, I can explain that as ways like that's when we had a boom with manufacturing. We were economically great and stuff. But like today, I'm wondering what the modern numbers are skewing into. Like since I've been alive, so since the 90s, I'm guessing that would be H1B visas, but I don't know. Like so, I'm
Well, I know
Yeah.
that stat normally references the people that come over and like pay to go through the process, the like by the book way, and those people
Okay.
are already like of the means to get
yeah,
up
to
here
do
anyways
that.
in the U.S.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
looking
thinking
at
it may be
from-
a little bit of confirmation bias of like the people with wealth, status, and education are able to do better in the U.S. because they were doing better to start with or had the
Yeah, so-
capability.
There is that. So that is a defect. And there's another study, by the way, that looks at that and like the immigrants that we consider low skill are actually relatively high skill from the countries they come from. But this study is just looking at all the immigrants that came over, which
What do you mean by
is gonna
that?
Be, to some extent, what?
That you said that immigrants, and you gotta if you just say immigrants, I'm gonna think that you mean including illegals or foreign nationals in the United States illegally. Are you meaning visa holders or green card holders or fully naturalized immigrants, like people who have gone through the entire
I
process.
believe it was,
Is that what you mean?
now I have to pull up a different study. I believe it's legal.
It's an
immigrants
important.
that-
It's important to make these distinctions because very politically, some people on one particular side usually say immigrants, meaning to associate people who are in the country illegally with people coming over to Ellis Island where that was not illegal, or naturalized citizens that did immigrate here, and lumping them all together as a monolith when that's not really fair to do.
I agree.
If
But-
they
but
did,
my
I'd be
point
really
as well
surprised
is
how they
that
tracked them.
during the Ellis Island era, right? You didn't even like have to have a passport to come into the U.S., right? So like,
Had to
we
go
didn't
through a
really
lice
have-
check, get a finger
Yeah,
up the butt. That was like it.
Exactly. Like
That's
we didn't
where-
have, like H-1B visas back then, so the selection effects back then were a lot lower.
You want to know? Okay, just without saying it. Okay, that's where the slur for Jewish people that rhymes with a thing that you fly on a string. That's where it comes from, because apparently they didn't want to. The ones that couldn't write, I guess, they didn't want to make their mark with an X, so they would use a circle. And the word for that in Hebrew, Yiddish, I guess, is I'm going to be very carefully saying it, keikel.
Yep, just.
And so that got shortened. So that's how that slur came to be. Now you learn.
slur
The more you know.
Yeah, and knowing is half the battle. Yo, Joe. So, okay.
Just fun fact.
Yeah,
I digress.
Super fun. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and push to a different direction now because it started out me picking on Casey, but we all had something to say on there. And I actually the meritocracy aspect of the American dream is important, and I feel like we all agree that it's the availability of opportunity, not the guarantee of success. Of success.
Yes.
However, it also feels like we should all have equal opportunity. And that's kind of the key. Like, it's not a
Well-
guaranteed outcome, but I feel like we all have to start on the same starting line.
Well,
for
I
it to be
feel
an
like
equal opportunity.
if I can just that
Yeah,
and
please.
put on this I
Yeah,
feel,
put a
I
bow.
feel like the word equal is loaded. It's never going to be equal. It's not pretend it's ever going to be equal, but I
Sure.
think there's some reasonable chance of upward mobility. And this is actually a really easy to track statistic, the elasticity of wealth. How often do the rich stay rich, or you're born in a rich family, you're going to be rich, and how often do the poor born in the poor family stay poor. This is it's going in the scale of you being more and more locked into where the status you're born into. That's where we're headed.
I can clarify it, so I bet Horseradish will agree, and Casey, that equal opportunity from the government, not from private institutions like Harvard, even though they get a $40 million endowment. So you might say they're government at this point. Close. I mean, might as well. But from like everybody can fill out the same forms, everybody can register an LLC. Yeah, it does take a little bit of money to file those forms, but it's the same for everybody. So that is equal in the eyes of from government. There's nobody that's gonna get like, hey, you can't fill out this form. It's specifically illegal to discriminate on somebody filling out a form to like register a business. Now, whether or not you're gonna be good at doing that thing, that's on that personal effort and like how you deal with it type aspect. So, and whether or not you can get into Harvard, of course, somebody who can and somebody who comes from a wealthy family, that's not the same thing as equality of opportunity in from government
Okay.
or from public
Well, but-
institution.
We do have to
So-
acknowledge that while person A might have to get a good enough SAT score to be able to walk into Harvard's hallowed halls, person B, whose parents, they won the meritocracy scale and they made lots and lots of money off God knows what, maybe a great idea that they had or their forefathers had or whomever, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't fucking matter. But they get to walk into that dean's office and say, I know my kid didn't score as high on the SAT, but let me buy you this cool new library, right? So if that happens, then that person is no longer using the meritocracy scale. They're using the meritocracy of the previous generation to pay their way, as it were. right? So it's not even that it's not even that your skill set is necessarily what's going to get you into Harvard. It's just as likely that it's your parents' success ratio that is going to get you into Harvard, right?
And that's kind of what I was gonna say. Like, everyone has
Horseradish
the
DM.
ability, but not everyone has the access for sure.
Yeah, and I'll just add in with the new bill that passed, they just capped federal loans for students at like 257K, like lifetime. So people that would have relied
actually might be
completely
good,
on
though.
loans, well, yeah, for some people for sure, but for like doctors that would rely completely on loans, now they can't.
Well, one of the problems with tuitions being so high outside of like administration fees and everything was that the government didn't have tuition caps. This could actually economically be beneficial and drive down the prices of college, meaning more people access it. I don't know. That is something I've read on, and a lot of economists agree on this. I don't know if I've made up my mind of agreeing or not, but it is a possible outcome.
For sure. So, okay, just so everybody knows, Non-Fon had to dip. Apparently, he's got some people doing stuff, and so he had to call it. Plus, he's on the other side of the planet from us, or the other side of the country, which may as well be the other side of the planet, because this is planet America, baby. But anyway, that said, I do think that we might be getting somebody else coming in, an invite. So yeah, if you want to send them an invite to the channel,
Yeah,
I
I
have to
did.
give them their permissions once they get in. Cool.
Hey, IPA, I sent you
anyway.
an invite if you want to come up, man. You're more than welcome. It's in
Yeah,
Horseradish's
and-
Discord.
If any of y'all can vouch for anybody, if I've seen y'all stream before, then I know you're at least a reasonably human person, and I can invite you without worry about you coming in and, I don't know, showing your dick on stream or anything. But that said, if somebody else, I've had some crazy shit happen, people. That said, if somebody on the panel vouches for you, then I'm gonna assume that they've probably talked to you before. So, no,
Well,
you
he's-
cannot show up vegan. No, I'm just kidding. You're welcome to, because I mean, we won't see it anyway. Anyway.
IPA is questionable because he's an Asian who drives a German car, but I mean,
That's funny.
There's a lot of that.
I feel
They
like
love that. They love those Mercedes and BMWs if they like work
Yeah.
at Microsoft or like
See,
Google.
we
You know?
got to be careful about throwing around theys in this conversation. I'm just saying, because that's how you get demonetized.
You think that's
Anyway.
racist? I could be way more racist.
I
can do it.
I don't doubt that you're capable, Kay. Keep it in your pocket, okay, buddy? It was not a challenge.
oh,
Anyway.
I am live on YouTube. I don't think there's anything we're talking about that's gonna be.
No. I'm
Twitch
just
is usually way
asking
more
you
restrictive.
guys.
Wildly weird specific things are a little bit like on YouTube though, but it's just algorithm, and
Yeah.
I'm not monetized yet, so no biggie.
Sure, yeah. None of us are that big of a deal. So, well, I mean,
Well,
we're not as big of a deal as Grumple is. Anyway,
Oh.
no, we know. That's why you're top dead center, buddy. Anyway, all right. So
I'm a simple monkey.
Moving right along. And it sucks because Non-Fon dipped, and I was actually just about to pose the next question to something he had said, and it's possible that we'll be able to have your buddy IPA in here by that time. But values in line with our Constitution. I'm curious what he meant by that. Now I'm actually going to punt it over to you instead, Tokahanis, because you said something very similar. Although, if I'm being honest with you, you said it kind of cooler than he did, which was the enshrined rights and the respect for our enshrined rights. So I'm curious, what values and/or rights do you think are intrinsic to Americanhood, to being American?
I would say definitely the freedom of speech. Definitely, that's like the key one, I would say, because the power of your voice is just, you can't compare it to anything, you know, like to get your message out, to get like what's happening on your side of the world out. I think it's a big part of it. Obviously the right to bear arms is a big debate, but you know, it's a key thing in our country that a lot of other countries don't have, and it differentiates us from a lot of the rest of the world. And then, you know, just being able to change those laws, having that ability to go in there, make amendments, you know, change something that's out of date. It's like, you know, there's so many things that we can do to make it better than what it was. There's always a potential for progress.
to piggyback on what Tokahanis just said, the most important part of freedom of speech and why it's the First Amendment is to be able to make grievances, public grievances against the government without being criminal, without going to jail. So you can let the people in the town square know, hey, this thing is going on. Let's vote these guys out, or whatever, because they had just gone through something like that, without trying to take away the rest of her point.
No, that was perfect. Thank you.
So real quick, IPA, welcome in. Are you a streamer by chance?
What's going on, everybody? No, I used to be, like, probably 3-ish years ago.
I'm still gonna put you into the system as a streamer, just because that way I can send you invites for these panels in the future, in case you are
appreciate
interested in participating. One other thing, since you are brand new, I did this quietly earlier, but now I got to kind of interrupt because you're a little bit loud. Can you do me a favor and just introduce yourself real quick so I can get your sound? No, you don't change anything. I'll fix it over here, but just introduce yourself so I can get your sound levels right.
I'm IPA or IPA a lot, or the guy who pees a lot.
Hey, Melissa.
Because I drink a lot of IPAs. So there you go. It all tracks. I've been around the Twitch Paul scene for, I don't know, probably the last, 4 years or so, GRUMPLE? Yeah.
I think longer than that. But either way, it doesn't matter. Been around for a little
what
bit.
it's worth, hearing you say your name out loud, I get the joke, and it's fucking hysterical. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Background story of me, I used to be a marriage and family therapist. Now I am a used car manager at a car dealership. So, yeah, I know.
That's a bit of a twist.
It is. But when you talk about these deep dive topics, right? Like human behavior, my wheelhouse.
Cool. Perfect. Well, then, you know what? Let me ask, since you're just showing up, and we're gonna circle back because I have questions to what Toka was just saying. But go ahead and catch you up real quick. In your mind, first of all, I assume you are American as well?
Yes, I am an adopted Korean. I've been here since I was 4 months old. So
okay.
My parents are both white. I'm American as fuck. I'm generally the whitest motherfucker in the room. Carry a German gun, drive a German car, have a German last name for that matter.
That's all sus. So what does being an American mean to you? If you start asking for my papers, I'm going to be very angry. Anyhow, so what does being an American
beer do
mean
you
to
drink? That's the most important thing. No, I'm kidding.
Homebrew. Go on.
Belgian ales brewed by monks in monasteries.
Say more, like in a homebrew. No, there is an American value, okay, right? And me, I embody that, right? As somebody who wasn't born here in America and yet has assimilated, right? And I think the important thing is assimilated, right? I have assimilated all those values. And no, I'm not saying we had to be all this homogenous population, right? But at the same time, there are certain values that we share as Americans.
Okay, and you assimilate to those, you think? So a willingness to assimilate to the American values, you think is inherent to being an American?
I think so. And now, granted, I wasn't brought here voluntarily, but there are people that come here voluntarily and that choose not to assimilate, which seems a little weird to me.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question to you, to just kind of push back, because I push back on everybody else, so don't take it personally.
Like a sheep against a cliff face.
I appreciate that.
The pushback is real.
People, but be careful, because if you debate too hard, Grumple's going to say, I'm done. And I don't want to scare off Grumple because he's pretty and I like his voice.
I've known Grumple for a while now, so it's all good.
I've appreciated him from afar, but I'm bashful. So anyway, so people who are unwilling to assimilate, people who have moved to this country, but do not seem to be putting forth any effort to try to assimilate. That's the best word for it, because I hear the word assimilate, and a lot of people use the term assimilate as a derogatory or a pejorative, just like patriotism. I hear a lot of people cast the term patriotism as though it is a negative trait or that it is a toxic trait, right? Because they assume that everybody who is patriotic is inherently a white nationalist, which is not true, obviously, but those terms become conflated often. So people who move here, let's say as an example, and this is a thing for me, and I get told that this is borderline me being racist, and if I am being racist, I apologize out there. However, if I would not move to, let's use your example, Germany. I would not move to Germany without at least making the effort to learn the language of Germans, right? To learn the German language. I'm willing to still hold on to my American heritage. I'm going to be an American till the day I fucking die. However, if I'm going to live in another country, I'm going to do what I can when in Rome, right? You do as the Romans. Like this is not a fresh term. This is not a new cliche. Do you think then that the people who come to America who want to become American citizens but are not interested in assimilating, are they not trying to, are they less American? For that matter, though, if you do, and this is, I'm going to give you the follow-up question so you know the trap that I'm laying for you.
I appreciate that. Sure.
No worries, because I don't want it to be a debate. If
Thank you.
If you do believe, you're welcome. If you do believe that that's true, what about the people who were born here naturally but are not willing to assimilate with the American values? Would those people be less American? And then the final follow-up to that is, if that is true,
The final
should we
form.
consider deporting people? Yeah, should we consider deporting people who were born here, regardless of being born here, because of their lack of Americanhood?
Oh boy. Okay, that's a really complex question.
I know, and I'm giving it all to you, buddy.
So that gets into birthright citizenship and all kinds of different things. Okay, so like if you talk about like, there are plenty of people here, and many of my friends. Okay, so like again, I'm a naturalized citizen. I'm American as it gets. Okay, and when I say that, I mean I'm a pure fucking constitutionalist, okay? Not like America, MAGA, fucking, shove it down my throat like I'm American, brr, right?
You like
I
the
mean
concepts the
pure
founders meant.
constitutionalist.
Yes.
Okay. So like when I say that, just background, right? Like there are people that were brought here because they're refugees, and regardless of what the fuck you think about them, they were allowed to be here legally because of some goddamn shit that the U.S. government did, okay? Whether that's the Hmong people, whether that's the Somalians, whatever it is, right? There's any number of people that we've fucking wronged over the centuries, okay?
We can go back to slavery.
To some degree, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Nope, got it.
100%. Those people were legally brought here. They have the right to be here, whether they agree with it or not, okay? Sure, fine, yes, you're allowed to be here. At the same time, if we grant you that, like, okay, make a little bit of effort, right? Something, okay? And that's not to say that a majority of them haven't, okay? They have. A vast majority of the people have, to their credit, okay? I'm not trying to shit on them. There are some people that haven't. And that's where
Well, not unless they pay first, right?
And it's like, what?
Not unless
You
they
don't
pay
shit on
first,
unless
right?
They pay first. Yeah.
No, pay first. Get out of here. No, motherfucker, I pay more.
Oh,
than
That's a different.
Okay.
That's a
bad.
different channel. Grumple.
My bad.
Forget
I
it, okay?
digress. My
I pay
bad.
way fucking more than all. Okay. If you don't want to be here, again, that gets into like, okay, that is the part of the freedom of being an American, right? Being a constitutionalist. You have the right to fucking leave, okay? If you want to go back to fucking watching your step and stepping on every, and being concerned about, am I going to step on a goddamn landmine? Hey, that's your choice. You have that right as an American.
Okay.
Do you mind if
But-
I ask a follow-up question? Oh,
I would love it, Kay. Go after it.
yeah. I have a question about like the constitutional stand here. Like where when you say I am American and part of that is like loving the Constitution, do you mean in its current form? Do you mean in its original form, how it changes? Like, because the Constitution lays out how we can change it, and we have changed it, and I bet we will change it again one day, probably before I die, and then maybe one more change, maybe a few changes, but it will change, and it did change. So to me, my question is like,
go
so
ahead.
what does that mean to you when you say I love the Constitution?
I mean,
Real quick before
I'm
you
a
answer,
pure
real-
constitutionalist. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Just before you answer, because I was going to say I was going to bring this back on Tocohanas, because she actually made a similar statement already about the fact that the part of the beauty of the Constitution, love this quote, is that its ability to change, right? The fact that if we don't like something that was written into it originally, we
It's a
can
living
actually go.
document.
There's a process that we can go through, and that is what makes the Constitution the great document that it is that we're not set in stone. I think that was kind of what you were getting at earlier, right, Toko?
100%. It is a
Yeah.
living document. If you don't like the First Amendment, if you don't like the Second Amendment, go ahead, change it. There are documents in place. There is a process that is outlined in how we change that. Okay, and if you want to go about doing that, okay, more power to you. Get the people behind it that you need to in order to do that.
Yeah, and follow up to the question, because this is the meat I want to get into, is about attaching that to Americanism, which I often do. A lot of people here seem to do it as well. But my question is, like, what if the Constitution changes to something that you don't like? I mean, I'm sure maybe, like, from conversations I've had, maybe Grumple wouldn't like it if the Constitution said, well, you have like a right to healthcare, but that healthcare is like government ran, government owned, right? Or something like that. And that's like the outcome from the Constitution. Are you less American if you don't like the change to the Constitution? Or were you less American if you liked something that was voted out of the Constitution? Or, like, you know.
Really good question.
If that was done by constitutional means, then you have one of two options: accept it or leave.
But you were American before, but everything around you changes. Like,
Yeah, but
if they took the Second Amendment out, I would think that would be un-American. Even if it was done in a quote unquote American legal way, I would instantly take that as a un-American slight against Americans and freedoms and inherent rights to life, right?
Constitution is a living document. It is intended to be changed. The founding fathers, was it? I want to say it was Jefferson said that we should redo it every 70 years.
I think that was Jefferson.
Well, do you think there could be a Constitution that's
Madison, but it might
un-American?
be.
Like, I mean, the Constitution
I'm not positive.
didn't give freedoms to everybody and actually made Black Americans like worth 3/5 of votes and stuff. Like, I would say
Again,
that's
we should review it every now and then. It should be revisited because shit changes, right?
But do you think there could be a constitutional amendment, even if it gets passed, that is considered un-American?
Well, here's the thing: is it currently can. The process is outlined in Article 5 of the Constitution, and that's the process. I mean, the states have to ratify it for it to become an amendment. To change the Constitution, it has to be ratified by the states. However it gets to that point, whether it's the states coming together in a convention to make proposals and then voting on it, or if it coming from Congress, however that starting process is, it still has to cross the finish line of getting ratified by the states. So that's it can all be can be changed.
Congress and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken,
Well,
I
a
remember
convention
Roddy
of states,
bitching about that idea.
the terminology, the constitutional convention was for the writing of the Constitution. A convention of states would be what you'd
But the Constitution
gather them
is
together for.
suspended during the period that they're rewriting it, right? Because I remember a long time ago, this was Roddy, our local MAGA lover, his argument with the idea of rewriting of the Constitution was that the Constitution as it stands is suspended during the process. And he was concerned that was going to lead to instant anarchy.
No, that's not what Article 5 says at all. It's
No? Okay.
it's basically, instead of Congress doing amendments, it's just the states doing it themselves directly
Starting over.
and then voting
Okay,
on. No,
quick,
not even starting over, just the same way as an amendment can be proposed. However much you want to amend, I mean, that can be in an amendment, but I mean, I don't rewrite it's a process. I doubt you're going to get the majority of states to sign on for rewriting the whole thing. I mean,
but they could potentially get rid of something.
3/4, right?
Yeah.
I do want to give.
If you get 2/3 of the state,
Two-thirds, I'm sorry, yeah.
their legislator, like if you get 2/3 of the individual state legislator to fireworks starting, to add an amendment that it will be added, so it doesn't have to go through doesn't need to go to the federal Congress, but yeah.
I do.
no,
I
that's
just wanna
Congress.
say that the
U.S.
sound of
Congress is a
fireworks-
starting point, not a finishing.
The sound of fireworks is possibly the most American sound that there
You
is.
could
I just wanna
circumvent
put that out there.
federal Congress.
Nothing more American than Chinese-made products. Let's go, boys.
Going boom,
Th-
going exploding.
Wait,
yeah.
wait. How about Chinese-made products that we paid 8.5% percentages or taxes on?
They're not taxes, they're tariffs, bro. They're not
Tariff
taxes,
is a
they're
tax.
tariffs.
Tariff is a tax.
Grumple will get mad at you. All right, so
All right.
speaking of Grumple,
I will
just
not
wanna
get
correct
mad at
you.
IPA.
I do
It
wanna
was a
do the
Thomas Jefferson
thesis,
quote.
though.
I just want to put that out there. It was a Thomas Jefferson quote. Each generation should have the solemn opportunity to update the Constitution every 19 or 20 years, thus allowing it to be handed on with periodical repairs from generation to generation to the end of time. It was a
and-
Jefferson quote.
And then they put the mechanism in the Constitution to do that with Article 5. So it could be done.
I'm
It's
not
just
here to- I'm
he was
not-
making a prescription about how often it should be done. I mean, that's
I'm
what I
not
got
here
out of
to
it.
Argue if it can be done or not. I know it can be done. It was my questioning here to IPA, which I still want a little bit more in-depth like conversation on, is like tying it to Americanism, which I mean I agree that it has something to do there. It's just about like what lines are we drawing here, because there's people that believe in a constitution with different amendments, right? Like before and then after. It's like if the amendments change and they take gun rights
Hey,
away, and like
Dobry.
Grumple starts having a fit and I start having a fit because we're the gun lovers in here, you know, are we now all of a sudden less American because we
You
think
need
that
me to
this
go-
is bad?
Do you need me to go grab my Thompson?
I don't. Okay, I don't love them. They're inanimate objects.
There's a
Okay.
You don't love any inanimate objects, Grumple?
There's a
Is that how love
safe
works?
4.5 feet away from me containing
Well, I love
several
them.
NFA items.
So-
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that I want to be a little bit careful and like just kind of see where the mindset is, because it seems the most American thing, in my opinion, would be the ability to disagree with these things and not be
Speech,
kicked out of the
personally.
country or be considered un-American, because things do change, right?
Our
Mhm.
right to protest.
Yeah,
And how can we protest something if we're not safe in the streets talking
Yeah.
about our grievances? How can we make any sort of changes happen?
Yeah, so I just tying it fully like it being American to the Constitution, something that is like changing. It's like kind of saying American is following the full ways of the law. It's like, well, Americans don't all even agree on what the laws are.
True story.
Hence,
Well, real
Oh.
quick, I just want to the question that I think you're asking, and I really like this question, but I want to reform it to you, IPA, so that I can get a straightforward answer. If
Sure.
the law changes out from under you, you are a constitutionalist. If the law changes and you no longer agree with what the law has changed to, does that mean you stop being a constitutionalist, knowing that it's set up so that democracy can change what the actual core values and rights of that constitution are?
No, that means I have two options. One, it was done constitutionally and I have to accept it as a constitutionalist. Or two, violent revolution.
Yeah, unfortunately, I always keep coming to that dichotomy as well, and I always say we haven't forgotten where the pitchforks and torches are. Okay, so
In Grand Theft
going
Auto
back to
6, Violent Revolution, Grand Theft Auto 6, of course.
yeah, oh yeah, no,
In
Minecraft,
Minecraft.
in Minecraft,
Yeah.
1000%
Minecraft.
we're talking about in Minecraft. So okay, going back to what Tokahannes was saying as far as the enshrined rights, I'm going to ask you the same question, Toka. Those enshrined rights, or the things that you think are enshrined rights that are inherent to being an American, if some of those got changed through the appropriate process, through the amendment making process, do you believe that no longer believing, well, first of all, the fact that those rights stop being enshrined, does that change what being an American means to you? If there are new rights enshrined or no longer enshrined, does a person to consider themselves American have to follow along?
I'm sure at that point the idea of being an American would have changed already. So, I mean, I'm sure it would change with the
Okay.
time of the Constitution. But I would say that if the freedom of speech were to ever change, I think we would probably have a problem.
Do we think that the freedom of speech is changing under the current administration? Is there anybody here who thinks, for even a
Or last
second,
one.
I think
Donald
it's
Trump?
changing in general, like just the all-around warfare of speech that's been going on has been. It's obvious. It's obvious that there's some things that people are just wanting to say and not saying because they can't say it.
Sure. Yeah,
Like that
especially
whole
in
meme
regards to
going
other
around
countries.
about, someone should, but
Yeah, right. Or everybody saying, okay, I'll do it or whatever. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
So that's already
okay.
happening.
Well, then in that case, going back to what you were saying, IPA, if you were saying if you have the choice of accepting it or leaving, right? That sounds really authoritarian. Authoritarianism has always been considered to be an un-American idea. But on the same token, if you're not doing what you're told in America, you're going to be punished for it. Is
But
that
it
not
depends on the means
inherently
by which
authoritarian?
those changes happen, right?
Mhm.
If those changes happen under an authoritarian regime, okay, that's a different story, right? If we change the Constitution, if we say we're going to change the First Amendment, if we're going to, whatever it happens to be, right? Depending on, whether we introduce a law, whether the Supreme Court decides to legislate from the bench, whatever it happens to be, we introduce another amendment, that's a whole different story. Okay, if we are doing it from a purely legalistic perspective, if that is the case, then yeah, you have three choices, right? Leave, accept it, or violent revolution in Minecraft.
But-
Okay.
What about just complain about it? What about that choice?
Complaining about it on Twitter.
That's your First Amendment.
Or wherever,
Absolutely.
right? I
That is
think that's
100% your
point
First
you're-
Amendment right to do
I
that.
disagree with that, and I'm complaining about it. And right?
100%.
You don't have to.
And I will absolutely support anybody's rights from the government coming down on people for that. Okay.
Anybody's rights,
Clarification,
including
the
people who are
government
here
and
on
only the
green
government.
cards?
Sorry, say that again?
I said anybody's right to do that, including people who are here on green card and Visa.
For everything else, there's
Yes, because
MasterCard.
Technically speaking, no. Constitutionally
No,
speaking,
MasterCard's
yes,
out of
those
the
rights
question.
those rights extend to people that are here legally. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this: as a fellow constitutionalist, and perhaps I misread the document, so maybe you can help me with this. Where in the Bill of Rights does it say that all Americans are created equally, with those inalienable rights, as opposed to just all men? Because I don't see anywhere in there where in the Bill of Rights where it specifically says you have to be a legal citizen in order to be endowed by your creator by these certain inalienable rights.
If I can field
Right.
this one for a moment,
Please,
it's right next to muskets.
What's
That's
that?
why we have Guantanamo Bay. Also,
I think what
is
Carl
because
was getting at is it doesn't, and that includes the Second Amendment.
well, cheat codes. But that's why we have Gitmo, so that there's not even the question of, hey, we brought somebody onto U.S. soil, so now we have to deal with a lot more legal things dealing with interrogation. So that's why we have Guantanamo Bay. We keep them in Cuba. They're not on U.S. soil. It's just a foreign combatant, foreign nationalist at that point.
See. Well, so my understanding was that there were several people who got scooped up by ICE. Now, since then, the pushback has caused the administration to recant or to backtrack on some of these moves. But there were people who were here legally, who were here on green cards, et cetera, on visas and whatnot, who were speaking out against the behaviors of the U.S. government. And the current administration felt that that was a deportable offense. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I don't know that I know that some things like what you're describing happen, but not the specifics on any individual one of them.
Yeah, I'm not
in order
familiar enough.
to talk about it.
I only
Gotcha.
know the college student that spoke against the Israel genocide.
And I can't remember his name. That's the guy I'm talking about. And I
Mahmoud
didn't want
Khalil.
to. Mahmoud. That's it. Mahmoud Khalil.
There was a few others, but from what I understand, they were like pictures on phones, posts on social media about like politics and stuff like that. But
Sure.
yeah.
Real quick, I just got a shout out to the chat because I begged Casey to come participate. He is by far the coolest VTuber on Twitch. So getting him to show up and actually wax philosophical about these, plus especially because this gives him a chance to get angry sometimes. So, anyway,
Did you say Casey is going to wax us? Like,
yes, wax on, wax off, just like
Before-
Daniel's on.
are you're not going to get a Brazilian? Oh, okay.
No.
Oh.
That would be waxing us off. So, okay. So, what do we mean by authoritarianism? Because if a government is imposing its laws, is that not inherently authoritarian? Like, where is the line drawn? Where does it stop being like? Is it because we did not vote for these laws? We voted for the people who put these laws into place, and we can now look back over our shoulder and say, "Fuck! I wish I wouldn't have voted for that Jim Jordan guy," but we did, and so it's our whoever voted for him's responsibility that he said, "Yes, this seems like a swell plan." Then when that gets implemented by the government, anybody who's against it, anybody who's getting stepped on by the government in their protests, etc., they're mostly peaceful protests, those people are experiencing an authoritarian implementation of these policies, right?
That also gets really complicated because is the policy written by Congress, right? Because we over the last 45-ish years, we have given away, and by we, I mean the U.S. government has given away so much power to ABC agencies to write policy. And
You mean like executive orders, right?
Not even that. No.
No,
I mean ABC
to
agencies.
agencies.
I mean, like, okay, so like
POTUS,
correct. I mean,
that's a bunch
look
of
at
letters too. I'm sorry.
ATF,
Most of those are under the
FBI,
executive,
CIA,
executive
like
branch.
Yeah, those are the
FDA.
executive, right?
Yeah, they're appointed.
Correct. They're appointed officials, right, who are not held accountable to the citizenry, right?
They can be
theory,
impeached.
like forget all the bullshit of like
No.
the political, like the electoral
Yes.
college,
Only the
sorry,
secretary.
not electoral college, the electorate, right? Forget the electorate
Or the
okay?
director.
In theory, if you don't like your state representative, you can fire him every 4 years. You can't fire the head of fucking ATF. You can't
Ooh.
fire the fucking head of the
I feel like
the FDA.
electing Trump into the executive office did exactly that. So granted, you might not be able to do it directly, but if you put in a candidate who believes that the FBI is a flawed organization, they can put a fucking streamer in charge of it, and huzzah, they were allowed to do
God,
exactly
I
what
wish
you're
they had
asking.
put Brandon Herrera in head of the ATF. Holy shit! speaking of
Yeah,
streamers.
that would be based, bro.
Oh my
Brandon
fucking
Herrera's
God.
based. When he ran in Texas, that was he almost won too.
And-
Next time,
and-
bro. Next time.
He and Trump literally had conversations about that. Like,
I was
Yeah.
thinking, like,
Directly.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, or
I
Joe
do-
Rogan, exactly.
I do have a question about where SCOTUS fits into this. So we have lifetime judges, right, who are basically impossible to impeach, don't have a code of ethics that they have to follow, and even worse for the constitutionalists in here, everybody that believes in the Constitution, they don't have to change the Constitution to change the Constitution.
Literally
just
just
have to
decide how to
re-
interpret
They
it.
just
but
to
what you're asking about is
reinterpret the
legislating from the bench. In theory, they're not supposed to do that.
In theory.
doesn't matter about the theory; it matters about what's happening, right?
I get that.
And
you're not
plus,
wrong.
it is their job to also interpret. And what happens when they
In
interpret
an
it,
unbiased major.
but they interpret the Constitution, and of course that has implications. They just interpreted it multiple times, and they're gonna have to in the future when more stuff comes on. What happens when the Constitution says something you agree with, but then the SCOTUS, you didn't elect for the SCOTUS, they were appointed, they are there for lifetime, can't really in any meaningful way get impeached, and no code of ethics. They decide to have a change of heart of what it means for like the Second Amendment or the First Amendment. What if they
Well,
say
they
that
aren't
the
even
freedom of
changing heart.
speech doesn't mean the freedom to protest anymore?
Yeah, Kay, they're not even
it-
changing heart. It's a changing of the guard who is then getting to revisit other people's hearts. So
Yeah,
again, it's
there's
not
all-
like they saw the light and changed their minds. This is a whole new set of super biased, hyper political partisans who are now put into a allegedly unbiased interpretive
Yeah.
position.
So how-
And so, yeah,
So can
So
I
how
pose
do we
a
all
question?
feel about that?
Can I pose a question?
you just did.
I get the. You're right. I did. Thank you. Can I pose two questions? One.
That's
being
the
to pose
second
question,
one.
the-
Keep going.
how do we balance that, right? Like in theory, if the idea of checks and balances is that the Supreme Court is A, not supposed to legislate from the bench, and B, that they are unelected officials with lifetime appointments, okay, cool. And yet they're not doing that, right?
Term
Like,
limits.
okay, so what's the how do we
Term
change
limits.
that? Okay,
That's the answer.
So term limits, hang on, term limits is one option, right? Because then we have a scheduled time in which, okay, your 8 years, your 12 years, whatever it happens to be, is up. Okay. However, that changes the game. So, like, you look at any time a Supreme Court justice dies or is close to retirement or whatever, that
best
election
example.
cycle becomes incredibly political because of that reason alone.
Yes.
So how do we like avoid that?
More judges.
Well, yeah,
Mm.
you have a few ways. You can have more judges. Definitely have a more
Nice.
streamlined,
Nice,
I mean-
Grumple.
impeach process, term limits, implement that code of ethics that they have to strictly, adhere to. And probably, yeah, you could also just have them directly elected. And why
But
not?
that's part of that checks and balances. They're not supposed to be elected, right? Like if you look at the intention of the founding fathers, they were not supposed to be directly elected.
I thought
They
the
were
intentions
supposed to
can
be
change
appointed.
with the times, right?
You're correct. They can. So
Yeah, they also
then
wanted the
let's-
vice president to be.
You
the
asked
second
me
runner
how
up.
I would fix it, not how the
You're right,
founding
but-
fathers would.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
Good point.
How through a constitutional process do you change that? I genuinely don't know. I've never thought about, like, okay, how do we go about fixing that?
An amendment.
From a
So honestly, I think
Oh,
I think it was
hello.
Casey actually also said the ethical proscribed like barriers, like some sort of a ethical or moral. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a framework, an ethical framework that they have to operate under. Things like recusing
Yeah,
themselves.
question on
and
that.
stuff. Shoot.
Who enforces it?
Themselves. Yeah. Nice.
Congress can impeach.
Yeah, they can already do that though.
Oh, they can.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Okay, that's good. What would
Just
it
like-
take for that to happen? A supermajority, a majority, or just
I
like how
think
many?
it's the 60 vote.
Same as the president.
Yeah,
Okay.
Getting-
the same for like all elected officials, like the head of the ATF and all that.
All right, which brings me back. I want to welcome in Rep Haven. Real quick, I want to go back to what you said
He's
there.
appointed,
UP.
not elected.
Or yeah, appointed.
UP, you were saying that to avoid authoritarianism, it has to be a congressionally passed a mandate or law, et cetera, et cetera. What about EOs? What about executive orders? Those are essentially that's legislating from the bench for the POTUS, right? And are those not inherently authoritarian? Because I said so is why.
there are checks and balances in which those can be overturned.
Like an
That's
injunction.
true. But yeah, well, we can't do those injunctions anymore. What are you talking about, Quinn?
Yeah, we can. We can do the injunctions. That's misinterpretation of that ruling.
Only
still
people that can do. So we had an example of the exception. The exception was if the court feels that it is what was I don't remember the exact wording. Coin. This was just last week. God damn you, marijuana. If the judge feels that it will have an immediate impact on the public at large, they believe
Yes.
then they can. But that was exactly what happened in regards to the birthright citizenship thing, and that has been shut down by POTUS or SCOTUS, all the Otises. By Otis said no.
Yeah,
that-
Leafy,
that-
that's
that loophole
that's
got
IPA,
shut.
and I believe you were invited to
They
this
said
too. I
no
gave
to
Horseradish your
nationwide.
contact information.
Yeah, you can't injunct the
Or
unnamed
I
parties.
told him you're
can't
you're
do
both
that.
on my
If
server, so
EO
he can get to you.
says
from
that
filing
all
a class
people-
action.
Exactly.
Yeah,
For some reason they're the enjoined party, not the federal government. Don't know why.
That was to you, PA. Just so you know.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the mildly racist chat going on right now.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even watching.
No, it's
no,
it's
that-
ca-
that-
it's
that-
casual.
As long as we keep it mildly racist. Yeah, no, that's
See,
perfectly fine.
look,
That
IPA.
was
It's
easy.
Casual Friday. You can call it Casual
Look-
Racism Friday if you want, but it's Casual Friday.
low-key
So
racism. No, low key racism is my thing. Okay, that's my shtick. all right?
It's my kink.
Gotcha. So this is probably a bad time to tell you I'm Polish.
Uh-oh.
I'm just
Let's
saying.
go back
I-
home.
No,
no, that makes it a
I
good
have
time.
significant- I have a significant amount of money invested in Lockheed Martin. It's okay to be Polish right now.
Gotcha. Well, for what it's worth, you have German guns. So
And a German car and a German.
So the Polak in me is a little bit sus. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, we don't have the best history you and I. Pal.
Okay, look, I'm playing both sides of the field here. Okay, I have money invested in the industrial military.
That's what makes it
complex.
sus. Anyway.
Okay.
Oh,
It's all
okay. So, real quick, I think you said I don't remember if this was Kay or if this was Casey. Casey. The elasticity of wealth. Who was it that used that phrase? Because that's a really
Casey
cool term.
and non-fun.
Casey, what do you mean by elasticity of wealth in regards to Americanism?
The measurement is your of those born into whatever bracket of income. What is the odds that you'll die in that same bracket? And the more that your brackets change over a person's lifetime, that you would say that then the less the the less situation you are born into dictates what the situation you'll die into. So that's why I say it's sort of a measure of the American dream, and it's not just that it's harder to go up the economic ladder, but also those with wealth, that wealth is more protected. It's harder to lose your money, for especially the super wealthy, but just wealthy in general. So that's we see we see just more and more likely that wherever you were born, that's how you're gonna die, economically wise. In America.
Okay, just to make sure. So now I thought I was with you until that last sentence. The elasticity of wealth is the ability for you to stretch your means, is what you're saying, right? Like that's where the term elasticity is coming from. Like the fact that you can go from nothing to everything, but you're also, it seems like you're saying that there is a statistical likelihood that you're going to remain wherever you started. So which is it?
I'm saying, well, the elasticity is a measurement of whatever economic status a person is in. How much is that dictated by the economic status that they were born into? How are the measurement of these two things being correlated is the measurement of the elasticity of wealth.
That makes my brain itch. Okay.
More money opportunity is good, and it's part of our dream in America.
I mean, it's privilege in a nutshell.
What does
Here
that
we
word
go.
mean to you when you use it? Because we tickled this word earlier. We rubbed up against it, but it didn't quite break the skin. So
Okay,
tell us what you mean by privilege.
so
I think
let
it
me
means you're a
put it
nut
like
and you have a shell around you. Oh, not nutshell. Oh, my bad.
I'm of two minds on this, right? Like I will always try and tell both sides of the story. Okay, like I am a non-Caucasian, non-technically birthright American. Okay,
Un-Caucasian. Like I used to be Caucasian, but they took it away
Okay.
from me, bro.
Look how chinky my eyes are. Okay, like
Oh, bro. You prank caller,
Sorry.
prank caller. Yep, and just like that, there went everybody's streams. Anyways, all
Sorry.
right. So those are your eyes.
No.
but like look.
He can, no, see, that's the thing. He
reality
can
is,
say it.
Okay, it's true.
Yeah.
I have a pass. Okay. At the end of the day, right? Like I'm all of those things, right? I am non-white. I'm non-Christian. And also, yes, I grew up privileged. I grew up with two parents theoretically, had my dad not died 20 years ago, would still be together to this day, right? Yeah, all of those things, right? Like, did I get a leg up? Sure, but are those things related to money and not any of those other things? Not my race, not my religion, not any of that shit. Okay, sure, okay, I 100% accept that. Okay. That said, also other side of the coin, and I said in the chat, 3 generations. Okay, when you look at people who grow up in the situations I grow up in, 3 generations down the line, they tend to not matter unless you're talking about the uber wealthy. Okay, and I mean uber fucking wealthy. I make a good living. Okay, not that kind of money. Okay, you're talking about like the fucking like $10+ million net worth people, right? Then it matters. Then those people, okay, they're kind of the exception to that rule. But generally speaking, when you're in a situation where I'm in, where you grew up with wealth, you know what to do with money. Okay, Rich Dad Poor Dad, everybody needs to go read that. If you're in those situations, generally speaking, in America or any Western culture, 3 generations, that wealth dies.
Well, oh, I'm saying it's well, traditionally, I think that's somewhat true, but I think, but more and more recently, where it's harder for people to buy a home with the same relative salary. It's harder to gain these intergenerational wealth building activities or engage in them. It's just
you're
harder
right.
to get in now
Inflation
than it
has
used to be.
exceeded the average increase of the income, 100%.
Government
with
printing more money
inflation-
makes
with-
everybody poorer.
I mean, that's true. Definitely true. Fuck the Fed. But
Hey, we're all friends here.
For inflation, the percentage of the percentages of what a house used to cost someone in like 1960 or whatever.
That's what I'm saying.
Significantly higher
Versus the amount of income you make. That's
Right,
exactly
right.
what we got. I think we're on the same page. We're just saying it differently, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Well, and so funny thing about that, and I know we're not supposed to talk again too anecdotally, but like I can say that my wife and I, when we first started dating, we were literally squatting in a foreclosed house, stealing cable, and living off of what we could afford from the gas station down the corner. So there was a whole lot of ramen noodles and Dentimore. Now we own
Reported.
our home, right? But that said, what for eating Dentimore? Fuck off.
Doxed,
Anyway,
reported.
we also like frozen pizzas. Eat a dick. So the point is
Frozen dick
that
pizza?
even so, 23 years later of fighting tooth and fucking nail, of doing everything we can right, of doing everything we can to fucking get ourselves to that vaunted American dream of middle class comfort, we are still at any moment fucked if something goes wrong. Right? Like we are just a couple of paychecks away from it all falling apart. And the worst part is we are now stuck because we don't hate the house that we're in, but it's like we fantasize about living somewhere further up in the peninsula because of the Fed and because of everything else that's going on in the economy right now. You can call it inflation. You can call it the imbalance of whatever. We literally are stuck here. We cannot sell our house because nobody can afford to buy our house, and we can't buy a new house because we can't afford to buy the house we're already in. If we were to try to buy the house we're in right now, it's like triple what we would fucking be able to afford. And we've only lived here for like 8 years, 6 years in that course.
Not owning a house.
And that's what I was just about to say.
Yeah,
So
you're less than a break even. Yeah.
somebody else coming along, there's literally no fucking way that an average person, unless you are making 6 digits, is going to be able to actually try to afford a home right now. And I never really said this earlier. I never got into my personal views of what being an American entails, but somebody sort of talked about the fact that we have a vested interest in it. That was I believe, and I was going to try to chew the non-fond down about this because he was the one who mentioned the fact of our labor contribution is sort of like our stake in the game, right? So that said, I have a stake in the fucking game. I own land. I own that dirt that you were talking about, Grumple. But the next person can't.
I know what happens
Touche.
when you pay your
No,
taxes.
yep. You ain't wrong. But the next person can't even pretend that they own their soil because of the situation that's going on in America right now. So my question to everybody here, and this was what the panel was gonna be about. What would it take to make America great again, if it ever was? Would it not make sense if Donald Trump was actually trying to make America swell, was trying to make America healthy, was trying to make America economically viable again, that guaranteeing a method or some sort of a path, a reasonable path to owning property for any American citizen? That seems like that would be priority number one. And as much as I hate the DNC, that was one of the Kamala things that I was like, hey, that's not a bad
Our plan
idea.
sucked. Don't worry about it.
No, it sucked, but it was at least something.
We stop foreign investors from buying property, okay?
Preach.
There's a couple of things about this, right? Like
Also-
foreign
also-
investors, okay?
Also,
All
no
investors.
corporation should own single family homes. Period.
Correct.
Well, hang on that
Okay,
one.
so that-
If you
that-
if you
that's
register,
a tangent, yeah,
if
yeah,
an
go ahead.
LLC is a corporation, you do that to limit your liability for if you let's say you have 5 rental properties, right? You don't want your
You're
house
too
to be.
I don't
It's
want
to
you being
limit
able to rent
liability
them
so
in
somebody
profit.
can't
Not
sue you
everybody
and get
wants-
rid of your
not
house
everybody
because
wants to
somebody
own a home.
slipped on one of the rental properties.
Mhm.
It's to
Not
limit
everybody
liability.
wants to own a home. Nor,
Not everyone
nor
wants to.
can everybody own a home.
I do understand that. Well, first of all, actually, I would say that everybody could if you set it up that way, right? If you made it so that people had
Does
the
everybody
access
have the
to.
credit score and the history of repaying their bills on time to own a
Okay,
home?
so using that as your guide, how about if instead of expectations being too high, we lowered the expectations?
Wait.
What if you didn't need as good of a credit
I feel
rating
like this
or as
happened.
big of a
And-
payment?
Oh, when was it? Was it 2000?
2008,
that's right. It was
yes.
2008. Yeah, this happened. Yeah, I remember. We've been there. We've done that
Then-
before.
Wait,
And
as it
what
also
else changed in that
the
situation?
desire to buy instead of wanting to rent, because you're stuck for 30 years if you're in a 30-year fixed, right? You're stuck for mortgage, and then you have to figure out how to sell versus a 1-year contract, a lease agreement. Some people want that mobility, right?
Can we
Yeah,
backtrack
married,
to what
3
happened in
kids,
a
if
way?
I don't wanna
stay
in the area.
I'm sorry,
happened
I
in a way
mean,
was a large
You got to include that.
What happened in a way was a large amount of defaults, and then in addition to that, a bunch of shady security trading. Okay, yes, I agree. The shady security trading compounded the issue. However, what kicked that ball down the hill was the
It was
fact
greedy,
that they said,
selfish,
"Hey,
wealthy people.
you have to loan money to all these subprime lenders that you wouldn't normally lend money to because you fucking know they're going to default on their loans."
Wait, horseradish, by the greedy people, you mean the politicians? Yes.
Yes, sure.
That forced the banks to give out subprime loans. Like,
Forced the
they
bank.
had
No
to.
one
They couldn't
forced
deny
the
him.
banks.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
I'm not
literally-
holding.
Yes,
insane.
no, literally Congress forced them to.
I'm not
Yeah,
holding
what
water
is
for
it?
Congress on this
Law,
one
what did
either.
it say?
Forced the
What did it
banks
say?
That.
How?
for equality.
Force
When?
them how?
What bill? What did
Oh,
it
this was
say?
DEI or something? Okay.
No, I mean, it
What
was
bill? What did
for
it say?
subprime people
What
to
was
give
it?
opportunity.
How did the
Yeah, I think
government
so.
mandate it?
Yeah, that's what Casey's asking.
Because
is-
banks are
is this-
like, I think, the most heavily regulated business in
What
existence.
regulation mandated it?
IPA is looking it up.
God, Frank. Law.
Hmm?
Don't tell me what. No. They were giving away the shitty fucking loans because they could sell them in packages, and the fucking rating agencies were lying about the packages. So once they
Correct,
started
and
lying
they-
about the
they
packages,
weren't-
and
this
they
is-
weren't
this
worried
is-
about who was able to pay or not.
This is me, the libertarian here, going, "Oh yeah, deregulation of an industry caused a problem." Okay, like I get that, but it did.
So
That's awesome for you to hear
deregulating
say
is
that.
the government mandate?
Basically, he's
Saying that,
yeah.
yes, you have to give these loans to these people that are subprime who historically have a problem paying their bills.
Well,
And-
wait,
Spoiler
wait. How do we get to the you have to? Because we still
That's
haven't
what I'm-
found that.
That's what I'm looking up right now. To tell
Okay,
you
yeah, because
exactly what it is.
deregulation is the exact opposite of telling them you have to do a thing. It's saying, hey, we're going to stop telling you what you have to do, right?
Well, okay.
That's the wrong word to
Yes,
use in this
like,
one, not
it's-
deregulation.
Correct. Grumple's correct. It's more the inverse, right? Is traditionally they were not lending money to populations, okay, and then the government stepped in and said, "No, you need to."
I don't think that ever happened.
Yeah, I was about to say I would love to hear that. Yeah, chat seems to be disagreeing with this as well. Appreciate y'all, chat. So again, yeah, if you've got some
Yep,
sort of
I'm looking
receipts
at
on
it.
that one, I appreciate
I'm
you.
looking at it. I'm
Yep,
looking
yep,
it
yep.
up right now.
So, okay, freedom of speech. We kind of poked that one a little bit, but we didn't really poke the right to bear arms as being quintessentially American, right? Is there anybody in this chat right now who is against gun ownership in general, or is there anybody here who thinks that there needs to be stricter regulations regarding firearm ownership? No?
Yes,
Okay, cool.
Yes, stricter.
Stricter
Yeah.
how? What do you think isn't already regulated that should be, Casey, when it comes to firearms?
I want a better background check, and I want the time between someone going to buy
Wait,
a firearm and being
Better
able
than
to
Nick's, do you mean? I don't mean to interrupt your
So
thing,
we
but
have
just
background checks.
better-
Right,
better than
Grumple,
Nick's?
We have Nick's.
And that has to happen on every time you
What is
transfer
wrong
a
with
firearm via an FFL or purchase from a dealer, which is also an FFL. You have to fill out a 4473 transfer form, and unless you have a higher level of qualification, like a state concealed carry license or something, where you already went through a background check and like fingerprinting usually, then they have to run it through NICS. So every time, the only time it doesn't apply is person-to-person sales within a state. And it can't
What
cross.
is NICS,
You can't
for
cross
those of us
borders.
who don't know.
National something.
Information crime, something, I think.
Okay.
It's
So it's
NICS.
basically
It's an
your criminal
acronym.
history.
Yeah. Well, it's the
NICS. Ooh,
database
that's a
of
show.
yeah.
I've seen that show.
That's NCIS.
That's yeah. That's swap.
Gotcha.
Close.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I think what do they? I think they mean what do you mean by better background check?
Yeah. What is that? That's what I asked. Yeah. Thanks, Toka, for bringing
More
us back on track.
comprehensive
Firearm for
now.
private sales. Like no more private
100%.
sales of firearms. Go through FFL.
Is that what? No, is that what Casey meant?
No, that's what Coin is calling for
Oh,
or
yeah.
asking for.
I'm not sure about private, but I just think if you don't own a gun and you want to own a gun, I think there needs to be some sort of check or like
There is.
did
It's called
you
NICS.
just get out of a psych ward or and I also want to put there. I think there
That's-
should
So you're
be a
saying
couple
that,
weeks.
so you're
at the
saying that
minimum.
me, as somebody who went to grad school for marriage and family therapy, now has the ability to intervene on your constitutional rights and say you are or are not eligible to own a firearm.
The
Because he's a psychiatrist. essentially.
You're giving me that
His,
constitutional authority
his psychological
to
assessment of
prohibit
you
your rights.
will deprive you of your rights.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that for the betterment of the
I
general
no longer
good,
have a license.
The
Let's be clear, for legal
the
purposes of the stream, I
very-
don't have a license anymore. Never
the
did. Never
very
obtained it.
minimum like it'll take a week longer to get your gun in.
No,
unless,
no, you said mental health.
right. If you
Focus on that. Let's-
well, I
let's
said
focus
psych
on that.
ward.
Yeah, if
I-
they're
I-
Right, psych ward. Let's
institutionalized.
focus on that. Okay.
Okay.
So if me as a former mental health professional has the authority to put somebody and a police officer who's not a mental health professional has the authority to put somebody in a 72 day hold. Sorry, not oh my god, 72 hour. Sorry,
72 hours.
on a 72-hour hold. Therefore, placing you in a psych ward, they have the authority to remove your constitutional right.
Not
Permanently.
remove it, but just or you can't get the gun with a into for
That's
some
removed.
time.
I was about to say this is the
Okay,
red
but that's
flag
removed.
red flag laws that exist currently in some
Well,
places.
that's
Correct.
what- essentially-
What do you mean essentially?
That's like domestic violence. Like if they're going
Okay.
through proceedings, like kind of like an injunction, like they take that for protection before they finish.
See, and in that circumstance, if there is a domestic violence, because there is a direct correlation between domestic violence and gun violence, like that is a statistically proven over and over again link.
And that's
I-
and that's a court.
Yeah, and that's exactly a court
Not a
mandates
hospital,
that.
not a therapist.
Not a therapist. Correct.
Yep.
So,
That's a court.
Can
so
I ask?
yeah, go ahead.
Would you be okay if it was like a panel of professionals that went through
Leafy,
it
you can have a
and
howitzer
made that
now.
determination?
You
If
just
it
get a
wasn't like
$200 tax
unilateral
stamp
decision by one like a mental health professional.
I assume this is to IP.
and find
Yeah.
some place to buy one.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question. I
Would you be more
Respond.
okay with that type of thing if it was like a panel of professionals or like
Instead
some
of
kind
just
of
a
review?
single-
Yeah, not a unilateral decision.
no. Part of the reason I left the mental health field was because it got very politicized. Because it became what do and don't we call a mental health issue.
Also, if anyone has a face tattoo, they're not allowed to have a gun. That's
Okay,
it.
but that's my point, right? Is well, you're depressed. You might kill yourself.
Is that because they probably do heroin?
Everyone-
is that
you-
is that my right, my constitutional right as somebody who used to be a professional to remove yours because you're depressed? No, fuck no, it's not.
We're not saying that anyone
Welcome in,
can't have a
Giggle.
gun. No, we're for the betterment of everyone. It'll take a little bit more time before you can get one. I don't think that's just the worst thing ever. You keep out the framing it as your constitutional right, blah 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 blah.
Nope.
Yeah, but
we do not
but
prohibit
we could just
the right-
change that.
We
so-
can take away people's rights. I get that, but we do not prohibit them without reason.
But yeah, I'm saying that there's a good reason for not
Because
giving
you
someone
take
the
a
gun
certain
right
medication?
after they got out of. No, I
Because you
didn't
have
even
a
say
certain
sick.
diagnosis in
I
an
didn't-
ICD-9
no.
book? No, absolutely
No.
not. Because you did something that warrants the removal of your rights. Absolutely, I'm cool with that. I get that. Okay.
Okay, hold
But
on.
because you have an ICD-9 diagnosis or because you have a DSM-5 diagnosis is not a justification to remove someone's rights.
Just any diagnosis.
What if you
But
get
I
them
got a serious fucking a serious condition that needed you to be in a fucking psych ward? This is a kind of sort of a no shit.
So,
like,
so
Like
real,
if they unjustly do it, you appeal it and it gets sorted out. Like you're okay with that process.
And I'm not saying that you never
Theoretically, it
get
takes a
to get
day.
the gun. You just can't get the gun right away. You can't get a gun for 2 months after you get out of the psych ward. Like, I mean, even that, like, is that too much? Or is
Real
it
quick,
your constitutional
but
right
why?
to never fucking infringe? Blah 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 blah.
But
For the
why?
betterment of fucking everyone, because
Weird,
the
it's almost
likelihood
like it
you're gonna
says,
do something,
"Shall
you're gonna
not
do
be
something crazy
infringed."
with that gun.
Wait.
I don't give
So
a
in
fuck
2
what
months-
that piece of paper says. I'm
So in
talking
2
about
months, you're not
changing
going to be crazy?
And let's all be fucking real about what the Second Amendment says. It's
It says
extremely
shall not be
fucking
infringed.
ambiguous.
Just saying.
Yeah. About the fucking militia, about how a state having a militia. That's what it
Okay.
says. It's an extremely
No.
fucking ambiguous.
No, time out, Grumple. I got this. I am a citizen
Go
of
ahead.
the United States. I have firearms. I'm eligible for conscription. Therefore, I'm part of a militia. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
you're stretching it. No,
Oh,
you're
No,
not.
that's exactly what it is.
That is the
That's exactly what it
the
is.
definition
No,
of
it's not.
militia.
It's
I'm
well
a citizen who is
regulated.
eligible to be conscripted, and I own firearms.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
but
well,
regulated-
Pause.
States
Pause.
will
Well
have
regulated.
the right
Pause.
to
Well. Pause. Well regulated in this context, when it was written, meant well funded and trained.
And,
Well, and-
Great.
and
Great
if I
for
get
fun.
Before
Trained.
people don't get guns.
if I get drafted right this second,
You could
they're
argue that
gonna be
Congress should-
Hey,
Go
if I
ahead.
get conscripted right this second, they're not going to be like, "Hey, you go grab your Thompson submachine gun that's 4.5 feet away from you and just run over to Ukraine." They're not. They're going to train me.
real quick, IP.
pretty
Token
sure-
And they're
has
gonna
something.
give you a gun.
No, I
did
have
you say
plenty
was
of
that?
You don't
them.
need to have one.
Hold on,
You don't
y'all.
have-
Let Token get
Need.
a word in edgewise. She's been trying
I was
patiently.
gonna say, no, I was gonna say, that's already. I'm pretty sure that's already the case that you can't get a gun when you're involuntarily admitted to a mental hospital. I'm pretty sure that's the
For
case.
how
that you
long?
Yeah, there's a
cannot
question on that form, I
get a
think.
gun. It doesn't matter if you're
Oh, weird. That's hard
involuntarily
to be
like,
admitted.
nope,
You
Have
don't.
never
You're not allowed
been.
to have a gun. Yeah.
Weird. Hard to do.
Yeah, I believe that is one of the check boxes. There's like 12
You were
questions,
correct.
that yes or no questions on the, and yeah, I want to say that's one of them.
that list.
I can almost remember them
on
all off
that
the top of my
list
head,
is,
but
I've never consumed cannabis or other drugs. Or whatever.
no, that's not.
Yeah,
It's
fuck
addicted
that.
to. It's currently addicted to. That's the phrasing on the question.
But again,
Is
it's
that new?
real easy to.
Yeah.
It's real easy to be like, nope.
Yeah. So real quick, I want to push back on something you said as well, IP, because as a constitutionalist, I have to ask if, and I believe I'm not the first person who said something to this effect, but I'm not going to try and quote them. If you can take, you were talking about that we can take away rights. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you can take it away, it's not a right; it's a privilege, right? Like the whole point of rights is that they're inalienable. They are things that it is something. It is unassailable. It is something that cannot be taken away from you. If it is a right, it is inherent. If it is a privilege, it can be suspended. So if you're telling me that this right can be withdrawn from you because of your mental health, because of your criminal background, because of whatever the fuck you do, because of the color of your skin, or because of the way you voted last year, then that means that it's not a right; it's a privilege, right?
Yeah, that gets in a very gray area, and yes, to a large degree, I don't disagree with you.
Groovy.
This is the form.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. Like a right isn't something like it's binary. They have to have justification to take it. Like free speech, time, place, manner restrictions. Guns, felons. Like there's all kinds of.
There are restrictions on
Yeah.
your rights. Some of them are not absolute. And the First Amendment is a great example of it, right? You can't just and because it presents a danger to others, you can't just run in. And it's not that like inherently yelling fire in a A movie
Yeah.
theater is a violation of the First Amendment. It's because it presents a danger to other people, and that is where that restriction begins. Right? Is because you present
Hey,
a
Onion.
danger to others.
Kind of like the logic with bump stock bans.
Are you an unlawful user?
You don't have
of
to agree with
or
it, but the
addicted
logic
to
behind it.
marijuana or any depressant
My
stimulant,
single
narcotic,
action
okay.
my bolt action rifles present danger to others.
So
Yeah,
so
banning
everyone
bump
saying
stocks
that
was
correct.
stupid. And it got overturned anyway, but it was ridiculous because
If you
they're
had to put them on a
toys.
scale, would your bolt action rifle or a bump stock rifle that's semi-automatic be more dangerous and
If
more
you-
of
What
a danger
caliber?
to the public?
What caliber?
Oh
Ooh,
god.
good question.
Grumple,
Let's go 300 black.
Thank you for getting into the fucking like full on autism weeds of this. Okay.
Yeah, 300 blackout versus a 300 Win Mag or like the 338 Lapua
The answer
rifle.
is okay, like
It depends
if you
situation, but
If you said in an open field, okay, at 300 plus yards away, am I gonna take my 30-06 fucking bolt action rifle versus my Thompson? No, I'm not taking my fucking Thompson at 300
Well,
yards, even though it's fully
What about a
automatic. It ain't
concert
gonna
in
do shit,
Vegas?
okay, again, ain't gonna do shit.
At a concert in Vegas, you'd rather have the bolt action rifle?
If you're in a hotel window, I guess. Well, so
if you were in a
yeah,
hotel,
and I'm
wait,
gonna-
hang on. In the situation where you had 30 rifles that each had one mag, and there's a whole bunch of brass, and like none of them were
and
actually
you can
fired.
you can just reach for the next gun. So to that, I'm just going to push back on that coin of which the one
30
that I always go
rifles
to.
versus 30.
As a quasi nerd who reads way too much and may or may not have at some point in his life had access to the Anarchist Cookbook, I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that no matter how many rounds are in your magazine of 300 black, you're still not going to be able to do nearly as much damage as a motivated person with about $500 and a trip to Home Depot. You're going to be able to weigh way more carnage with a heavily loaded box truck than you would with any firearm ever.
Takes way more planning and forethought.
Does it?
Does it?
Yeah.
I
To go
don't-
buy a gun and shoot people?
Yeah, I mean that's
Oh,
Then
I
to
don't
go
have to
learn
have
to
a
build a
back-
bomb?
I don't have a background check to buy fertilizer.
A blompkin is what he
Blom.
said.
The bomb in
Blomkin.
Counter-Strike.
yeah in Minecraft with lots of TNT. Again,
I mean,
Oh,
I don't.
or-
I
or
don't
to his
believe.
point-
Okay, let's take away the bomb, the bombing, the
Okay,
bomb.
Europe.
bomb
Look at
And
how
also,
many people
that,
have
that
rented-
act is also illegal already.
It
Look
is.
at how
Actually, you
many
have to-
people have
driving
rented
into a crowd of
trucks.
protesters. How about that?
That's also illegal.
Bingo.
With a fully automatic
Sure, all
assault
of these are
truck,
illegal.
a fully automatic assault transmission
truck,
truck.
that's right.
Well, those
Learning to
those
shoot
like
takes a little
trucks,
bit more,
Crumple,
I think, time
Crumple,
than.
those were not. Those
I mean,
were not black
there you go.
plastic trucks. Okay.
Unless
Oh,
Grumple
they
doesn't
didn't
take
have
as much effort.
features.
Hold on, real quick.
Oh.
I think to follow up on Coina's point there, Grumple, it doesn't take as much effort to learn how to fire a rifle if you have a bump stock, because then it's about quantity, not quality. Correct?
Well, you're not learning. I mean, just squeeze trigger, but to aim is the end.
Right. But
the
if
point
you're
is to
if you're
not aim.
able to put a whole lot more down range, aiming becomes secondary. Right?
Well,
No.
that's
that-
accuracy by volume. If you're doing suppressing fire,
No, no, no.
If you are firing into a crowd of unexpected targets, then your aim is irrelevant. The people that most of the people who are doing this are not trained firearms experts. The people who are executing these violent attacks using firearms, they're not people who came from background of fucking Black Hawk or whatever you call it, Black Hills,
Blackwater.
the farm. Yeah, those guys.
no, not BlackRock.
like they're
Actually,
graduates from
BlackRock
Blackwater.
probably has their own paramilitary at this point.
Yeah, I
But
guarantee
Blackwater,
you.
so you're thinking
100%
of.
they do. You're not. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. They 100% do.
So my
Like,
point
confirmed
is,
they do.
my point is though that the people who are that are exacting this violence are not well-trained snipers. They are people who are just angry, motivated, and maybe manipulated. But either way,
If
Well-
if your intent is to do chaos, 100% yes.
Well, no. Let me hang on. Let me kind of reframe this real quick. It's cheaper than buying a bump stock to put a piece of 550 cord that gives you just full auto illegally. No, not on your belt. Not even doing bump fire, causing inside, or 3D printing, just a little piece. That's all you got to do, and then now you're full auto.
Or a coat hanger.
Yeah, code hanger. There's a lot of ways to do it, and that information isn't even hard to
then
get.
You don't need to buy one. Then you don't need to buy one.
It's a toy. It's a novelty. It shouldn't be illegal.
All right.
It doesn't
Then
make a
it
full
illegal.
auto.
You don't need to buy one anyway, apparently.
Heroin's
You
a
just-
You don't need a car that does over 20 miles an hour, Casey.
But I wanted to.
Oh.
It's
If you're going down the road of needs, Casey, if you're going down the road of what you need, I mean, you're not going to win that one.
Yeah, you need to eat bugs.
You just made the case for me.
That's what you need. No, go eat some bugs, because that's what you need.
They're
to
good
stay
for you.
alive. Go eat
But if
bugs.
you want to, I can shut this down unless you want to read anything off of the rest of like the questions, or this is the actual form, the current one.
Shoot.
It does say use,
Yeah.
right?
No, I did say, well, it's specifically, it doesn't say, it says illegally used, which was not the wording whenever
Federal.
last I purchased my own. So again, that said, yeah, this is a change. When did they update this or change this, Grumple? Do you know?
It says the bottom. Let's see. 2023, August 2023.
2023. There you go.
Which I'm not sure what
That's-
I'm not sure what the what the changes were, but that
Well, I can tell
that
you
question
that one in
might have changed
particular-
a few times.
That's been on there since I got my gun in like 2010.
Or something like
It
that
was-
has
it
been there
was-
for
it
quite
was
a
worded
while,
this
but I'm
way.
not sure
Yeah,
if it
there
was.
something like
At
this.
least that bottom part, the marijuana remains federally illegal part. That was
Okay,
there.
So read that part to me, Grumple, because I missed that. Because the line that
Oh, yeah,
you
no.
were highlighting.
Yeah,
said
probably
that
the.
basically if you're.
I bet it was added the
Go ahead.
warning. Okay, so question
was
F: Are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any
Unlawful.
depressant, stimulant, narcotic, drug, or
does
any
it-
other controlled substance? And
Does
then it says
later clarify that
it
by
says federal.
unlawful it means federally unlawful.
But again,
would be
you
local,
just-
too.
You just check,
Whether it
But
has
again,
been legalized
you
or
just-
decriminalized.
guys.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
check no.
Oh,
Right,
you want to
oh,
lie on us?
so-
That's,
so
you,
okay,
Hunter Biden
hang on.
was
This is-
fine to get
Thank
off?
you.
Yeah, this is what they got
Thank you,
Hunter
Mr.
on.
Biden.
Yeah.
Like, so no, that's not cool at all. Speaking of
Just
which,
check no.
I've seen somebody putting it in the air a couple of times. I've been trying to stay straight laced throughout this so I could keep completely coherent and follow along. But I've already gone through 3 hours of talking, and so cheers, everybody. If you're not there, you should get there with us. Happy America, because this is what America means to me: is the ability to make this decision for my own adult self.
Hell yeah.
Now, next question, because we have poked the ding, we have poked the guns, which I think everybody can agree. Fuck me. Everybody can agree that Americans being American is about or carrying guns is about as American as apple pie, right? That even
Texan.
other countries think of America and they think of guns, well, and they think of Texas, but they think of guns and they think of like cheeseburgers,
Big
right?
backs,
Like that's
yeah.
my understanding.
Behind every blade of grass is a
That's
American
right.
Rifle.
gun.
That's
However the
right.
fuck that
American
quote
with a
is, but
rifle. That's right.
Yes, thank you.
That is a known thing about America. So I think we can all agree that the ability to bear guns or bear arms is intrinsically American. Except Casey thinks that there should be more restrictions, which I do actually want to ask you one question about those restrictions, Casey, and then we'll move on from the firearms. You had said something about how, or maybe this was Koina actually. I'm sorry, this might have been Koina, who said something about not being able to do private sales or transfer of guns. Was that you, Koina, or Casey?
That was Koina, I think.
That was Koina. Are you still there, Koina? I think we may have lost Koina, so I'm about to ask him a question that he is physically not going to be able to answer, but that's okay. I'm going to ask the rest of y'all.
That's racist.
What about inheriting? What about inheriting firearms? So, in other words, if I pass away and my offspring inherits my arsenal, does my offspring need to go through the same background check?
No.
Do we think that?
Currently, no.
As a person with an NFA trust, no.
What do you mean with an NFA trust? What's that? You
I have
trust in the
several NFA items that would pass down to my son.
As long as you
Okay.
that well for NFA items, if who you're passing to is on that NFA, then that's all good. It's not that, but that's because it's an NFA item. like machine guns, full auto, suppressors, short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, any
Those
other
are
weapon.
things that you have to get a special license to
Those
have.
are anything that needs a
I
tax
have-
stamp. Yeah, go in a trust so you can.
I have
It's not just doesn't
3
die with you.
suppressors and a fully automatic submachine gun. Yeah, they're
Doxed.
on the NFA trust. Yeah.
But currently, federally and in Texas at least, yeah, if you leave property, that doesn't go through a NICS check. That's not a transfer from a person to another person. That's from an estate. That's a deceased. It's not the same thing. That's what some people want, though, is to the recipient to have to go fill out paperwork, build up that registry that we're not supposed to have, kind of like with private sales.
But on the same token, if my offspring is a repeated felon who also happens to be in and out of mental institutions throughout the course of their lifetime, should that person just inherently get my AR?
Here's the thing: the transfer would be legal, but for him to possess them would be illegal. He's a prohibited person at that point. Which I think felons, depending on the felony, there should be a path for felons to get Qs back. Yeah, I'm deep on that.
Unless you committed a violent
depends
crime,
on.
but that's a whole different story, right?
Yeah,
Like,
depending on what you did
yeah.
for most of it,
Yeah, a gun crime, probably that would be the one exception.
If
right?
you've
I
written
think.
or just
several
take a lot
bad
longer.
checks to the
Yeah.
purpose of felony, okay, fine. Let's talk about restoration.
Sure. No, I absolutely agree with that. I feel like once you've done your time, I think there's a good chance that recidivism would lower drastically if we stopped treating felons like permanent felons, right? Like once you've paid your price, then we move the fuck on, as opposed to you having to put that on every single job application you ever fill out for the rest of your life. Right. Like, but on the same token, there are some crimes that are so egregious that I feel like, well, maybe that person should never. So again, I feel like we could have a reasonable conversation about that.
If it was that bad, they probably got the death penalty or permanently incarcerated, though, eh?
I mean,
Depending on where you're at. Depending on how bad it was. I mean, if it's that bad.
No, time out. Random tangent, right? Random tangent. Under the current U.S. legal system, because of the number of mandatory appeals, no, the United States death penalty system is not effective for the taxpayer. Okay, am I saying that some crimes don't warrant the permanently? Am I saying that some crimes don't warrant you permanently being removed from society? No, I'm absolutely not any way, shape, or form saying that. No, but because of what it costs the United States taxpayer, I'm not for it, as it sits.
And you got an agree from Casey, so
there are
the
some people
left
who are
and right
irredeemable who should be removed from society for the crimes that they do. 100%. The way that we do it, is it cost effective? No.
Speaking of those crimes against humanity. So this one should. This is going to be a hard pivot. I hope everybody's ready for this, because your head's gonna spin.
Diddy?
But
we're talking about Diddy.
No.
Sorry.
But it's a different famous person.
He did.
I agree with you.
Apparently,
if it's against kids, then yeah, absolutely. Time to a tree and burn the tree. But that said, Laurel,
use code GRUMPLE for
we were
30% off Predator brand wood chippers at Harbor Freight. Unrelated. No, that's not real. That's not a real code.
Go support your local equipment rental place.
That's it. That's all he's saying. He's just saying, just do your due diligence and keep your yard clear. So Grumple and I were discussing this a little bit before y'all came in. This was actually the opening conversation that I was having with him, and I'm safely gonna guess that Koina and Casey are both not Laura Loomer fans. But I'm curious, because Grumple didn't even know who I was talking about initially.
I was vaguely remembering, but
vaguely remembering. You don't know much about her. What about you?
Because
you don't. Okay, so just we've already established there's only one person in the room who voted for Trump, right?
Came out of nowhere and started saying crazy shit.
Yeah.
So she did start saying some crazy shit. You're not wrong there. And the thing is, Grumple was. Okay, so has everybody heard the most recent crazy shit that she said? The reason I'm gonna walk y'all through my thinking here. So for what this person said, It seems to me like it is such an egregious, un-American thing to say. Borderline criminal. These sound like fighting words to me. It seems to me like if there was ever a person who should lose their American citizenship over their political stances, it is somebody who says what this person says. Because I'm glad that I tried to find some people that I knew would be Laura Loomer apologists, but I was not able to find them. So it's not like I'm expecting y'all to necessarily be part of the pylon here. But the quote was, "Alligator lives matter. The good news is the alligators are guaranteed at least 65 million meals if we get started now." This was Laura Loomer. For those of you who do not know, Laura Loomer is literally in the ear of the king. Laura Loomer is riding on planes with Donald Trump, is regularly invited to private events with Donald Trump. She's literally got the ear of the king.
When did she say that, by the way? Just to clarify.
Yeah, no worries.
No, when?
It was on Twitter, June 30th, 2025. So 5 days ago, 6 days ago. It was in response to this Big Bill's building of the alligator Alcatraz. For those of you who do not know what the alligator Alcatraz is, it is a impromptu pop-up internment camp, I believe in the Florida Everglades, surrounded by hundreds of miles of alligator-infested swamps. Trump, I believe, was the one who originally coined the phrase, but I could be wrong about that, regarding the alligator Alcatraz. For those of you who do not know, Alcatraz was oftentimes lauded as being so unescapable because it was surrounded by shark-infested waters. So even if you do get past the guards and get past the walls, you're still going to have to swim a long ways through sharks, and you're probably not going to make it. So
except Sean Connery.
Except Sean Connery, that's correct. Well, and kind of Nick Cage, but I mean, Nick Cage just did the...
No, he didn't escape.
Yeah, he didn't escape. He took one straight to the grill. But
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. That's the rock. Anyway, so for her to say this, for those of you who do not know, 65 million just happens to coincide with the number of Hispanic Americans, not illegals, not even like immigrated naturalized citizens or people on green. It is literally the entirety of the Hispanic population in the United States, 65.2 million. So this woman is literally saying that if we get that going soon, we can try to deport or intern every person of Hispanic heritage into this Everglades internment camp, so that we can, in her words, hopefully give those alligators a meal. So she is calling for the internment of an entire race of naturalized, oftentimes natural-born American citizens based on their ethnicity. Like, how is that in any way something that... How is that not fighting words, first of all, but second of all, or a call to violence, but second of all, how is that not inherently un-American? One thing that I also didn't hear any of you guys say when we were talking about about American ethos and what it means to be an American is immigration. To me, immigration is fucking key to being American. Every single person here, unless you are First Nations people, you immigrated here. Okay, even if you did fight that war, Grumple, or the people who came after that war was fought, this country is entirely immigrants, whether you were Italian immigrants, Irish immigrants, or fucking wherever you're from. So the very core of, like, Ellis Island for the longest time was the idea of what it meant to be American. The fact that we have this open, this border, it's not so much a border as it's an invitation. Give me you're tired, you're weak, you're hungry. What's the fucking quote? So for this lady to say that we need to get rid of people who are in this country because of their skin color or ethnicity is about as un-American as you can get. Do we all agree with that? This should be an easy softball. Yes. Huddled masses, thank you. Yeah, and all that. So I heard Casey say yes. Grumple, do you agree that that is un-American? to call for the internment of any group of people in the United States? Like, for instance, I don't know, the Japanese citizens during World War II. Would you consider that to be an un-American act?
I was just gonna bring that up.
Oh, I know.
I'm
I got it.
I'm not offended by it. Even though I'm a Hispanic, yeah, it sounds like I'm looking for it right now. Does anybody have the link to the tweet? Because there's.
I got a image of it, but I don't have a link to
an
it
image
now.
as well. I couldn't get the link because I'm betting she probably realized she got shit on for it. So cheers everybody. So she probably took it down, is my guess.
I don't think she's the type to take it down, but maybe.
If anybody has the link.
Yeah, there's two different
May I
ones
read
that
it?
I'm finding.
Yeah,
Is
she's saying like 2 hours ago. Now it's 65 million illegals is what she means.
no, there's a different tweet too, alleged tweet. Says it looks like it's supposed to be a haiku, but it's not quite correct. Alligator Alcatraz feeding illegals to the gators. Period. Next line. We need more of this energy. On June 30th, allegedly June 30th, 1:59 p.m.
So
let's
just
look
for
for-
context, we're going to try to give her the benefit of the doubt and presume that she's just so dumb that she thinks that there's 65 million illegals in the country. Just coincidentally, that number also reflects the Hispanic population.
I mean, if it's paired, if the two tweets are paired together about the Alcatraz, talking about illegals seems like that's what it is. Which, that's kind of close to where the number where I think it's at. The official number is like 22 million or something.
Or Discord, I mean.
You think
Very
that
specific
20%? You think that 20% of the United States population is illegal right now? You honestly believe that if you walk down the street, 1 in 5 faces you see is illegal? That's true. That's what you believe, Grumple? And no, hold on.
No, they're in certain
Specifically
areas,
illegal
but
Hispanics. Right. Okay. So in those certain areas, you would say that there is such an imbalance.
Why
in those areas
Hispanics?
that it-
What? No, but why are Hispanics? I'm talking about the population of illegal. That includes H-1B
Okay.
visa, or visa overstayers and people crossing the border. Not all Hispanics, but that's
Okay. You believe that 1 in 5 people in the United States right now is here illegally.
Well, it would change the ratio, okay? So if you're adding, 350, 370-ish, somewhere million population total, add 60 to that, and then make that, check your new fraction on that.
Let's call it a nice round, 420? So let's say 420
Okay.
million people in this country, and you believe that 65 million of them are illegal. Somebody good with the math, please tell me what percentage is that? Like 15%? You think
Calling
that?
me out as an
You're
Asian
really
guy.
good. 15.5.
Thank you.
I mean, that's
so
plausible.
One in 6 people that you see.
not
illegal.
1 in 6 people that you see. They're not evenly dispersed, and you're not going to see a lot of them. That includes sex trafficked.
They're hiding in the walls.
They're hiding in the
Oh,
shadows,
okay.
you see.
Okay.
Is that heavy?
Are the illegals in the room with you right now?
Are they blink
Can you-
twice if you're safe?
Are they? What are the illegals
Just
saying right
blink
now?
twice. So. Did the illegal touch you in a place? No. Okay. Show me on the doll. Anyway. Okay. So you don't believe that what she said was inherently directed. You
hang
truly
on.
do believe you want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Yes.
No, here's
Hanging.
this
I'm holding.
side
Shit, we
chat.
lost-
Side chat. This
something.
is on her Twitter currently from 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I posted the actual tweet too.
2 hours ago. Oh, did you?
Yeah, same channel.
Looking on the channel, and I don't see
Hotbox Live.
No, in the side chat. Oh, I can use the side chat right now. Yeah, no, this is one that I'm just scrolling down. This is like the 3rd or 4th one down from 2 hours ago. She's saying 65 million.
It's real convenient that she picked that number and then now she comes out
Hold
after all
on,
the
I'm gonna read a
If-
different tweet from
I mean,
her,
maybe
if I may,
it's cope, maybe it's
if I may,
damage control.
Yeah, go.
If
Let us
Kamala
hear it, Casey.
Harris wins the White House, the White House will smell like curry, and the White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, and the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end of
Yeah.
the call. Nobody will understand that. I mean, she's got.
Is
a
that
history
on-
of-
So I actually, that is Grumple. That is the one I told you earlier. I wasn't going to say on stream. That is the rest
Oh.
of that.
Yeah, you
tweet.
probably
Don't
shouldn't have
answer your
said that on
phone.
stream.
Okay,
That's career.
it's a quote, and you were clear. But yes, she. I told you it had to do with how the White House was going to smell. There was a whole lot more to it. What was the part about the call center, Casey?
I would. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay.
It's something to do with Kamala. But let me say that I don't care that much. But there's a history of some racism comments. But if you're making a joke, I actually don't care that much. I really don't. She's obviously a bit racist,
First Amendment.
but I don't think it should be like national news. Honestly.
I mean,
Wait, is she in Congress now?
I don't
A
think
funny
she's
thing
ever
too is
for that.
somebody
I don't think she
said
was either, but I'm not sure.
no. So somebody said at Grok, could these numbers be accurate if you consider refugees who have asylum status? Grok says no, these numbers are inaccurate, even including refugees with asylum status who are legal immigrants. Main Street estimates Pew MPI put unauthorized immigrants at 11 to 12 million in 2025, with conservative sources saying up to 18 million. That's incorrect. They were saying 18 million before Biden. Like they were saying 18 million before. They were saying 18 million during Obama. So that number can't. It has to be more
They deported,
of
right?
that we
They
know
deported
about.
some, and some became naturalized. Most likely.
That we know
Tom
about.
was a deporter in chief.
Yeah, he was 100%. But that was the numbers.
so-
That was the rough numbers of that we know about. That doesn't and the number could be much higher. So I mean, follow me here. If during the Biden years, we got up to like sometimes 200,000 that we know about a month. Yeah, some of them, maybe
That's
some of them
not-
left on their own.
Yeah.
That's
In
not
some
necessarily-
months.
Yeah, those are
Yeah, no, that was I don't.
There's a lot of back and forth
The-
that happens.
there's-
I mean, that,
Yeah, there is, but I mean, it's concerted efforts by the cartels. They do massive distraction over here to do their logistics over here. So they take up the border patrol, and they take up all the resources, all the assets, and then go do their business over here. And they know where all the stuff that's watching is. They have a lot of operational support. We'll say they do a lot of. I mean, they're not just doing shit willy
Talking
nilly.
about the cartels.
They have paramilitary, yeah.
Well,
they're
didn't they,
using
hold
these-
the government hostage over one of their prisoners.
Oh, probably.
Like they fought the law and they won. So
So things like the
it
Biden
was-
administration.
What's his name's son?
The things like when the Biden administration, or when any government, United States government administration is advertising, hey, we're not going to prosecute. We're like, would you like, yeah, you probably come on in, and you've got all these processes in place where you've got lawyers that try and help, but regardless of who you think shows up to their amnesty hearing or not, you have people that aren't claiming you got the people who aren't claiming asylum. You got the ones that come across like, oh hey, I'm asylum. They all aren't asylum. A, come on, get real. And then B, you've got the ones that aren't, and especially those ones that aren't crossing of their own free will either. And the ones wristbands, that's a big thing. It was brought up in Congress. I think it was the Senate. I want to say Ted Cruz did it. But yeah, they that's which cartel owns you essentially.
I'm not.
Is that just like the Bulls own MS-13?
No, it's which cartel
Oh,
you owe money
MS-13
to.
owns-
Or, yeah, that
And
icon, yeah.
Hmm?
That's what they said. Abrego Garcia was a gang member because of his clothes, his Chicago Bulls
Because he was
cap.
wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and his tattoos,
Oh.
his knuckle tats. Can't forget those. It says
But
right
no,
there.
the
MS-13.
informant said that it was because of that Chicago Bulls. The tattoos were after.
Yeah, exactly. The Chicago Bulls hat was what was the
Was the
probable
reason, yeah.
cause. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure how we got all the way down that rabbit hole, but I've got a couple more questions, and we're on the last home stretch here. Again, I want to thank every single one of y'all for hanging out. I've enjoyed the hell out of this conversation. So, all right, so where nobody's willing to stand behind Laura Loomer, we all can agree that what she said was fucking dumb, and even Gronk.
If it's true.
Quote again? Is there a quote that I can
Yeah,
read?
yeah. No,
Yeah,
I will
linked it
read
in
the
chat.
exact
Or
quote.
wait, she doesn't have access. One second.
Yep, no, this she should. She's in the Discord channel. She's a streamer. She should have access. Alligator lives matter. This was the one from June 30th, the original quote or the original tweet. Alligator lives matter. The good news is alligators are guaranteed at least 65 million meals if we get started now. That was the original quote in regards or that I'm bringing up. So she chose this number that AI from that Elon's AI refutes, and I know that Grumple believes that the number 12 million that is estimated from the AI bot is
wildly
ridiculous
wrong.
to him. Sure, but you believe that it is like 4 times that high. Again, you believe that 1 in 6
Very
people
possibly.
in this country right now is illegal, like
Very
statistically.
possibly.
And it's
Very
just
possibly,
ironically
yeah.
the same amount
Complete
of...
coincidence. Complete
Oh, yeah,
coincidence.
okay.
Koina. Yeah, no, it's a coincidence that it's the same number as the actual population of Hispanics in the United States. That's just a coincidence. All right.
I'm not offended.
There are. Yeah. All right. So, anyway, that does shock me, but at least we can all agree that the other thing was bad about the curry and the call centers. Like we can all get on board that one was completely fucking out of pocket. No, maybe not.
Well, here's a tweet from Laura Loomer too. I stopped caring what people. This is from 4 hours ago. She is on fire with the Twitter. Like she's putting in work on Twitter.
She's an influencer.
Engagement pays.
I stopped caring what people
Exactly. She
thought
has
many
everybody's
years
undivided
ago.
attention.
I don't really care if people are offended. Life is better when you don't care about how other people feel when you speak the truth. If they don't like me, they don't need to follow me. It's called freedom of speech. And that was in response to somebody saying, sometimes better not say anything at all, Laura. Your supposed joke was in poor taste. I'm not sure what that one exactly is in reference to, though.
Who was the one that said that thing about death? Like, oh, well, we're all gonna die or something. And that got big backlash.
Oh, about Medicaid being cut? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this? I did not hear this one.
You didn't hear that, bro?
No.
That was
Somebody
everywhere.
please
I
bring
forget
it.
who it was. Does anyone know who that was?
No, it was some guy was saying, yeah, we all die someday,
That
or
was a
something
chick.
pretty much like that.
I
Yeah.
thought it was a
Or was it?
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's a chick. And then she came on to apologize, and she's like, "Next time I'll let you guys know."
Joni
that
Ernst?
there's no either.
Oh.
Joni Ernst is what Boba says in chat. So I'm not familiar. I did not hear anything about this. If anybody has the link, that would be dope. I appreciate you. So, again, like I said, I was about to move past this. So this is something that I have actually proposed before, and I'm gonna put it out there. I have changed my positioning somewhat on this of late, although I still hold to the idea. I understand why we can't do it, why it's impractical and why it's bad, but I still feel like the core idea is important. It was Joni Ernst, and it says, in response to Medicaid cuts, she was like, well, everyone dies.
Yeah, I have a
Okay.
PBS article
Pre-
about it right here.
Pretty succinct.
Toka, your volume got a lot lower.
Yeah, I actually,
sorry,
I
I'm
turned.
probably not in the mic. Oh,
There you go.
You adjusted me.
I did for the stream, anyways. People are not. Well, we all going to wait. When someone in the crowd yelled that people will die without coverage, people are not. Well, we are all gonna die. So for heaven's sakes, folks. So for heaven's sake, she really likes that frame. What you don't do is listen to me when I say that we are going to focus on those that are most vulnerable, Ernst went on. Those that meet the eligibility requirements for Medicaid, we will protect. So while the we are all going to die, I mean, if you take it out of context, that sounds like a super dickish thing to say. But if you put it within context, I mean, it's like she was trying to go down the right path, I think.
It was?
Fuck, I was about to say, am I doing the same thing? I'm doing the Laura Loomer thing,
don't-
right? I'm justifying. Yeah,
Well,
no, you're probably right.
Yeah, I don't see what context that's not just like an outrageous statement.
No, it is. Yeah. Those that meet the eligibility. Well, she's saying that
totally
those that meet the
full.
eligibility requirements will be protected.
And as far as the
Like-
people that aren't protected, they're gonna die, but everyone dies, so it's okay.
I see. Okay, I understand.
Everyone
get it.
dies.
Cool with
Everyone
that.
poops.
Yep. Nope. I'm caught up now. I understand the context. This morning.
Wait,
trying to finish
Casey, do
this
you
quiet
poop?
Part out loud.
I do.
Oh,
I don't.
Even
I do.
VTubers poop.
Oh yeah.
See,
why I
that's-
don't have,
that's where I was
pants on the
going.
Model just drops right out the bottom.
Sure. And especially given the idea that we should probably want. So I'm just curious to our libertarians present or the people, because I've been told that I don't get to use that term anymore, even though I didn't self-assign it. I did not choose this term. It was put upon me.
and I pulled your card away.
You have taken that stamp off of my card, and that's fine. Either way, do you believe that there should be no Medicare, Medicaid at all? Because to me, that's the pure libertarian argument, right? And just so you know, I'm ready with my eraser here, Grumple. If you answer incorrectly, do you believe that Medicare and Medicaid should be dissolved? Libertarian?
There's okay with the
You're stuttering,
caveat.
what you're doing.
Yes, with a caveat of safety net. Okay, and like permanent disability.
It is the safety net.
Okay, no, I mean
Like-
temporary safety net. We have way too many entitlements and social programs for that at the federal level. If states want to do those or localities want to do those, cool. Not the federal government at
Why
all,
not?
because it's out of scope for the federal government to do that.
Congress.
It has nothing to do with
not-
national
not-
security. It has nothing to do with states interacting with each other. Tell me how the under scope for federal government.
Can I go?
Oh, I thought you wanted to high five me.
We can always do better. No. We can touch tips later, but right now I want to answer your
Oh.
question. So our government, in my mind, is here to enshrine to ensure three things: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What's the first one, Grumple? Your access to life. If you do not have the money to afford medical care, then it literally means that you're too poor
No.
to live. Our government is there to ensure our ability to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. Well, it used to be property. I get that. Whatever. The point is,
Yeah, you can
that
pursue
those
it. That
three
doesn't mean they're going to
things-
pay for it. So I disagree with you
they're not
fundamentally on
supposed to-
that.
They're supposed to ensure.
They're not
it.
supposed to. No, they're not. No, that's not protecting your right to pursue life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. No, the way they
mean, no.
by not taking away things. That's how they protect it. Not paying for thing. That's a positive right. The government is full of it's negative rights. It's protections from the
Let me interject
government.
One thing.
Go, Tim.
It's a power given to Congress by the Constitution. It's not like a Bill of Rights, like constitutional right given to the people. It's the powers of the purse. They have congressional authority to pass legislation to spend the money to create Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and
And I'm saying it's out of scope
That's
entirely.
how they have the power. That's how they
It's
have the
not.
power to do so.
It's your
but-
opinion.
Well, right, but within the framework of the Constitution, I still don't understand how you don't believe that the protection of those three things is inherently the purpose of the federal government.
No, not protection of those three things. It's not interfering with those three things.
Has a right to those things.
Because you have, we're not
Yeah, the
allowed.
state can't
That-
stop you from doing
No.
those things. He's right.
That the state
right.
cannot stop you. They cannot take away your right to do these things. That doesn't mean you get stuff from the government. That's not what that means.
Well, I don't like that.
That's
I
poopy
don't
icky.
like that at all. That's poopy icky. I say fie on you, sir.
What about foe
Did
and
you send
bum?
back the stimulus checks?
You can pay more taxes if you want to. I consider the stimulus checks, hey, just me getting some of my taxes back.
Did they have the authority to pass that?
Gives us lots of things.
They do.
They passed a lot of
It
things that I
builds
think are out of
things,
scope.
It gives us things. If it
My
is
roads.
a right, it is if the American people decide that healthcare is a right, then it's obviously
It's still out of scope. Congress
Right.
passes all kinds of shit that's out of scope for the federal government to do. That's just because they do it doesn't mean it's in scope. I think it's incorrect.
Okay,
What
what do you
I'm
mean by
saying-
in scope? Real quick.
Like
I-
what
I-
the federal government is
the
supposed to be doing.
If the American people think that it is a right, then it becomes a right.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Well,
It becomes
Affirmative
law,
action.
but that doesn't mean it's a right. Your rights end where mine begin, and if you're taking away my right, if you're taking away my money,
We're taking away your rights. You're
No,
having the same rights.
You're wrong.
if you're
I-
taking away my right to pursue happiness by taking away my money, that's you infringing on my rights. So
Your
that's
rights
where I think
begin
it
where
stops.
the American people believe they should begin. That's it.
No, that's mean,
Mr.
that's-
Might makes right. Mr. That's just
Yeah.
how it is.
I mean that's how
You can leave-
you can make an observation of that's how it is now, and I'm disagreeing with that and saying it's out of scope. And we're this is not in you're making a you're we're not in contention right now. You're making an observation about how things are, which is what I did earlier, or not exactly, but that's kind of where you're on track to. And I'm saying I don't agree with it, which is what exactly I said, because I think it's out of scope.
So let me ask you. I want to hear that question again. What is in scope? What informs your idea of the government's actual responsibilities and scope? And what do you mean? What do you think that scope is?
Critic has a
If
good
you
point, actually.
if you want to go
Healthcare depends
Madison-
upon another person's skill and ability. We don't have a right to that. That is
Yeah.
true, critic. That doesn't mean that we're taking it away. We're just going to pay for it as a group. We're not
well,
saying
taking
we're
away
taking away
money.
We can't force someone to admit
To
care
work
that
for
they don't have
free.
the qualifications that can do
Sure.
it, you know what I mean?
But you can force,
but-
hey, if there's no medical care, if there's no medical providers here, are you going to force a doctor to move there? Like, hey, somebody has to go move here. Or are you going to just keep upping how much it's going to pay until somebody decides to move there? Either way, so to answer the question, national defense, dealing with interstate disputes of interstate commerce. And there's one third one that is in scope for federal government. Otherwise, things that aren't specifically in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, otherwise it's 10th Amendment. It's if it's not explicitly stated here of things that the federal government deals with, then it's on states to do that.
You
Real quick. They actually did incentivize people to go out to those rural areas through
Yeah.
Medicaid.
And
Do you
that's
believe in
a waste.
self-determination? That the people can be have the right to be governed under the laws that they choose,
that's
and simply
that you
American
do
people want
consent to the
this-
governed.
considering this. If the people think that this should be a right, then it is a right.
Well,
Because that is the self-determination of the people being governed by their government. They choose the rules.
well, no, there's still only a few rights, and that's things that
Well-
cannot be taken away from you.
I agree with Grumple 100% on that too. You were talking about the powers that Congress has from the Constitution. What can you list those again?
Yeah, I was going to say, which part of the Constitution does it outline that? Because I know I've read it as well, but I don't
It's
remember.
Article 1, Section 8.
Article 1, Section 8.
Power to levy taxes, power of the purse. So they
I'm going to
can-
just read it
they
out
can
loud real
tax
quick.
you, and they can spend the money. I don't know how any
Yeah.
of that is outside of those two
But
scopes.
there wasn't a personal income tax until 1918, I think it was.
That doesn't matter.
So yeah, I'm just
At
as
all.
an aside. No.
Article
was a
1,
temporary-
Section 8. General welfare. The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Taxing power, spending power. So that's number one in this this part is the ability to take and spend money. I was of the impression that it was unconstitutional for them to take taxes. Cause 2, borrowing, to borrow money on the credit of the United States. So again, they're able to borrow money. Something I was of the impression was against the law or against the Constitution. Clause 3, commerce, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. So that was one of them that you mentioned for the interstate commerce. Under that, the subs here. You know what? Actually, I'm going to put this.
Fun fact. That's how the NFA gets its teeth too. It's under the Interstate Commerce Clause. That's the only way it works.
So the folks can see what I'm. That's actually a shit.
Technically, if like a suppressor, if a suppressor is manufactured and stays in Texas and it's even sold in Texas, the NFA shouldn't have any teeth on it. But that's not how it's working. That's just how it should be, based on what it was built on or what gives it teeth.
So,
do you agree with that or not?
Well, the NFA having teeth for things that happen inside the state? No.
The keeping it in the state thing.
Oh no, 100%. Texas has had a lawsuit. I don't recall hearing if it resolved. There were two big ones. The Florida, the full auto with the guy who had like a card with a drawn like auto sear on it. Essentially, he caught a felony for that. And then Texas had a lawsuit to make made in Texas and stay within Texas suppressors legal in Texas.
Okay, so okay, so the subtexts there: historical background, modern doctrine, dormant commerce clause, state taxation, foreign Indian tribes. Okay, so there's sub, but I'm just looking at the top. Uniform laws to establish an uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. Naturalization, children, denaturalization. So this is definitely not in the three things you mentioned there, Grumple. Clause 5, standards to coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard
coin
of
money,
weights and measures. So they're the ones who are allowed to create that. But this is within that same article, Article 1, Section 8, enumerated powers, right? That's what we call this. Counterfeiters. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. Clause 7, post offices. This is definitely a bunch more than just national defense, interstate commerce, when the third one you couldn't remember. Post offices, to establish post offices and post roads. So I guess that's where they have the authority to be able to, not just the USPS, but they also have to have the road infrastructure for the USPS.
Yeah, that's what post roads, which that's arguable. What I'm saying is that's arguable. I mean, roads, is that interstate? It is part of interstate, especially at the time that was kind of part of interstate commerce. Because communications.
If I'm mailing a letter,
kinda, sorta. The argument that's
Fair.
I believe
Okay,
that was
that
why
one still
you have to.
Sorry,
You gotta
the
get into Federalist and
about-
Anti-Federalist papers.
The
and
thing
Madison's
about the
notes.
coin is interpreted literally, so it has the power to like literally make the money, but not like not invent it out of nowhere. It's always in exchange. But like they have the physical printers or whatever, but they're like maybe they're like replacing old monies or giving
Or
people money. For
adding gold to the Federal
what was the
Reserve and then
regulation
printing
around
money
that?
to represent it.
The Fed is the institution that invents the money. But the Congress is just like they have the stamp, they have the print, they have the physical printer. That's how that's
It's
interpreted.
under the Treasury. The Treasury is
Yeah, the
where
Treasury.
physically made money.
Correct.
So,
yeah.
so real quick, I just want to go back to something and shout out to Jimbo Slice for this one. But within the scope, the healthcare is not a national security issue?
Nope.
Is the general well-being of the populace not a national security issue?
No.
You don't think so? Okay. How
Is
do you
general
define national
well-being
security?
Providing healthcare to everybody makes us
Making sure that the
more
populace
national
is
security?
healthy makes us more secure as a nation. 100%. Let's talk
Feels
about
like a
COVID,
stretch.
right? Well, let's talk about
Okay.
COVID. If we had more general health care and general access to medical access, is it not safe to say that we would have been less likely to be as when China stopped sending us face masks? How fucked were we for a little while there, right? Or for that matter, when we were still trying
Turns out
to
not very
figure
much at
out-
all. Just saying. Remember?
Touche.
How many people died in the U.S.?
So I don't remember the numbers, but I also do have to admit that I know that those numbers were somewhat inflated because, and this was admitted by the left, this was admitted by the industry, that they were putting COVID onto the death certificates of people who were dying of things that were very unlikely related to it. So like if you died with
Comorbidities.
kidney failure, yeah, comorbidities. If you died of kidney failure but had COVID, you went onto that list of numbers. So that numbers list is somewhat flawed. But
If you got in a
again, I'm
car
not trying
wreck
to be-
and died,
yeah,
but
exactly. There were
you
examples
tested
of
positive,
that.
or even if not, I mean, hey, yeah, just put it on. Why not?
So
Because they get more money. Follow money. Follow the money.
Oh, I see. I was confused. I don't understand how you were able to even see this. Badoomf. But there you go. Welcome in, Game Boy. Welcome back, I guess. And then welcome in, Boba. Don't worry, Game Boy won't be here for long. He never is. Okay, so
sounds like a threat.
I just I appreciate the follow. No. He's the popular girl at the dance who just floats around being a social butterfly. So you never actually have his ADD attention for more than like 15 minutes at a stretch. It's always fun when it lasts. I'm sorry, say that again. You're super quiet. Oh, because I have you really low.
Battlefront right now.
There you go. See, told you the ADD. So, and welcome in,
I
Boba.
lost.
So, I want to finish these though. Intellectual power, just because these are the scope. These are the actual enumerated powers. This is the scope of the government according to the Constitution. You do like the Constitution, right, Grumple?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
cool.
think everything that it's under here was kind of so the intellectual property. I mean,
Yep. To promote, I was just about to
but-
read that one. So to promote the
oh,
progress
you
of
didn't get there
science
yet.
and useful
Okay.
arts. Yeah, no, I was on that one. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries. I'm blown away that copyright law is in the fucking Constitution. That actually shocks me.
They've been passed for a long time.
I didn't realize that this was the core of that copyright laws came from the Constitution. So to promote progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So fair use. Do you had a point you were about to say there, Grumple? It sounded like you're against this.
Well, as a clarifying point, the funny thing is about that is supposed to be temporary, but you realize how Disney movies get re-released about every 10 years? It's to renew that. It's to reset the timer by releasing something transformative or derivative or changed so that now it refreshes the timer. That's why you can't draw a Mickey Mouse and use it because it's not public domain.
You can't even draw the three circles.
Wait,
bro. You can't even
actually,
draw the
I think.
three circles, I
Wait,
believe.
wasn't there a thing really recently where specifically Mickey fell into public domain?
Yes, I was about to say because of Steamboat Willie.
Yeah.
I wanted to say one thing about what Casey said about the only able to coin and not doing the other stuff. Can you go back and look at, I think it's clause 5.
Clause 5, standards to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and
Regulate
of
the
foreign
value
coin,
thereof.
and fix the standard of weights and measures. So that the regulate the value thereof, that's the Fed, right?
Yeah.
No, what?
They
Hang
can
on. No,
adjust and
what that
regulate the value of money.
what that means, okay, is there still has to be something of value, or at least at this time, we were on the gold standard. Like, there's this amount of gold, and this many dollars equals this much gold. That's what that means to regulate the value of it, and that could be changed. That's why in 1964, under Nixon, we changed from wait, was it? No, it was at 1970 under Nixon when we got off the gold standard. Wait, am I that backwards?
Real quick,
It
I can
was
actually
Nixon
read
LD.
the
Was
subtext.
early
Not off
70s.
that. How did
Yeah,
they get off
it
it
was-
if it was in the Constitution?
Yeah,
Well,
so
changing the
let me
value.
read it. This is the actual wording. So let me just read it super quick. Because Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the Constitution prohibits the states from coining money, the Supreme Court has recognized Congress's coinage power to be exclusive. The Supreme Court has also construed Congress's power to coin money and to regulate the value thereof, to authorize Congress to regulate every phase of currency. Congress may charter banks and endow them with the rights to issue circulating notes, and it may restrain the circulation of notes not issued under its own authority. To this end, it may impose a prohibitive tax upon the circulation of notes of state banks or municipal corporations. So it says right there what it means by regulate the value thereof. So, for what it's worth, I mean, we can now argue about what we think they mean, but that's what they said they mean.
What does this have to do with like, what does it mean to be an American? Just
Well,
Arguing about
because
taxes.
Thank you. Yeah, I was duped into coming on this show by the
Constitution.
we got into debate bro mode.
Because we in our outline of that prompt of that question, you said, or maybe it wasn't you.
Yeah.
Somebody repeated that belief in the Constitution. I guess the gentleman who's gone, IP, was the one who probably said it the loudest.
I want to say it was
Constitution and the support.
Horseman.
I don't think that's
Horses.
what an American means. Kind of dumb.
No. Okay. So I can go back and play back everybody's answer, but I guess since we've got two new people, I never actually asked the core prompt. Let's circle it back now. You first, Game Boy, since you obviously think that our assessments have been dumb. What does it mean to you to be an American?
Well, I don't really. Well, to outline first, I think
you are American, correct? I guess I've never clarified this.
I've lived in Texas my entire life.
So you were born here. You are an American, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Go on.
For now.
Got a little bit 1/12 Mexican.
We'll see how far back it goes, bro. Don't worry, that's coming. Go on. Your idea of American.
I don't think it's to the belief in the Constitution, because I think that's the exact opposite of the purpose of the Constitution. If you were to be critical of the Constitution, you were doing exactly what the founders were doing. The Federalists came with the anti-Federalist, and you can't just go along with every single amendment as if it's holy scripture. I think we should keep to a limited government, but I don't think we should keep to the limited government provided to us. And I think if we're going to say, unlike the Europeans or unlike almost every other country in the world, that we have to pertain to some values to being an American, which I could have my debates about that, like, rigid kind of definition, but then it can't be we hold to those values and one of those values is the Constitution. We should hold to the value of constitutionalism, probably, as pertaining to limited government. But I think there's many different parts about the current Constitution that I'm critical of. I would say I don't like the income tax amendment that was brought up, but being critical of that can mean that we want to repeal certain amendments, like prohibition, and we should also try to strive for new amendments, or to be critical of how the government's being run, because that's not what it means to be an American. We're not a nation of a government. We're a nation separate of the government that should influence the government to govern it properly. So I don't think what it means to be an American is being loyal to the nation before any government or any authority. And that's what the founders were. We were loyal to us and our autonomy separate from Britain. And we were loyal to expanding our nation westward. And should be loyal now and onward to a nation separable from the government.
So real quick then, just so that you know, now that, because you did come in a little bit late, and the reason we were talking about the Constitution specifically was because Grumple had said that the behaviors that we were discussing were beyond the scope of government as enumerated by
of the federal government.
The Constitution of the federal government, correct. So we were looking at what the Constitution says.
I don't think I said
is the actual scope of the United States government.
I don't think I specifically said as enumerated by the Constitution. I just said out of scope for the federal government.
Beyond
but
the scope. Well, and that's what I was about to say. I suppose that in hindsight, now listening to Game Boy talk, it seems like we needed to make a clarification between what beyond the scope of government versus what you think the scope of government should be. right? Because that's what you were saying, is you're saying that it's beyond what you believe the scope of government should be, as opposed to what the scope of government is as enumerated by the Constitution. As
Well,
you said, you didn't actually make that statement
under-
at the end. That was
well,
when you
under-
added that.
Yeah, under both of those categories, Medicaid isn't under either of those categories. It's no checkbox
But
here,
it
no
could
checkbox
be-
here.
But it could be
If-
as long as we get a new amendment, then it's
Medicaid.
going to be, because according to, and Medicaid, right? Exactly.
Well, that's what
But
you
because
said.
that's all, we're just talking about expanding Medicaid, right? That's when, or Medicare, Medicaid for all. It's Medicaid for all. I don't know the fucking difference, if I'm being honest with you.
Medicaid is already the
Well,
biggest
I-
line item on, I think, every state's budget. Just FYI.
Koina, can you give us the TLDR back of the napkin difference?
Medicaid, part of Title 16 of the Social Security Act. It is what you pay into, or wait, I don't remember which title. Medicaid is what you pay into on your taxes. Medicare is what is like is from the general fund. That is what, like when they're
unemployment and
talking about
SSI.
cutting things, it would be, that is SSI, yeah, pretty much
Okay.
that.
Okay, and then Medicare is the one that
What you
is
pay
entirely-
into, like SSDI, if you know that, the insurance
do
side
know.
of it. So it's like it's like Social Security retirement. It's part of the OASD fund, old age, survivors, disability insurance. That's what we're all paying into on our paychecks. So we fund that. The government collects that fund, and when you see it as like a debt line item, you're seeing them buying U.S. bonds. So they're just buying our debt. They're not like something we're paying for. If that
Gotcha.
makes sense.
Kind of. I think so.
SSI
So which one
is
is it?
from the general fund.
Which one is it that people want expanded to cover all people?
Medicaid,
Medicaid,
Medicaid.
for all.
I believe.
And that's the one that we that is tax funded,
Yes.
that we all pay into. It's
Yes.
basically like the government insurance.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, instead of having, because that's really to me what the Medicare for all or Medicaid, I keep fucking it up. So the Medicaid for all thing is instead of having all of these predatory third-party insurance agencies acting as a barrier between the patient and the healthcare, we would instead have the government have a equal, safe version of that for everybody. It's not necessarily that the government is paying for everybody's medical in any more of a way than an insurance company does. We would just be nationalizing insurance at that point, correct? Is that a fair way to summarize it?
Yeah.
You mean single payer?
Okay. Oh, okay. Whatever that means. I don't know why people.
That's
I never
nationalizing
understood that
insurance,
single
yeah.
payer. But I'm still paying into it on my fucking taxes. But I'm paying into just like I already am, right? Like Koina said, I am already paying for it. I'm just going to pay more so that I have access to it. What's wrong with that?
Medicare for all makes it so Americans will pay for less in health insurance.
Yeah, no, again, I hate numbers, but every time somebody has drawn out the fucking math for me, I'm like, okay, well, duh, why would we not do that then? And then somebody like, love you, Grumple, somebody like Grumple comes in and says, because that's out of the scope of government. And I said, well, yeah, but it saves us, it saves the fucking government money to do it this way. Why aren't we doing it this way?
Maybe we should. I mean, that calls into question: should we be doing it at all with the federal government, or should the states be doing that?
Why would the states do it?
According to the Constitution, we were just going through that. But okay, so I actually want to go back to what Game Boy said, because there was another thing I wanted to ask. Loyal to the nation. That's an interesting phrase. So what does that mean to you when you say the nation? Were you loyal to the nation regardless of, and no offense, I'm not doxing you, but I know you're not that terribly old, right? So you've only gone through a few administrations, right? But were you equally loyal to the nation when Joe Biden was in office as you were when Trump was in office, as you were when Obama was in office? Like, does your loyalty wane with the current administration and their behaviors? Or is your loyalty to the nation regardless of who is democratically elected?
I'm gonna be blunt.
I would ask
I
for
don't
nothing
It's not
less.
democratic.
I don't like the government, but it doesn't matter what kind of person's in charge of it. So my behavior, and I assume the vast majority of people's behavior, who are normal, sane, does not change from administration to administration. Now, how we may view the world might change, but I think whenever I act out my life, how I go to work, how I treat my family, and I treat my neighbors and everyone like that is all the same. And that's what matters. The people in the nation with a shared history, traditions, the way of going about their life is what it is. Like the mythos of like we love our history, love our country should not change whether it's Donald Trump, Joe Biden, George Bush, Woodrow Wilson. It just matters what you do and just as much what is loyal to the nation is voting for who you think is going to be the best for it. Although I don't really do that because I don't like either two of them, and that's basically all we got.
This is the problem. Here. Okay, nope. I like what you had to say there. All right, last one, Boba. Last one in. Give it to us. You've had the longest to think about it. What does it mean to you to be an American? You are an American. I happen to know you, so I know that is the truth.
Doxed.
Boba, did you fall asleep?
No.
Boba, can you hear me? Okay, you're there.
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
I did, yes, sir. I said
Oh,
so.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Cheers.
Cheers.
What does it mean to you to be an American?
Well, I think in these trying times, everyone has found, I don't think there's anyone exempt who hasn't found that they hold some contradictions. And we have to kind of wrestle with those and strive to live up to whatever ideals we do have. I think that it means that believing about freedom is not just about individual rights, and it can't only. It has to mean collective responsibility to care for one another, right? Fight for justice, make the country more equitable for not just ourselves, but future generations. And that means knowing our history, good and bad, still choosing to engage and dissent like we're doing here and protest and whatever and try to make things better. It's not blind patriotism, but it's like a stubborn hope or a stubborn desire that democracy can work if we work at it and show up for it. I don't know. That's
okay.
More or less my answer. Standing in solidarity with marginalized people. If you want me to just sum it up, I mean, I think that's what we kind of have a responsibility to do.
I feel like me and GRUMPLE both.
I go at it. Yeah, no, again, feel free, because I'm trying to figure out where I wrote down my notes, and I can't remember which one was my response to him. So
I didn't hear what
jump
Game Boy
in.
said. What'd you say?
He said that you and him both reacted. So.
Oh yeah, I choked on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't clip
tell us
that.
Why.
I don't like the idea that there's like you have a collective responsibility.
Can you turn up Game Boy?
I can't. I'm sorry.
No. I mean horseradish. If you can turn you up? Wait. Yeah, I got you at max on my end, buddy.
Yeah, it wouldn't improve on here, so unless you're listening to my stream, that's the only way you'd hear him. And
it just occurred to me like, wait, when you change the volume, it doesn't matter for me. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You had a good start. I just wanted to hear it better. Bro. I'll turn up. I'm not a tech.
Lower everybody else.
I disagree with the idea that you have a collective responsibility.
Oh, there you go.
Because I just crammed it against my face.
Yeah, no, we heard you. We heard you put it in your mouth, buddy.
Because that assumes that you have a responsibility towards people that you don't want to associate with. I think just as much a part of freedom is the freedom to associate with who you care or not to care.
Well, you don't have to associate with everybody personally, or anyone you don't want to.
Well, yeah, but I don't value people. Like, I have a different value system, then
You don't value a community?
yeah, I value certain people in a community, and I don't value certain people in a community. And
Well, that's not a
oftentimes
community. You don't get to unilaterally decide who's, like, you know, you can leave the community.
We've established that earlier.
You can influence it from within, but
Yeah,
you know, those are kind of your only options.
Not really. You can unilaterally kind of get people together to support.
Well, that's not
Like
unilateral by
different-
definition.
I don't really understand the definition, I guess. Just more of like, you get people together to form different communities based off of y'all's priorities and mutual responsibility for one another. You can have communities.
I
within
agree.
that bigger
We have
community.
that structure exists though as like different states that you can live in.
Yeah,
The
and
federal
then
government has a
different towns.
responsibility to take care of all the citizens that live in the country.
Well,
I-
not really.
I don't.
That's what we're saying.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, that's my disagreement, and I don't
Yeah,
think.
well, it's okay. We can disagree.
Yeah,
on that.
and we do
I
see
think
though
there
in
needs
the
to be a
Constitution-
baseline level of. I'm not a communist, but there needs to be a level of baseline, and I would stake it also on things like, you know, national security. Like
Wait,
the public health is obviously an issue of national security, of course. We saw that breakdown during COVID when we lost control of like supply chains and stuff like that. Like that obviously weakened us, weakened our military, weakened our ability to respond to threats. Like, of course, that's relevant.
But I think, and when you said freedom isn't just individual rights, then you can't. I don't think that's a clear definition of freedom because, like, if you say that we need
I'm not giving you a
support-
definition of freedom. I'm giving you a definition of what I think it means to be an American. That was the question I was answering.
Well, yeah, but you said freedom. It's clear freedom isn't just an individual rights thing. Am I mistaken?
In this country, I think absolutely it was about, you know, not living under a king and being able to make your own decisions. I'm not saying that having individual liberty and personal freedoms are bad things, but I think that we have some level of responsibility to take care of our neighbors and make sure that the most disadvantageous among us aren't left behind for
that used
moral
to be
and
what-
also
These-
very practical and pragmatic reasons as well.
Didn't that
Like, it's
used to
better
be
for
what
everyone.
the church community would provide, or the
Yeah,
neighborhood
and
community would
yeah, and
provide?
I think as much as I'm like an agnostic or whatever, like, and I don't go to like a typical church, that it is a shame that in America we got rid of having the, you know, or didn't get rid of, but you know, that there's been such a lessening of people going to church because it, you know, dogma aside, it did provide a community, a physical, you know, location and sense of community that hasn't really been replaced by anything. So I would like to see that replaced by just caring for our neighbors and our community on a level that doesn't require the dogma, because we've seen how much damage that has done over the years. That's just my
But
personal belief system.
Just taking shots at everybody.
I-
Good man.
I got to ask, which one outweighs? Like, do you think that the benefits of that community outweigh the negative effects of the dogma? And if so, does that
What, in
mean that
church?
you would? Yeah, would you advocate for a
what kind of
return to
church as a whole?
Sure, yeah, church as a whole. Like even a Unitarian church, right? Like whatever church. But do you advocate for organized religion then?
I don't
as a-
advocate for people to do. I don't advocate for people to have like certain belief systems. I don't really like as far as like, or I don't say any belief system, but like I don't advocate for people to like feel spiritually about God one way or another. That doesn't really. I don't really care about that.
But the benefit of the community is what I'm saying. Do you believe that
Yeah,
the
that's
benefit of the
important part, I
community?
think.
Okay.
Outweighs the damage that the
Correct,
dogma has done.
correct.
No, I think like mega churches and like to use
Rip Jimmy
just-
Swaggart.
just for, you know,
For those of you who
use
didn't hear,
Christianity
Jimmy,
as an
Jimmy
example.
Swag just passed.
So.
He's
Or
he's
just
a name
charitable
from my youth.
organizations. Or just charitable organizations then, even without churches.
What about him?
Anybody
Being a
can
member of
make a
charitable
501c3.
organization.
And a charitable organization, I mean, you get tax exemption, so anybody can register a 501c3. Actually, there are requirements. I looked into this because I had a few ideas I was going to do. You have to have like a board. After you have a board of directors, then
Sounds
you
so
can make your
nefarious.
organization. You can make your organization a 501c3 to get tax exemption status, but you have to be already doing the thing in order to start a 501c3. You have to already have an
sorry,
organization.
I missed. What's the connection to the community thing? I'm
Well, you can have
Make your own
charitable
church.
organizations. Well, no, not your own church, just your own charitable. Anybody can make a charitable organization. That's one of those, equality of opportunity. Everybody has that opportunity. You can make an organization. You can create an organization that's doing charitable things, and then you can get a tax exempt status just like a church. It doesn't have to be. I was saying. Well, no, I was saying no. There's a lot of
doesn't have to be a
501c3
church,
charities
but I'm
that are
just
not
saying
churches.
the-
Yeah, you can
have
make
to have
something
your
just
own-
like a church
your own
without the church
hub.
piece.
Correct. You can have your own hub of community, is what I'm saying.
You can make
So
your
I'm
own.
using the word church as a placeholder.
You can
So,
make it
correct.
radishhub.org and
There you go.
get all your videos
And
there,
then- and I'll have a dope ass temple, yo. Just so you know.
and a bomb Twitter presence.
So there's already enough cults in the state of Washington. For those of you who do not know, there's a city that's known for their, I don't remember what they're called, but they have a really funny long name, and they believe that there's a giant alien ship hovering over the state of Washington that is beaming information into their Swami's head. I don't remember her name, but this is common knowledge. If y'all look for like big cult Washington State, decided not to live near there, for the record. Anyway,
Search it on Radish Hub.
but-
Big juicy cults in your area.
but I support her right, and I also feel like I feel like a church as a business should be treated as such. So again, I know that's an uncommon or a hot topic, and Grumple disagreed with me last time we talked, so we're not going to fall down that rabbit hole, because that would be un-American to separate church and state, right?
Well, if it's for profit, if it is a business. If it is a not for profit, that doesn't mean people don't get paid.
If you're selling merch, your merch is taxable, but if you're just paying the bills, that should not be taxable. Like to make yourself a more opulent temple.
Mashallah.
Tithes aren't merch. So if you're saying that 501c3s shouldn't be able to sell merchandise for
T-shirt.
fundraising,
Correct.
but they can accept donations, and then the donos are not taxable, but selling merchandise. that's something to talk about.
I think
I don't think that's where we landed
as long
last
as you're
time.
using the proceeds for the charitable efforts.
Right. I'm not talking about how it is. We're talking about how it should be. But
No, I agree with that. Like, you should be able to sell your own merch if you're putting those proceeds.
That's what Horseradish was saying. Well, that's the premise that I just said of like, hey, the tithes or the donations.
You were against that.
And my premise was the tithes
Go ahead.
are exempt, but merch is not. And that's what Horseradish was like saying, and I don't think that's where we landed last time. But then, yeah, I mean, what if you're using the merch money for like more charitable things?
No, I'm saying that's what it is right now. That's the exemption. If they're selling merch and using it for charitable stuff, it's fine right now.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I agree. Yep.
It's just
there's just like
using it for a profit in the business side. Yeah, then it's
taxed.
Horseradish has
do it like the right way.
And Horseradish just has trouble, and I think a lot of people have trouble with a church having a private jet.
Yeah.
Yes. The Joel Osteens, the Jimmy Swaggarts, the Tammy Faye Bakers, like all of these names. Even
But how do
the
you?
Billy Grahams.
Is that registered to a nonprofit though?
To the church, yeah.
Nonprofits
I believe.
can't have a jet. It's for business activities. I'm just saying that's how it would be filed. Or whatever.
I thought the question was to Horseradish because
That was a
currently
very-
right
no,
now.
that was very conservative take there, Casey. Good job.
I was just I was saying that wasn't the.
No, you're right. You're right. The way to swat it down,
Hard.
homie.
No.
Are they not?
Trump.
Wait, Horseradish, are they not entitled to the sweat of their brow?
No, I get it. Oh fuck! Now that's the commie take too. God damn it, y'all are swapping. I can't take this. I'm too stoned for this. You can't do this to me at the end.
Oh,
Okay,
don't do them
so-
like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Okay, so the last question that I actually wanted to ask, and it goes back to we kind of tickled this earlier, but we didn't. I want to know how it's evolved, especially through this conversation, and based on each one of y'all, do you think that the American dream is still possible? George Carlin said it was you have to be asleep to believe it. Do you think it was ever real? And if it's not what it used to be, the idea of the bootstraps, the idea that you can pull yourself up, that you can do it if you try hard enough. What is the American dream now? Because clearly there's enough people who are willing to risk their lives to get here, even illegally. They're so fucking desperate, Grumple, to be an American like you, to have what you take for you don't take it for granted. I shouldn't say that. Most people take for granted. What a vast majority of Americans take for granted. These people are willing to risk their lives to try to get as close to it as they can. What is the American dream today? I'll start with you, Grumple. Do you think that the American dream is still attainable? And if not, what is it today?
Man, so to compare and contrast, we're all on the same page. It used to be house, suburbs, married,
2.5 kids,
2.5 kids, or whatever your fraction is. White picket fence.
What the American dream was, yes, the ability to retire and hopefully pass a better life to your children.
I mean, yes, you gotta step up your game though. Like you're not gonna do it. No, you're just not gonna do it on median salary. I think is somewhere in like the $50,000, $60,000 range for. Again, so go back. It used to be single income household on plausibly median income. Like a factory worker could support a family and have a house. That's just not a thing now, and that's
why
largely due to economic policies that the federal government has done. I think, well, devaluing the dollar and honestly, global trade operating at a deficit where so it's going back to the late 70s, I think, were the pins getting set up to where we're in the situation we are now, and for the past 15, 20, 25 years where it's a service and technologies and are the only thing in the United States, manufacturing offshored. That was like the things were getting set up then under Carter. And that's a much longer conversation to go into the details on that I don't want to do that tonight, but we can do that sometime in the future, man. I'd love to, and I got a few other people that could probably chime in on that specific conversation. But we were destined for it to get to where we're not making things at home, and the value of your purchasing power has gone in real dollars has gone down versus. Everybody harkens back to the 50s. Yeah, 50s, 60s, even early 70s. That was a thing. The single income, dad went off and made the money, support the wife and kids at home. That was the dream, right? Now it's the system is set up now to where it's not necessarily learn to code, but you have to have a skilled trade or something, or get into the next tier up, which is titled professionals, or the next tier up of our hierarchy now, which is different levels of government. Once you get into different levels of government, being a politician, or just different levels of government, that's when you start making the money to be able to afford the the house in the suburbs.
Those government jobs pay shit.
Not if you okay, so U.S. Congress people make $170,000. I mean, that's a pretty good salary, but that is not their net worth. Does not reflect that. That's how you get there. It's the power.
The average government job isn't great.
If we could redistribute the 50% of the wealth of the top 1%.
Yo.
Drop in the bucket.
To them, it's a drop in the bucket.
No, to everybody else, it's a drop in the bucket.
To the bottom 50%, that would be life changing. All we would have to do is implement some sort of pay caps, such as through taxation.
Wait,
you don't have
horseradish.
to pay tax. Yes.
I want to let you finish, but
Facts.
what kind of dollar amounts are you talking about now, and what do you mean by the redistribution?
We'll play the numbers game some other time whenever I have numbers, people. Like you said, you threw down the gauntlet, sir, and I accept.
Because I don't think what you're if you take the top 5%.
With me. I will bring my best communists with me, and you bring your best libertarians, and y'all can sword fight in the fucking alley like the goddamn
Have
capitalists.
basic numbers.
It's legal in Texas.
Source, if you have you said half of the wealth of the top 1%.
Yes.
So the
I
top
believe that was the
1%
numbers that I
hold
was told.
about 32% of 156, so about 50 trillion. So about like just under $25 trillion is what you're talking about making it.
About 25 trillion to the bottom 50%.
Wait,
That's not
in-
income
That's
though.
about 100.
That's not income. That's
and liquidating it.
Well,
So
no,
if
this isn't
I'm
just
actually
like,
talking
this isn't just
about
liquid cash. Yeah.
So Kay
Yeah.
Kay is actually the one who sold this, who sold
the
me
list
on
that you
this.
face.
And so I'm going to do my best to give his explanation, but instead of universal basic income, making it a universal basic services. This is what socialism in its purest form would look like, right? Is if we take that money, we recycle it to everybody's betterment, because even that CEO, as fucking gross as this is going to sound, it's true. They don't have to step over the people who are dying in the streets to get to their high-rise apartments, right? It would be a net benefit. Like, again, that's the most crass depiction of why everybody's net health is beneficial to everybody around us, right? This is the social contract. We live in a fucking group. We live in a community for the community's good. We understand that not everybody is going to work as hard as the rest of us, and it sucks, but we also can't just be like, well, fuck, sucks to suck, bro. Go fuck off and die, right? Like that.
That's
doesn't
where
sound
charitable
like
organizations come in.
Should come in.
That's where the ethics
and
come.
those charitable organizations, yes. But now think about what you're saying. So you are beholden to the generosity of that top 1%. What their their philanthropy, their philanthropy has to pay for the people who because.
Why would you say that? Other people give to charitable organizations.
Sure. But
you could start up a charitable organization to.
Required. And those exist.
And how do churches work?
Problem, are they?
I mean,
they exist and they're not fixing the problem, right? So again, we need a larger solution to the problem.
Which problem are you talking about?
The shit is broken. I'm talking about people that dying in the streets. People, all of it.
That's very vague.
Whatever is causing. Okay, yes, San Francisco. You can say, if you'd like, that it is them democratic leaderships, but that doesn't fucking solve the problem, regardless of who it is. If we have Republicans in office, what is their solution? Fucking put them into an alligator camp in Florida? Like the people who are homeless on the streets, let's scoop them up and what's their fucking fix from there? Put
that was
them
very
on a bus
hyperbolic.
and send them where?
It's a little hyperbolic, but that's how they make policy these days.
Like
RFK Jr. wants to put mentally disabled people into like special camps. Yeah, it's that's all hyperbolic shit, but that's how they means test those ideas and get the public to kind of consent to them. And they've been doing it for years at this point, so let's not pretend that that's not what they're doing. Like hyperbole is how Trump manufactures consent, if you will, for policy. He says something bombastic, gauges the reaction, and then decides if he can get it. He's improvisational, but he knows how to gauge what the public reacts to it. Reacts to him on. Like that's if people push back hard enough, then he doesn't. He changes course.
Yeah, and I got to be real. A Trump supporter accusing me of hyperbole is ironic to me, because like I thought that's what his skill was hyperbole. His skill was the
Why are you comparing? Hey, why are you comparing the racehorse to you? We're sitting in the stands talking about the horsing, dude. Why are you talking about like comparing yourself to the racehorse? Or the
was I? I'm sorry.
The greyhound. Yeah.
I want to.
You said like you hyperboil.
Hyperbolized.
You have a hyperboil on you somewhere.
I do have a hyperboil on me. It's on my ass.
Don't lance
it when I finish the stream. Why? Why not?
Wait, is it?
Anyways, okay. So I don't even know what the fuck I was saying there. I would like to go to Casey.
You're welcome.
Does the American dream still exist, man?
Welcome back.
It's dying. It's dying. Slowly with the middle class shrinking, doing worse. I will say yeah that that some of the longest I don't know, empires, like the Romans at some point just started taking the rich people's lands and giving it to the soldiers.
Agent Meow Meow, welcome
to
in.
get
We're
them
doing
to
a.
fight for them. Not the exact same, but
I was
it's,
duped into this panel.
we need to level this out a little bit. Anyway, so I'm all for something like that. But I think ultimately, yeah, I'll double down on self determination. That America doesn't always have to be what it started as or whatever. Even the immigration, if American people want immigration to be a certain thing or whatever, then let's make it so or whatever. So, the and that's what we're missing the most probably today. I think is the will of the people being instilled in the actions of their representatives is sorely lacking as of late. But when I think of like America and American values, I generally I'm like I tell you take it back a few decades for sure, or values. I don't like to use the word values, but I think that ultimately also as well. I think that we're a decaying empire, and I don't. I'd like to
Well,
see
welcome
someone
in,
argue against
Agent
that.
Meow Meow. I'm also live on Twitch, Kick,
And with that
and
becomes the
Twitter. So I got the cross chat. That's what the other things you're seeing in here.
So you actually said something there about the will of the people, and that calls back to the fact that I was reminded this is not a democracy, right? But right? It's not a democracy. But do you believe that the government should serve the will of the people?
It should serve the will of it. And not a democracy. It's what it is. It's a social or what? It's
They say it's a constitutional republic.
Constitutional representative republic. Yeah.
Colloquially, we refer to such a government.
How do we get
as
those representatives?
Representative.
Yeah, colloquially that's wrong.
It's an oligarchy, right?
I mean, there's never been a direct democracy government. So I mean, please don't give me. I hate the fuck. It's not a democracy, fucking pros. Like,
I feel like this should have been part of the conversation of what does it mean to be an American, right?
What is democracy?
What is it? Yeah, what even is America? We can't even agree on what America is. Okay, so back to my question, Grumple. Just no, you do not believe that the government should serve the will of the people?
Consent of the governed. I mean, yeah, that's.
Hang
on, this is a loaded. This is depending on your follow up. This is a loaded question, so depending on your follow up, we're gonna have to go back and readdress to clarify. Okay, because I know there's a few different ways this could go. No, it's not. It's not a simple question.
Well, how can they do anything and have it be the will of the people without it being a democracy at all?
Precisely, and that's the landmine I said, and Grumple smelled it, but
yeah, you gotta have a consistent principle that you would apply regardless of his answer, I would think.
Exactly. Like, I'm okay with either, but I don't like hypocrisy. So I gotta see, like, do you support will of the people? And if so, how does that not mean it's at least inherently democratic? And if you don't believe that it should be democratic, then that means you do not believe that it needs to serve the will of the people.
Well, it's not democratic.
Oh, if you don't
federal
like
things aren't
framing,
democratic.
right? Then qualify with something too.
Go ahead, qualify it. Or don't. That's fine too. So.
I disagree with the notion that just because we have a democracy that inherently implies that the system of governance that democracy provides is giving the will of the people. Monarchs serve the will of the people just as much as democracy only gives a bigger incentive to do so.
They did not serve the will of the people. They serve the will of themselves.
There's no basis for that.
Yeah, how did a monarch?
Let me
Please
explain.
do.
What the will of the people at that time is wildly different from the will of the people post-industrialism, and that's why we had a spark in democracies, because democracies presuppose that a politician, to keep his position, has to go along with what the people would want. But for a time, certainly before industrialism in most parts of America, we only chose our representatives hoping that they would supply their own will on how they hope to govern, and not exactly reflective of the uneducated populace. Even if they, because for a while it was even uneducated people who weren't property owners who yet have reached the flow of information provided by industrialism. So just because we see in our minds monarchies as providing self-interest, what they were doing was providing national defense in defense of theft and making sure for the most part that you weren't losing everything that you had gained. But these farmers didn't have as much interest as some American consumer who wants corporations, who wants like the streets and everything to be exactly how he wants. We have whole law books bigger than what ran England about cars, for example, that didn't exist until fairly recently in comparison to long existing monarchical reign. Like,
They
as long
didn't
as
have cars back then, bro, or they would have had just as much
that's
litigation.
my point. That's my entire point. We have more interest now, and therefore our will needs to be checked more than monarchies.
Wait, but
did a
if
long
it
while
sounds like
ago.
you're saying these two places, these two situations can't be compared, but you're the one who brought it up as a comparison. So
Exactly.
That's my entire point, is that now the system provides more incentives for the will.
Okay, well then let's not bring it up as a comparison. I agree.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I just
No one else
disagree with
did.
the notion that we can't have democracies. Like, we can have a system not running democracies.
An authoritarian system that is still bending
Not
to the will of the people.
authoritarian. There
Or-
has been small monarchies like Liechtenstein and Switzerland that operate on the will of the people because they still want the people to stay in their country. There's countries that can secede, and that provides just as much incentive because you don't want parts of your cities to just leave your country. There are other systems.
What is your will? Like your personal? What's Game Boy's will?
Less government, but that's about it. I don't know.
Can you leave me alone?
But you like monarchies?
Can I do your will? Like, can I control your will? Can I do that, like, personally for you? Or would that be, like, my will doing it?
I pay people all the time to do my will. Yeah, you could.
I'm down. I'm qualified.
Yeah, go right ahead. If I think you're qualified, then go ahead.
Mow your own lawn, Game Boy.
Coin is fixing to run the Game Boy business into the ground. All right, so I do have a bedtime here eventually, so I'm happy running past because I'm enjoying the hell out of the conversation, but I do need to tie it up and go snuggle up here in a few minutes. So, Ms. Tokahanis, is American Dream still real? Do you believe?
Pretty short.
this?
I would say that it still exists, that it's just evolved into something less less pretty.
What do you believe the American Dream is now then?
To survive, just to get by, just to be able to, like, you know, live in a government that's
Yes,
not
get off my lawn.
overpowering or whatever they were dealing with in their previous country, you know. Just something to, like, you know, how it's always been kind of a beam of freedom to where, like, people kind of look to us as like a place to go, I guess, to get away from any tyrannical government or anything like that. But yeah, that's about it. I mean,
To
you
just
know.
get by. So basically, you think that the American Dream is just the fact that it's better to suck here than it is to suck anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cheers to that. All right, and Boba, what is the American Dream today? Do you think it still exists? And if what do you think it is today?
I think it exists, but it's on like life support, at least for a lot of people.
Can you define?
Um,
Grumple defined earlier what he believed the American Dream to be. Can you define what you believe the American Dream to be?
I actually
I
defined
believe
what
the
it was a
American-
long time ago.
What it was traditionally, right? Correct.
Yeah.
I asked
No.
I asked you to define what it was, and then there was like a whole thing about like the Constitution or something. So if you can give me a better answer, I'll come
Then the
back to
panel.
you. Back to you.
I
Bubba.
think the part that's still alive is the belief in opportunity. Right? That with enough like, grit or whatever that you can improve your life. I think probably today for most people it means stability over wealth. Right, like owning a home, living wage, having healthcare, giving your kids like a good future. It's less about like making it big and more about like making it at all, like with dignity and, I think that's probably for most people where it's at. I don't think the dream of like the way that we fancy it is like everyone's gonna be rich. Like obviously that's not reality. I think most people these days would just be happy to have stability in their life. That's more than a lot of people have.
So it's not too far from what she said that it's better to suck here than anywhere else.
Like it's not. Yeah, about right.
You think,
Agent
that
Meow
there's a little
not
bit more
only
opportunity
the Jetsons, Back to the Future.
Then a lot of places. It depends where you're going from. But
supposed to have flying cars in
there's
2015.
There's a lot of things that make America great. A lot of them are being tested right now.
Now we got
don't like immigrants anymore. Like I don't know.
people
but,
texting and driving.
So that's
like,
actually
if our unemployment is like lower than we want it to be, but also like I don't understand how if we don't have enough labor, we're gonna turn down a better source of labor, and we're not gonna like make these people citizens. Like it's just so backwards. It's so ideologically coded and there's no basis in. It's not results based, except for the results of giving Trump and his cronies like authoritarian power, and it's obviously very frustrating. Being someone who doesn't, who feels like other people don't see it that way, but it's kind of the only direction that we're going. Calling this shit a rebellion and all this shit, like acting like we have 60 million illegal immigrants that are all rapists and criminal. Like it's all just fear shit. It's all the same shit that's gone on for centuries. So, we'll see it. Maybe too late, maybe not. But that's how I feel about it.
So I just want to drill into a question there because, and just a real quick, just a few answers would be great. But I know that most of the conservative-leaning audience probably assume that you are a dyed-in-the-wool communist, and so for you to I know, but nevertheless, for you to mention the great things about America, July 4th, this is the time. What are some of the things that you think are great about America, real quick, Boba?
I mean, one area that I disagree from like commies on is I do think there's a lot of value, and I forget what the fucking quote is, like the shining beacon on the hill or whatever. Like I don't believe in American exceptionalism really, but like us being kind of like the great experiment to prove that like, hey, you can have a really big, really modern industrialized country that doesn't have well, I shouldn't say industrialized because it was pre that, but like you don't need kings basically. That a democracy in effect can work, and that if like, for example, if the Civil War had gone another way and we had like broken up, it would have been a very, very bad signal to the rest of the world that like, oh damn, that great experiment like really didn't work. And I think a lot of what the U.S. does is echoed throughout the world for better or worse. So things that I think make us great succinctly would be, I mean, I strongly believe that our diversity of people and ideas like fuels innovation and creativity and also like, resilience. I don't believe it makes us weaker. I don't see that borne out at all. Freedom of speech and all that stuff, all that good stuff. The way that we have innovation and creativity and the freedom to pursue that stuff, and when at our best we are funding the arts and things like that, I think makes us really good. I think we have shown a really good capacity for reform that a lot of countries have not done, and that admitting that we were wrong in major ways, i.e. slavery, is a powerful signal to the rest of the world. Also, our country's really fucking beautiful. We got a lot, not to discount that. I don't know.
Yeah, that was nice
not to go on too long.
No, that was good. That was good. It was just cool to hear. All right. So, because again, like I said, everybody assumes that anybody on the left hates America and et cetera, et cetera. So it's just nice to hear otherwise. Mr.
Yeah.
Corney, if you're still there, I'd love to hear your take too. Do you believe that the American dream still exists? What does that mean to you in the modern context?
I don't. In the modern context, it's probably different to everyone. I think I saw it as like an equation people could follow: do well in school, do something after school, learn a trade, go to college, and you would have some kind of guarantee of some level of success if you put forth the effort. Now I don't think everyone gets that opportunity, and I think the American dream entailed it to everyone, because if it's just by happenstance, or you're lucky, some kind of connection you have, that doesn't really count toward the American dream. That's just people making it.
Okay. Well, I guess I will actually throw my 2 cents, even though apparently I get it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and you know what? Grumple. I was going to circle back to Grumple. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little sleepy. It's past my bedtime.
You're so sweet.
Game Boy. I am.
Ask Grumple first. You want to ask Grumple?
No. I want to end on Grumple, actually. I want Grumple to bring it home for us. So go ahead, Game Boy. Tell us, do you think that the American dream still exists today? And if so, what do you think that means?
I think, in theory, the American dream was what people strived for when they got into America or lived in America, rather than an expected reality. Most, like Casey brought up, that we're like, America's an empire, and I think one important facet of an empire is their mythology and their motives for such. Like, Rome had the founding story, we had the independence story, and just as much part of that, America has like the ideal life and the ideal man, similar to like Greece and stuff, of like, you kind of want to live as an American according to the values of America. And so when we think of the American life, we do think of like how that has been perceived in the past, of like nuclear family, suburban house, and everything like that. And I think that's what we should strive for, rather than be content at that. And so just making sure that we make decisions in line with the American dream, rather than worrying about if it exists right now, is a more important priority. And I don't think people have ever been content with the American dream as they had it, and I think that is the most American thing about it.
Okay. Well said. Grumple. Does it exist? And what does it mean today?
There's been a lot of really interesting things said. Some I agree with, some not so much. The concept of the American dream as it was, like I described it previously, the historic, suburban house, white picket fence, 2.5 kids, single family income on like a single family or single earner median income ish, can get you a house and like achieve all that. That's not happening now. Maybe we can get back there. That's going to take a lot of fixing federal government and policies. I don't want to believe it's too late. It's entirely possible that it is. It's, as a lot of people in chat, and I think some other panelists here have said, it's on life support. You can still get there to that thing, but not minus the median income single earner. Maybe with 2 earners doing each one doing the median income, not the median household income, but maybe with 2 earners. That way you can kind of get there, or one making a lot more. That's what I was saying. Not learn to code, brah. Not pick up yourself by your bootstraps and learn to code, but you got to climb up that. You can't be on that bottom rung of that hierarchy that I was saying, of, I guess, not social hierarchy, but you got your your plebs, your peasant folk, I guess you'd say, your like factory worker that is making a single earner income.
Your
That's the
gammas.
bottom tier. You have to go up at least 1 or 2 levels to like being a titled professional, skilled professional, something, or get into some other position of power to where you can start earning above what you earn. And then, I mean, you have to manage your wealth. You have to invest. It's about educate. Like anybody can, but educate. Not 100%. Like no, not like there are people who just can't comprehend it. But those people probably weren't going to be doing the factory worker, white picket fence thing either. Going back, so.
I mean,
is it still achievable by?
Stamp.
Yeah, you don't have to actively manage your wealth and invest. Like the first step is now you have to make more than your expenses, and then start investing that money so that it starts working for you. And then we get into like ethical capitalism and ethical consumption and stuff. And
that's what I was about to say.
That's a wholly different thing.
This is the pushback that I think that anybody to the left of you, literally at all, is going to say is the ethical question of what about those who can't? Because I agree, anybody who can should, but there's absolutely people who can't. Like the person, what you're talking about back in the olden days, a guy who could make enough of a living, even if he was just sweeping the floor at the local gas station, to at least exist, to at least live hand to mouth comfortably. Like, now I understand that we have luxuries today that they didn't, and there are things that we take for granted now that they didn't, right? But again, even back then, no, that's really what it is. That's really what it boils down to, is what we are, our minimum acceptable. I see homeless people on the streets with cell phones. Now, I'm not implying that means anything more than just the fact that what we consider that bottom tier, we're going to say that because otherwise any other framing is just classism.
Yeah, it's like, it's hard to say it politely.
What do you do about the people who can't? You just say, fuck it. You turn Soylent Green. Like, what is the utilitarian, libertarian solution there?
Fix the economy so it gets back to where maybe closer to that. That's the only way. And voting in politicians who are going to do things that can fix that. The trouble is that people have a lot of different ideas about how we get that done. Some have prescriptions of just take money from the wealthy because they stole it. That's the thing. And then give it to other people. That's, I mean, maybe stop printing money and figuring out a way to get the value back up without doing a giant deflation. That generally, I think it's kind of a scare tactic, because generally anybody who's into finance, you're scared of deflation. I don't know that if you're in cash, deflation makes your dollars worth more. That helps the small people. Maybe it's time for some deflation. And I mean, it's not going to help. The dollar value of stocks and equity would also go up. But there's a lot of pain that goes along with periods of deflation historically. Inflation is when the dollars get worth less. So if you have dollars from your paycheck, they just can't buy as much, and you're not getting raises, or you're not getting new jobs enough to keep up with it. Right now, you have to job switch to get raises to keep up with inflation, or like to actually get a raise. That wasn't part of the American dream. I think it was like work at the factory for 40 years, and you're good to go. Now you have to switch jobs. Like, you have to get a new employer to keep up with the going rate of it. Otherwise, you're going to lag behind if you're like in most jobs. Because you're like 3.5% raise, that's not going to keep up. Even like it's not a you're not making more. You're not getting a promotion.
Do you think deflation?
But that's kind of my answer.
Do you agree with what Trump has done with the economy in this term and last term?
Last term, well, I mean, are you including the plague stuff? I don't agree.
How he's handled the economy, and let's just keep it on this one, I guess. So far, do you agree with how he's handled the economy through tariffs and all that shit?
Honestly, I haven't been
and
as
the big
paying
beautiful
attention.
bill and ballooning the deficit, because you're talking about stuff that's like,
Yeah, no, I
Interest rate
don't.
rises by an insane
No,
amount.
printing. Oh man, what's it? The last roughly something like 20 years, 80% of the dollars in existence have been created. I don't agree with that.
Is that
And
true?
that's
Damn,
yeah, it's somewhere right around there as the numbers. It's something drastic and like what the shit. I think it's the last 20 years. I want to say
So is that
somewhere
less
in that
than
neighborhood.
1% inflation? Or is that 1%?
It's just, you know, the only reason I ask is because Trump pushed
No,
for, like,
80% of the
big
dollars.
tax cuts.
So that's
Oh, I thought you said 20.
no, 80% of the dollars in that exist.
I think it's a bit high, but
I'm probably a little bit off
it could
either on
be
the
around-
time
it could
or
be
the
around
dollar,
50 or 60.
but it's I want to say it's more than 60, but either they printed a lot of money, dude, in the last 20-ish years, somewhere in that kind of time frame. It's not 50 and it's not 10. It's somewhere else. I think it's like 15, 20, somewhere in that neighborhood.
That is true, and that is a problem. But I think the solution was not like
Print more money.
Really low interest rates when the economy was already really strong. Like trying to increase demand when you had an already strong economy. I don't know how you could make that.
The Federal Reserve, I think the manipulation from the Federal Reserve was to try and avoid bear markets, which they successfully did. Traditionally, it was between 4 and 8 years you'd have a bear market where the market is just steadily going down for a while, and then you have a bull market for a while, and it goes up even higher. You know, the yo-yo on an escalator thing. I think they were trying to. Every administration doesn't want to have that bear market under them, so they try and manipulate with like what fundamentals to avoid those bear markets, and that's
I agree,
think how we got into the situation.
Isn't the way to do that.
No, and you're agreeing with me. Yes, it's not the way to do that. Adding trillions of trillions of dollars of debt
I think it's a terrible
and printing
idea.
money is not the way to do that.
Real quick, Grumple, can you do me a huge favor? Can you explain to a second grader what a bull and a bear market means?
Okay, bull market is line go up, bear market is line go down for the
Bull
the
good,
economy.
Bear bad, yeah.
Bear
Should've picked
bad.
one of them to be
Bull
like
angry,
a
bear
blood or
hibernate.
Yeah,
something.
bull is
So this is
like the markets
completely
go up.
arbitrary, like port and starboard.
Sure.
Well,
bear
yeah.
hibernates. Bear doesn't invest its money because bear doesn't like the economy. Bear goes and hides until the next season.
Bear
The
hibernate.
bull, the bull
And-
attacks
and-
everything. The
and bull rushes
Bull
in.
attacks,
Yeah.
bull aggressive. Rawr.
And if you're
Got it.
depending on what index you're looking at, I mean, you can actually look at the lines, like of like the Dow Jones or the New York Stock Exchange or the S&P 500, and if it's steadily going up, this isn't exactly, but that's a bull market. If it's kind of steadily going down over a period of time, recession used to be defined as 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. That means line go down. That becomes effectively a bear market. And Biden had that, but like, no, we're just not going to call that anymore. We're going to change the definition. Regardless of what you think about that, it was
Start calling it a giraffe market.
I mean, that would have been just as. I mean, why not
Wait,
start
but
just
was this-
calling things whatever?
Just to be
Which
clear,
years
was
was
that
it?
was that during COVID, or as a result of COVID?
I think it
Excuse me,
was
plague.
after.
During the plague is what we call it.
Oh yeah,
My understanding was
I'm
Biden
live on
grew
YouTube.
Biden recovered the economy incredibly fast compared to other COVID countries that were hit hard by COVID, and that he had a very strong economy.
Irrelevant.
The Trump.
No, comparison to
Yeah,
other countries is
irrelevant.
it's kind of irrelevant in this context. But I believe it was after Biden declared that COVID. I believe it was after you asked me a question. I believe it was after COVID, Biden declared that the plague was over, because that was it was like March 2023, I think.
I'm just saying, whenever this supposed bear market was under Biden, like it's hard to imagine it wasn't somewhat related to COVID, but like I don't know. That's why.
Well, it was after
GDP growth per year, and
it was after he declared it was
2020 that
over.
we had negative.
It was in 20.
Hang on, let me
Yeah, it was 1
check.
year.
Let me check.
Doesn't
check.
matter.
Of 2
Yeah, I was
consecutive,
gonna say, we're
and
getting-
then they
After
manipulate the
was-
numbers after
was
the fact.
Actually, like
Not the
3
good
times
guy.
the normal amount of growth.
Biden and
Mr.
Trump
Newsboys
basically did this.
Yeah.
Basically had the same COVID policy. Basically.
Yeah, I mean, Operation
As
Warp
far as
Speed
that-
was
yeah.
a good thing.
And that good or bad, it was very similar.
But
Biden
either
was very
way,
much
either
an
way, the
extension
decisions of the
Trump.
government dramatically affected the economy. We can agree on that. Regardless of whether it was good
Oh,
decisions
yeah.
or bad decisions, that's not the case. What happened during that time is an abnormality that cannot be overlooked when comparing apples to apples. That
Okay,
period was obviously affected the economy significantly.
I mean, commerce essentially stopped globally. So.
Yeah, exactly. People were classified as essential and non-essential. Some of them were out there braving the wilds and earning a paycheck, and some people were stuck at home praying that the government would come in to save them.
And of course, some of the market reactions to that were lagging effects and not leading effect. Like, of course, some of the things that you saw as results of that happened months or even like years plus later. Like, that's not unusual.
Just for clarification, it looks like it was the first.
Unusual,
Sorry, I thought you were done.
I was.
It looks like looks like the first 2 quarters of 2022 is what I was thinking. What I was talking about. So if it was if plague was declared over, and I want to say it was maybe second quarter 2023. Hang on, let me verify that so we're on the same page.
To use your framing of plague being over in terms of, hey, the worst of the infection is past.
No, he said it's
speak
over.
At all to, I know, I'm just saying that doesn't speak at all to economic things. That's talking about
That the consequences lasted further than that. You mean?
Yeah.
May 11th,
Saying
2023.
we're all safe. It's not saying that like, hey, there are no lasting effects anymore. I don't think that's
GDP isn't a great. I mean, it's okay. It's not like this is how the American people are doing, or whatever. And that's especially true for like how the stock markets are doing, or whatever. Like this isn't like any pulse of the heart of the American economy. Or I think this is more and more becoming these things are like sort of separate things or whatever. The market could be rocking for fucking a decade, but meanwhile, like the middle America is middling. That's how it was to the 2010s basically. So I mostly don't even care about these things. These statistics, measuring sticks.
Yeah. Okay. So it is definitely time for me to go to bed. So I'm going to close with my last little parting thought of what I think it means today to be an American. Because I consider myself to be deeply patriotic. I grew up on military bases. I grew up pledging my allegiance every single day. I'm sure that had some sort of an impact on me, patriotism-wise, like indoctrination, yada yada yada. I'm sure it worked like a charm. But I also agree with everybody that there's shit that's not working, but the system's supposed to work. And that's one of the things that we dream of, is a system that actually works, right? The American dream to me is the idea that we have a government that's stable, that we don't have to worry about huge earth-shattering regime changes and everything about our way of life changing from one year to the next, just because some new dictator toppled the government. That stability, I think, is part of the American dream that nobody's really touched on tonight. I also think that the average person should be able to achieve a reasonably successful and comfortable life. I think that there's enough assets in this country, and we all know this, that if it's properly managed, that there's enough to go around so that hopefully the least among us, those least capable of pulling themselves by their bootstraps, aren't just left to die on the streets. Now, we can argue and quibble over how that's achieved. Some people think that the church is the answer. Some people think that the government is the answer. I think that we're always going to disagree about it, but that right there is the other part of the American dream. The ability to stand against something you disagree with. The ability to loudly and repeatedly shout, no, this is not acceptable to me. Now, I get that doesn't really have much teeth, right? And that we shouldn't resort to burning the house down. But I also can't overlook the fact that America was born on pitchforks and torches, that we are literally celebrating the day today when we finished overthrowing an authoritarian monarch. And I think that right there was the thing that pissed me off the most about Trump and made me think of how un-American it was when our White House posted a picture, even as a meme, of our president dressed or depicted as a king. Like, to me, that was peak un-American, because America was literally fucking created to escape a monarchy. So, to me, what does it mean to be American? Also means that we have the ability to stand against an authoritarian regime that we think is unjust, and that if it comes down to it, government's supposed to fear us, right? So, I think that we still have the right to bear arms, and that
Here,
the reason
here.
that exists is because we are supposed to be able to defend ourselves against a tyrannical government. And if we believe that our government is being tyrannical, then that's our right. Right? So, happy 4th of July, everybody. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I cannot tell y'all how much I appreciate each and every one of y'all showing up tonight. And please, if you could, throw your name in the chat. Just say something, anything, and it should show up on everybody's. And we can all kind of click each other's names, and we can homogenize, because, you know, assimilation in Twitch is what we're here for, right? So this is the I haven't figured out how to do this shout out thing, so this is the easiest way.
Appreciate all. Last drop of England. England was the good guys in the American Revolutionary War. Okay,
There's
bye.
a slash command
Oh,
too.
fuck you.
Team Red
That
Coat.
was so
Don't
horrible
worry.
way.
I'll stalk him down.
Yeah, that was the worst way to fucking for him to dip out, to give credit to them and walk away.
What a Benedict Arnold.
Right? Thank you. That's perfect. All right, y'all. Again, thanks a bunch. I'm gonna go ahead and try and do my raid out thing, and since I did it to Casey last time, I'm gonna drop into GRUMPLE this time. Thanks again, everybody who showed up
sexy.
tonight, and I will see you guys next Friday. Same bad time,
comrades.
same bad channel. Yeah, no, appreciate you showing up. All right, toot. I
Have a
think.
great night, guys.
You too. I'm gonna jump over to
Good night.
StreamYard. I'm gonna keep
Weird.
going.
Good night, peoples.
Keep it sexy. Oh, that was interesting. We're gonna keep going for a little bit. What I fire up? StreamYard. Where is the window of StreamYard? Oh, here it is. I need to make that bigger. Riphaven, thank you for the follow. I don't think this is the window that I've captured. Where is this? Oh, no, it's this one. Ah! Mr. Horson Radish with the raid. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate it. I'm gonna fire up a StreamYard here. And you cannot be forklift certified. Test 1 2. There we go. Oh, gotta adjust this just a bit, and then maybe we'll move things around. Studio instability issues. Okay. Don't need to worry about that. Ah, there we go. I think that is situated now. Oh, we gotta change the title now. Okay, and we pin. And then on the Twitch. And then on the kick. Oh man, I got the wrong category and like everything on kick. This is... Oop, nope. Nope, that's not what we do. Why is it on Helldivers too? Oh, because I was doing it. There we go. I was kind of wondering. And Twitter, I don't know what to do with you. I don't know how to pin them. Like, I don't know if you can pin messages on Twitter. Or, X, excuse me. Okay. Oh, change. Okay, done messing with things. Kick is... So it's Twitch from like 3, 4, 5 years ago, but green. They've got some tech issues that they're still working on. Like, I don't think chat gets 8 as much as it was for quite a while. But I don't think it's still doing that. Oh no, that won't do it all. This is... Oh no. Oh no, that's wonky. Okay, just a moment again. We fix that and then call it good. Like that. Wild. Ooh, no. Wish I could make it like different format, but that's StreamYard. Okay. Actually, I can... Oh, there we go. Yeah, Kick's layout could use 100% improvements. The funny thing is that Kick, from the way I understand it, is it's coming out of a different budget of money, like a different bucket of money from it. So Kick is owned by Stake, and Twitch is owned by Amazon. Amazon uses Twitch. I don't think it's ever been profitable, like ever. But Amazon uses Twitch as a loss leader for streaming, specifically gaming streaming. Their competitor is primarily YouTube. There's a few others, but they're like not anywhere near. Then kick comes out of from what I understand, the way it works, the advertising bucket of money from stake. Because they only need to have a few streamers doing gambling, or gamba as they call it, from stake properties for them to drive clicks, and it's kind of like the advertising revenue on Google or Twitch, but specifically to their gambling sites. Need the 30 times zoom. Mustache cam, mustache right. Oh, I forgot to. Friggin' Horseradish didn't give me a chance. I wanted to before everybody left. Next karaoke stream, just let me get it out of the way. Next karaoke stream, 99% gonna be this coming Thursday. Watch my Twitter or Discord, and here is Twitter. What is my Twitter? Here at bam. I should have it. Should be linked in all the platforms, but follow there, and I'll have the announcement for when we're gonna start. Everybody has we've done it a couple times so far, and everybody loves it. Anybody's welcome on up. The only thing is you have to have your own like karaoke version of whatever you're gonna do, or it doesn't even have to be. Just you can't do AC/DC. Just because you know what? Again, you can do AC/DC. It's fine. It'll just be cut out from the YouTube video, because that'll make the video not be available anywhere and not be able to be monetized ever, because it's invisible. Oh, okay. So we were talking about the American dream and karaoke stream. Stop listening to you when you're drunk. Well, I mean, dude, that's, you know, you do you, honey boo boo. We were talking about the American dream, and I don't know that these are all very like, hey, it's not a meme. Is it propaganda? And I kind of wanted to get into this on the show, on the panel, but is the American dream, was it always just propaganda to help prop up, you know, the shining house upon the hill, that America is the, you know, land of the free, home of the brave? If you can, you know, get down to business and
oh yeah, challenge.
Oh, that was unmuted tab. If you can get down to business and work hard, then you'll succeed. Was that always propaganda? Was it a pipe dream? I don't know. I've come to question a lot of things in the last, I don't know, 10-ish years, 10, maybe 15, somewhere in there. Like, everything isn't as it seems. From Charles, old AC/DC or new AC/DC. AC/DC in general, it's, hang on. Okay, Salty, I see you. Give me just a sec. AC/DC in general, just because they copy strike. It's got nothing to do with... It's got nothing to do with disliking AC/DC or nothing. Hey, Salty. Living a dream, man. Not the American dream, apparently.
Fucking happy America Day. That's fucking awesome, mate. Fucking
happy,
that was a good stream, too.
Oh, thank you. It was, yeah, Horseradish invited me to be on that one. Actually, he's been inviting me to come. It's been every Friday for the past 3 weeks now. The first, it was just, hey, trying to get some vets in to talk about whatever I even forget what the topic was. Then last week was something, you know what, I don't remember. I don't even want to postulate. It's I'm sure he's uploaded it by now, but it's on, like, the video stayed. I stuck it. I didn't fall asleep on that one. So The video should be good to go
Reddish
on
is
my
alright,
YouTube.
mate. He is not my favourite fucking streamer of all time. He goes off on a fucking tangent every now and again. It's like the derangement syndrome is overpowering. But like the chat, like all those panels and the combined chat was fucking awesome. Like Wretched and fucking the fucking Korean bloke, he's fucking awesome. TPI.
Yeah, IPA. Yeah, no, IPA a lot. Yeah,
IPA,
no,
yeah,
he's a buddy too. Yeah, I've known him for quite a while.
A lot.
Actually, the first one we did, the way I did it, like I hosted the on StreamYard, and then that way, I hosted the entire thing on StreamYard. I didn't use OBS that night, so that way, I still have the chat bot. Or wait, did I do? No, I still have the cross chat bot, and it was all streamed together. So everybody on Twitch appeared in my chat on Twitch, which then my chat bot took and then put that chat into all the other platforms. So like YouTube, people on YouTube could talk to more direct. Well, you know what? That worked just now too, because the restream bot. Yeah, that worked fine.
Yeah. We could read stuff from YouTube. You just couldn't add people that could be at
Right.
the stream bot. You know?
The benefit of doing it that way was other people, other YouTube streamers, or from other platforms, anywhere that Restream goes, or not Restream, but StreamYard goes, they could have their chats combined also, and then it's like all the chat gets combined with a couple exceptions. Like the YouTube chatters can't see the other YouTube channels, but like the streamer, if you're looking at chat in StreamYard, you see everything. And then everybody who's on the Restream like cross chat bot, or with the Twitch stream together, they can all see each other. Like it's really cool. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it so that like all the chat can all see each other with these multiple different tools.
Well, that's where stuff like it's going to sound like a meme, but like blockchain technology can kick in, right? So it doesn't matter where you type it, it comes into one stream, and you'll only say it once. You know, there won't be any echoing or fucking shit between messaging or anything. You know, but that's how like torrents work, for example. You know, like it's not centralized. It's a decentralized thing. So like fucking on Casey's stream, as long as he's plugged into a fucking a decentralized system, and you're plugged into that decentralized system, it can work out, hey, these guys are on the same fucking panel, and all you need is one text stream, for example, now, and everyone can communicate between it, you know, back and forth.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work with like maybe with some bot. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work with the existing tools the way they are, especially Kick, because Kick, as we were having a little chat about Kick being from like Twitch from a few years back at least, because they just licensed the Twitch code essentially from a few years back, and then made it green instead of purple.
Yeah, well, back when it was open source. Well, Kick is just a front for state.
No. Yeah, Twitch isn't open source. It's licensed. I don't think Twitch, the chat is just an overlay on top of like IRC. It really is. That's how Chatterino works. But yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, Twitch is owned by Amazon. Kick is owned by Stake, and they use different dollar buckets for what the money is. So Twitch not being profitable is a loss.
Yeah, but Bezos
with the ad revenue,
he will throw money at anything until it, he doesn't care.
The difference is that Kick doesn't need to be profitable for it to drive with the ads, because if it drives any traffic to Stake, then you got people coming in, and money, the advertising is just coming out of marketing budget versus the entire site. I mean, the entire site is marketing budget versus Twitch trying to run, hey, here our marketing is just the ads. The actual streams are the ads in some cases on Kick.
Yeah, with Kick, it's more the casino funding the random video streamers, for example. You know, like you're being funded by profits from the casino. Like they don't give a fuck about what you're saying or what you're
Yeah,
saying.
there's a lot of money
Someone
there
says,
that they don't care.
Know, fucking white power or something. They just don't fucking care, mate.
Oh yeah, there's.
It's more of a
do be careful, Salty. I am live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Twitter
yeah, no. Well,
right now.
Well, I'm not an artist anyway. I'm just saying. I'm just verbalizing what the reality of it all.
Charles Darwin over on YouTube. Yeah, I kind of agree. The thing is, I got started on Twitch, so that's where, like, I don't need to, but that's where like a lot of people know me. Like, I have my biggest subscriber count or whatever, like follower count on Twitch. Doesn't, I mean, it kind of reflects it, I guess, with viewers. But I need to get back into being live more on a regular, consistent schedule and basis for that to kind of get fixed. Oh.
But
yeah,
you've been doing all right
now.
this year. Like you've been live every time I jump on. Fucking more often than not, you're doing something. You know.
Oh man, a lot of times it's like,
yeah,
the karaoke. If you heard, also Thursday evening Texas Standard Time. I'm gonna announce like that's 99% when next one's gonna be, and I'll announce when we kick it off out on like Twitter and Discord. So it's, you know, stamped and like the promotion poster, I guess. Be fun to get like a few more people. I'm imagine based on the interest, because my previous ones were very impromptu. It was just like, oh hey, let's do this, and then whoever was around. So it'd be really fun to have, you know, a few people that you can like just like real like going to a bar and doing like just like the same experience. That's kind of like what I'm going for.
Right.
Be cool. And you can do AC/DC, just don't be upset if it gets deleted from the video, so that the video will display. So how you doing, man? Living the American dream in Australia?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, of course. I've been working the past couple of days. I haven't seen much Yankee fucking celebrations, but I did see Turbo sent some Canadian fucking. They had Canada Day or something the day before. I think there's a few fireworks going on, so he fucking got his phone out, and I saw a few fireworks up north of you.
Yeah, I always forget about Canada Day. Like, I mean, who cares? I also forget that Turbo's Canadian most of the time.
Oh, mate, he went
Canuckistanian.
spastic at me because he's not. He just lives there. He's actually a fucking Yank, right? And mate, he got so upset he smashed his monitor because we were teasing him about it.
Why?
Because Turbo, mate. It was awesome. It's just standard, half of the course, you know. He's over it now, though. You know, he went and bought a new one. He's fine.
You say he turned into a newt, but he got better?
He's good value, mate. I love Turbo.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Oh yeah. He's working every day now, and slogging his guts out in like 40 degrees, you know, or 100 Fahrenheit, you blokes call it, I think. Freedom points, 100 freedom points.
In freedom units, yeah, that's
freedom units. Yeah.
Freedom units, yeah, that's the way you express things. How many cheeseburgers per bald eagle was the temperature?
That's it. Yeah, that's the one, mate.
That's how them foreigners like to think it anything except a metric system. We measure rifles in how many moving boxes they weigh.
That's the one, yeah.
Oh. I don't know how much long. I don't know how much longer I'm actually gonna go. I didn't realize how late it is, but we can hang out for a bit. And if anybody else wants to come up, it is open now. We can talk about the the American dream, or what it means to be American. America. Because I'm not the one to try and convince anybody of either of those things realistically at this point. Maybe it's just old age getting to me. Does it exist? Is it achievable? I don't know. Not in the same context as it used to be.
It's a big conversation. Like, I think the American dream means a lot of different things. Like we had the same thing here. We have the Australian dream. It's gone for the most part, you know. Like kids these days, they're not going to fucking grow up, have a single income family, and buy a house. It's just not going to fucking happen, you know. We're resigned to the fact now.
I don't think anywhere can, like, people doing single income households. Well, I mean, as you know, until you get into certain income brackets. But that's because exactly what I said on the panel. I know you were there for a bunch of it. It went on for, dude, that was, well, we got started. It was 5 hours and change ago when we got started. That was the actual start time. But we started talking about other stuff while kind of waiting for, all the late people to show up. So it was literally an hour before we really got it started in earnest about what the topic was supposed to be. And I felt a little bit ambushed about it. It's like I know it looks like I do, but I'm not trying to do a whole lot of debates these days. It's like, it's tired. I'm tired of it. Having the same debate, the same topics, the same bullet points from each side, over and over and over. It's a lot of times with the same people. That's why I stopped doing them on Twitch. Now, some of these YouTube spaces, I'm not doing as much of the debates. Just hanging out with people, talking about, doing the conversations, not debates. Type of thing. It's like
okay
we're not trying to
You
trap.
don't have to sit on fallacy all night and go, oh, but here's my fucking talking point, blah, 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 and
Yeah.
And then call each other a bloody idiot because they don't understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think agreeing on terms is an especially important thing. We've got Charles Darwin in the house again. How you doing, sir?
There you go, mate. Not too bad. Hey, Salty.
How you going, Charles?
Oh, yeah. Working on a hangover.
Holy fuck balls, man. I'm sorry. I've got two Aussies on the same... Oh, man. I'm not going to understand what anybody's saying now. You're going to get even thicker. The accent's going to get too thick. Because you can't... It's like Furbies. Not the Furby, not the YouTube Furby. But like the actual Furbies, when you put them together, they start talking to each other in Furby language. Danny boy. Welcome in.
Hang on. Are you referring to Aussies like that fucking Star Trek fucking thing where they had the fucking little fucking fuzzy ball things fucking on the fucking
you're thinking of Tribbles. No, I was talking about the little toys. Yeah, the little toys that you can't have those in a skiff. By the way, it specifically says so in DoD documentation. You can't. That's like regulations. You can't have them because they record. But yeah, they would, if you put them close to each other, they would start talking to each other in their Furby language, and nothing to do with the person who uses a Furby as an avatar in the YouTube. Space.
I was on someone else's channel the other day, tonight, and the Furby turned up and rage quit, and I was like, "Fuck!" But that's normal.
Alesta, you can come up and ask the Aussies yourself, man. Got peanut gallery chatter about emus and such.
That was 2 bombs, a Gatling gun, and fucking 20,000 rounds. Mate, you put a pom out there today with a tank, he won't fucking shoot it in your emu. Mate, come on. Fucking English people.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I mean, fair enough. Like, you know, fucking Poms are basically French. Okay, you don't want them on your side. Just sit there in the corner, and we'll work shit out. All right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you were using French in the pejorative sense, which is what I thought you did initially. It's like not an insult, but
they're pomme de frites. That's as much fucking French as I know. Fucking something about fucking French fries or some shit, you know. But
yes, Lesto. Yes, Texas is literally the size of a whole bunch of countries, like European countries put together. Australia is giant. Greenland, if you look at like some maps, people like more realistic maps, the one that looks like a peeled orange that's opened up, I think that's my favorite to show realistic size. Greenland is enormous.
Well,
I'm not sure if it's the same size. It might be the same size as Australia.
Well,
it's pretty big. It's not as big as you think it is, mate. That
oh
has to
no,
do
no,
with the,
no,
display.
it kind of is because fucking we have a farm up north called Cubby Station, right? That is bigger than Texas, like
Oh, shit,
literally.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
and
like 5 European countries,
oh yeah,
or probably a few more actually.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't trying to say Australia is
Adelaide.
and to Texas are comparative in size. No, not at all. That'd be silly. Be wild.
Not a lot of grass on it though. It's a little
yeah,
bit,
nah.
a little bit of desert
true.
up there, you know. So
If
they
you
need
like-
the land.
If you like fucking rocks and dirt, that is fucking amazing. But if you don't like that sort of shit, then don't go there. Like seriously.
Wait, I like rocks and dirt.
Oh well, in that case,
Do I have a place for you?
housing up there is really, really cheap. I'm telling you.
Sounds like El Paso.
Never been there. Look, I've never been to the US, so I have no idea. But you know,
Well, the land
There are
around
some-
near El Paso
there's
is really
some
cheap. There's
places in the states, yeah. Like you can
there's not
go
much
to fucking-
dress.
You can go to states in the states where everyone's moved out. They don't want to fucking live there. You can buy a fucking house for $2,000, mate. You know?
oh, what like Detroit?
Yeah, but you
Did
got
you
to
see
put up
that
with that.
shit?
You got to put up with the neighbours. But apart from that, she's fucking all right. You know.
I
Yeah, no,
think-
I was watching a doco about was it Detroit where fucking you could buy like an entire house for $1, but you had to go and pay all the taxes and shit.
Yeah,
behind
back
that.
taxes.
And there's
yeah.
there's like an entire suburbs of fucking nobody, and I mean like literally nobody at all. You can buy
no
this house.
shops and that either, you know.
Oh yeah.
No corner fucking milk shop.
There's deals like that in some places. I think in like Italy and in the UK, I want to say there's like these properties, like houses, and sometimes in some cases mansions, where you can buy them for $1. In Japan too, you can buy them for like $1, but then you have to do like do the repairs, you have to do the renovations.
Yeah.
But then you have the place for $1, and it's not going to be cheap to do the renovations.
Yeah, those ones in Italy, that's to get people to move back in because all the kids have fucking run away and done the European thing and gone to work in fucking Sweden and Norway and stuff where they get paid well, and they've left all the old people at home. But those places, mate,
Makes sense.
It costs you so much money to do them up that they couldn't pay you to fucking move into one, you know.
Well, that's the thing, though, man. Like, you know, you can go and buy the house for $1, but when you try to go and renovate a place, it is not cheap. Either you
Nah,
fucking
right.
Yeah.
you have to love that place, or you are going to go fucking bankrupt trying to go and get it onto market. Simple
That's
as
right,
that.
yeah.
Well,
There's no young people to come and work for you. You got to do it all yourself, or you're buggered, you know.
Yep.
I think who maybe it would appeal to is maybe expats or somebody somebody who's already, you know, made it. Maybe somebody who was living the American dream, right? And and has already made it and is like wants a property in like Italy or wherever, and just has a whole bunch of cash to afford it, that's maybe that's who I think that would appeal to, because who else is gonna do this? If it's a requirement to buy it that you have to do the renovations, then who else is gonna do this?
Well, look, if I was retired, I'd be like, fuck it, I've got nothing else to go and do. Yep, I can go and do this shit myself.
Yeah.
There are some things that I can't do. Like, I won't fucking do electrical work at all. Fucking, because if I did, I'd fucking blow myself to bits. But, I could fucking bring a place back to something that is possibly, possibly fucking, habitable type sort of thing. Yeah.
You might not even need to do like sheetrock work. It might be, rock, like on the interior too. Old school masonry construction.
Yeah, well, with those places in Italy, they are all brick and mortar.
And like that's legit brick and mortar, not just brick facade like we got in the United States. That stick frame and then vinyl or brick facade in front of it. They're actually masonry.
It's all masonry. Yeah. Like the floors might be wood and like staircase, and that's about it.
Yeah, I would not want to be one of those guys who do masonry, because fucking apparently, what is it? Is it scoliosis or some shit where they get fucking stuff in their lungs and they fucking die? It's kind of like
cement.
Yeah. It's kind of like the stuff they used to go and do with asbestos.
Mesothelioma.
Yeah, that's
mesothelioma. Mesothelioma.
It's sort of like asbestos. It's a little bit different though. But yeah, you can die from it. Yeah. But if you're
the
not
black
around
lung.
with conkies, like concreters, like everyone knows someone that got it. Yeah. It's like black lung. Like every fucking 50 or 60 fucking concreters, someone's dad got it.
Yep. Boys and girls, here's a hint. Don't fucking play with electricity. Don't play with fucking concrete or fucking cutting rocks.
No, man, being an electrician, that's one of the, I don't want to say easiest, but, man, the memes are, it requires math and knowledge and, code, obviously, but if you're going to get into the trades, carpenter, plumber, electrician, welder. I'd say either either electrician or welding.
Yeah, the maths involved in plumbing is harder than with being a sparky.
I had an argument with a plumber the other day because my upstairs neighbours had an issue with their fucking toilet. So this guy took a high pressure hose and blew shit down a fucking pipe. And in the process, that meant that my toilet exploded like a fucking bomb.
As it does. And he should know that too. He probably
I spent 2 hours fucking cleaning up everything that came out of that fucking pipe, and I was not happy, at all.
Just hear me out on this one, okay? So yeah, a plumber, unless you only do design and implementation, engineering work, for new construction or something like that. And then, those jobs exist, I guess. But if you're in a normal plumber gig, you're probably going to be on call at some point to come out in the middle of the night and clean up shit. Versus, and have to, dig into it. Versus, an electrician where are there electrical emergencies that, I'd think if something's an electrical emergency in the middle of the night, you don't call the electrician, you call the fire department. Is that, so it's not even, you maybe you do the forensics, it's it's a whole different group of people that get called out if there's an electrical emergency in the middle of the night. For the most part. Obviously there's exceptions.
Well, it's cheaper to go and get the fire department than it is to go and get a plumber, alright? A plumber's going to cost you, fucking $250 fucking easy. and he hasn't even fucking done anything yet. He just turns up, right, give me $250, and then he has to go and fix whatever the issue is. You call the fire brigade, it's like, this thing is happening, and they're like, oh, okay, and they have to go and deal with that shit.
Yeah, and they rock around for free, you know.
Yeah, you know.
And they're not even concerned. It's the investigations after to find out if it was arson or the source, you know, root cause analysis.
Yep.
The electrician who did it and isn't even there.
Yep, I mean...
He already absconded, you reckon? The fucking Sparky did it, mate, all the time, every fucking time, you know?
Yeah,
setting up the illegal grow rooms in someone's house, yeah?
Oh, yeah, when you see those things where they do the thing to the meter, where they fucking change the wiring in some way, and
you go
fucking...
direct online, they call it.
Yep.
You jump the meter.
Yeah, I did mechanical and electrical engineering, by the way, just as a fucking full disclosure. Yeah, direct online, mate. It works real good unless you don't do it right. You know, then it's gonna be fucking scary.
Well, if you touch the brown wire, fucking you're fucked, pretty much. That's the only thing I know is do not touch the fucking brown wire under any fucking circumstance.
It doesn't turn off. There is no fuse. You know.
Do you reckon it's easier now with these smart meters, and you don't have somebody from like an electric company, an electric provider, or anything out doing physical inspections of a meter every month? So you don't have somebody going on site to take a look. You reckon it's easier for people to get away with jumping the meter?
Oh, hell yeah.
These days?
It's easy anyway because all that stuff's behind the wall. Like, the people that come around and read the meter are like a lollipop lady directing fucking traffic at a school crossing. Right?
Oh, I like that analogy. That's good. That's very fucking good.
They know nothing about traffic control. They've just got a fucking ticket to fucking, do this. You know,
Might not even know what they're looking at if it's jumped, huh?
Mate, they just fucking, they walk up, look, read the meter, and write down a number, and then fuck off next door. They're not going through your fucking roof looking for curious wiring, you know, or anything like that.
I've got a mate who's a fucking Sparky, and fucking when he was telling me how he did stuff when he renovated his missus' house, like before they were married, and he was like, "Yeah, I did this and I did that." I was like, "Fucking, what's your electricity bill like?" He's like, "What electricity bill?" I was like, "Ooh,
exactly, yeah."
Ooh, yeah. On the plus side, it does help to go and have friends who have trades behind them, you know, plasterers, plumbers, sparkies, all that sort of shit. Fucking, because when things fucking fall apart, you just go, "Hey mate, I got an issue." And it's like, "Oh cool, I'll be there in fucking an hour," and bang, problem solved.
Yeah, and they'll come around after work. You know? They'll ring the missus and go, "Oh, fucking Davo's got a fucking issue. I'm just going to go hop round there for an hour or two, you know, have a couple of beers, fucking fix this problem, you know."
Well, that's the thing. Like, you know, a slab is the modern version of, I have an issue, I have a slab. Do you want it? It's like, yeah, fuck, why not? And off you go.
It.
Wait, slab?
A case of.
You mean concrete? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, they start speaking Australian.
Australian, mate. Australian.
Australia, mate. Australia. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Whoa.
Mate, if you've got beer, you can fucking get anywhere over here.
Oh,
fucking
fuck.
no worries.
Yep.
Even just ask a question too, like, "Hey, I get the
Rock up
situation."
at the airport with a slab under your arm, mate. You'll be fine for like a good couple of days, you know.
Oh shit, yeah. Hey mate, you lost? I am. Where do you want to go? Oh, I don't know. Fucking I've got this fucking case of beer. Fuck, jump in.
Yeah, come to
Off
my
we go.
place. Okay.
Yep.
I've got just a room for you.
Grumple looks perplexed. What's up, mate?
He's always perplexed.
Yeah, I'm like I'm just I walk around in a constant state of confusion. I'm a very simple monkey.
Ah, that's fair. We all are, mate. We all are.
Yeah, speaking of those magic meters, bloody one got put on my house while I was away. I came home, a brand new fucking meter.
Oh man, that's the worst.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
Like, I don't want that.
So, you aren't even fucking walking around to read it anymore. Fucking lazy bastards. And then they put the fucking power up. Mongrels, mate.
Oh, yeah. Have you fucking heard about what's happening as of 1st of July? Fucking our power bills are going through the fucking roof again.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I'm not happy.
80 cents a fucking kilowatt. I'm like, what the fuck, mate? I live in the fucking
Wait,
capital
80
city.
cents a kilowatt hour?
87 cents, mate. We pay the most out of fucking everyone in the world. I could go to fucking Africa. I could go to Zimbabwe or fucking Nigeria, right, and pay less for fucking power, right? It's bullshit, mate.
I thought, okay, 15 cents was highway robbery.
Well, mate,
that's what we're at now.
15 cents. What are you talking about? 15 cents.
Well, coming from I was paying like 8-ish just a few years back. Well, like in the 2010s. 8 cents kilowatt hour.
No, we're getting fucking screwed. Like, our government is currently doing the whole thing of, oh, we have to go and deal with fucking climate change. Where? So we want fucking windmills and fucking solar panels everywhere. And in the meantime, they shut down fucking coal-fired power stations. I think they blew up fucking 2 of them. Like, literally blew them up. Going, yeah, we
No.
They got rid of them.
Oh,
They
yeah,
just
yeah.
got rid of them, mate, you know?
Yep.
What was it France and Germany? It was like, nah, this isn't working, and they started doing conventional power plants again.
Well, that's the thing though. Like with the Germans, right? Fucking, they shut down all their fucking coal-fired power stations and their fucking nuclear fucking places as well. But the problem is, along between France and Germany, there's a whole bunch of fucking power stations that are sending fucking power to Germany, and then Germany turned around and went, oh fuck, we're screwed, so we're going to go and stop doing this whole fucking, you know, save the world fucking type shit. And they started bringing their fucking nuclear reactors back on, and they're fucking...
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Because it doesn't fucking work. In the meantime, fucking here we are, bunch of fuckwits in power going, yeah, we're going to go and fucking buy fucking solar panels from China and fucking windmills from China and fucking yay. And I think...
And over here, mate, you walk out your backyard with a shovel, you can dig up fucking 20 fucking kilos of uranium, right? But we can't have a fucking nuclear power station. Like, what
exactly,
the fuck,
mate. Yep. I think fucking... The most retarded thing I've fucking seen in the last fucking couple of weeks is that apparently in England they're going to go and put fucking solar panels on fucking ponds and lakes and shit. Right? Yeah. Like literally.
How does that work?
Well, they're going to put these fucking things on the water, and apparently they don't have enough fucking land, so fucking let's put shit on water. Now here's the problem, okay? Solar panels leak chemicals, all right? If you fucking put solar panels on fucking farmland, okay, you cannot fucking use that land ever again, all right? Because there's so much shit in the fucking ground that it will fucking poison you, all right? England is going, yeah, we're going to go and put fucking these solar panels on fucking lakes and shit. It's like, are you people retarded? Like, what is wrong with you? You know, I don't understand that mentality.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one. It's like,
won't
somebody think of the elk?
It's like salting the earth, only worse.
Yep.
It's not just that things won't grow. It's like, stuff might grow, but you probably don't want to eat it.
Where's that fucking three-eyed fish from fucking Simpsons?
Simpsons,
there it is.
Blinky.
Yay.
There it is.
His name was Blinky.
But yeah, I mean, they've already had issues here in Australia with the whole, what do you call them, the windmills, where fucking when they fucking stopped working, they dumped fucking a whole bunch of windmills in fucking Queensland, and literally fucking they're all fucking made out of fucking fiberglass and fucking parts of steel and shit, and they just dumped that shit in the middle of fucking nowhere. All right. I think
It
it's
takes a
fucking
lot of
dumb.
petroleum to make them.
Well, it does. It really does. But at the same time, you've got countries like, I think it's Belgium, that was complaining that apparently fucking another country stole their wind power. Because apparently if you fucking put these things up somewhere, the wind changes, which means that the other country that has windmills can't fucking go and use them as efficiently or something.
That seems like a stretch to me.
No, yeah, no, look, no, look, it was, no, it was not.
The wind.
No, I'm serious. It was on fucking the news about fucking. I think it was Belgium.
Oh no, I don't
complaining about-
doubt that that's what happened.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
the argument
yeah.
seems like a bit of a stretch.
Look at us, we're too.
That's
fucking
wild.
good to go and- Oh, I know, fucking. The world these days, like, if you made a TV show about all the crap that we are dealing with, no one would believe it. But then you turn on the fucking news and it's like, oh shit, this is actually happening. Like, what the fuck is?
Yeah, it's like
I-
it's IRL.
Yeah. Is that your fucking tummy there, Grumple? Making that sound?
I had a half a yawn. It just yeah, it sucked the sound back in. I don't know, it was weird, man. I tried to ignore it and play it off, but I wasn't successful.
Ah, be fair, man. Fucking, if you need to go and fart, just fart. It's all good. We're friends here.
No, we're all friends. It's fine. No, man, it was unintentional. It just you know. Yeah, there we go. That was quiet. Oh yeah, friggin' Turbo. He's a welder. Does he doesn't do underwater welding,
No,
right?
he's a plumber, mate. Turbo's a plumber.
He told me he's a welder.
No, you would have got your wires crossed on that one.
Maybe
I can weld.
something to do with
Me, you
pipes
and
or
Turbo
laying.
sat around talking about welding, and you were asking me about MIG welding one night, and we fucking had like a 3-hour convo because I know how to weld.
Yeah.
I'm Australian, and we know how to fucking do everything. You know?
What? MIG
So I
or
was
MIG or TIG?
It was MIG. Fucking Grumple was looking into MIG. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I need to get a thin. I need to actually have a wire, or it doesn't have to be wire feed, but I need to get into a thinner gauge wire feed than what I currently have to be able to do for doing like rust panel replacement on like automotive sheet metal. That's pretty thin. From what I'm understanding, you can't. So the wire feed, you can't have what, rosin or flux core? I forget which one it is. You can't have the flux core because it would make it too thick. So you have to run gas with it, like nitrogen or not nitrogen, I think. Just as to keep out the impurities instead of the flux.
Yeah, well, with paneling, you're better off with fucking like a heat source fucking weld anyway, like fucking oxyacetylene and stuff, because you can control the fucking temperature so much easier, you know. Like to get the point
I'm
where
not
you
good
can
enough
start
with
welding
that.
Fucking floor pans and fucking panels of fucking vehicles, mate. You want to be really good with a fucking MIG in your hand, you know?
Yeah, I'd feel more.
Hundreds of hours.
Yeah, I'd feel more. Well, I mean, that's the thing is using a wire feed to do it. I think doesn't take the hundreds of hours to get there to get the same results versus yeah, I'm not at the point where I would do any like torch welding.
All right.
Like oxyacetylene. Or even TIG. That's above my pay grade, man. That's above my skill level. I'd need to and I don't have that much. I do some welding, but I don't have that, like, I'm not making money doing it. Or not directly anyway. Maybe some like projects that I do that then I sell later on, but I'm not like going and getting work welding. So I don't need to have, I mean, it's a hobby skill set for me, essentially.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
Look,
Yeah,
work
like
it out.
you buy an old
Yeah.
wreck and you fix it up, fucking.
Ish, yeah, so like along those lines, essentially.
Flipping cars and stuff like that.
Look, if nothing else, like, just practice, okay? Give it a go, see
Yeah.
how it works, you know? Try it out.
Yeah, well, with MIG, it's a cheap thing anyway. You know, you can buy coils and coils and coils of fucking wire from down the shop, mate, and just plug along. You know, it's only time.
Mhm.
You know.
And that was, I think, I remember the conversation too. That's all where I was going is like, hey, I want to do the same thing that I'm doing now, just instead of having the flux core inside the wire, it just uses gas to get that, you know, I don't want to say sterile environment, but to protect from the impurities of just the ambient air while
Yeah, it's well, sterile is
going,
not such a bad word, but that's what it means. Yeah.
essentially,
I
yeah,
would-
the clean environment.
I would suggest that, like, you know, make sure that your helmet is good, because fucking I had a mate fucking where he decided to go and do some welding, and his helmet was not great, and it fell off whilst he was fucking staring at shit, and yeah, it kind of burnt the back of his retinas out.
Oh, that's
But-
something you'd like.
Yeah.
You might never
So-
recover from that.
Yeah,
Dude's gonna be
look,
seeing like blue circle right there forever.
Look, he's one of those people where fucking when he was fucking, you know, trying to go and fix up the house, he fell off a scaffolding and landed on his back from about 2.5 meters. He dropped a brick on his foot and broke the fucking bones in his foot. He nailed his hand with a fucking nail gun to the wall.
That should be
he's-
impossible.
Yeah, no.
That's
He's one
like
of those-
he ate the whole wheel of cheese. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. How did
no,
he
he's one of-
staple his freaking hand to a, or a nail
he-
gun his freaking hand to a wall?
He's one of those people where fucking if something can go wrong, he will find a way to fucking do it. Like, he's that bad.
Brilliant.
Like, he had to wait for his missus to come home and fucking go along and say, can you go and, I don't know, grab the fucking pliers because I can't fucking move. And she was like, oh, fuck, not again. And she still married him. She still
Hey,
married
later,
him. I
Richard
don't know
Misfit.
why. Yeah.
Give it sexy, man.
Probably for the lols, you know, at this point. Yep.
Or
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
she has a good life insurance policy on him. You know.
That or he's got a
Well,
big...
there you go.
I don't know. Fucking... there's something
Yeah,
going on. with
maybe
that,
he's you know, in construction, but maybe he's laying the pipe like Mario.
He's probably a nice bloke and has a massive fucking cock, mate. You know, who knows?
Yeah, fucking. I've never seen anyone like him fucking do shit before, but fucking every time I hear about, oh yeah, Dave had an accident. Oh really? What happened this time? And it's like, oh, he did this. I was like, oh fucking hell, really? How? You know?
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
It's like you need something done. You bring up Dave, hey mate, and go, how would you approach this? And whatever he says, just do the fucking opposite.
Exactly, mate. I'd be like fucking just going, I'm gonna go and watch Dave do this, and then I'm gonna go, you know what? Fuck no, I'll either fucking do it the right way, or I'll fucking pay someone else to go and do that shit, because that is fucking wrong.
Well, that's valuable to have on hand too. I mean, he's a consultant, just the opposite way.
That's it, yeah. Just flip it. Ask his advice and then do the complete fucking opposite, and it'll probably be okay.
Sounds about right.
So where are you at, Charles?
Me, I'm in Canberra, unfortunately, but yeah. Look, it could be worse. I could be in fucking Victoria. That place is completely fucking mental, but you know.
Yeah, I lived in Victoria for a little while, mate. They went absolutely fucking spastic, especially under that Andrew bloke.
Oh, that
turned them all
fucking,
into
yeah.
fucking sheep.
Yep. For people who don't know, fucking Victoria is kind of like it's kind of like fucking California in America. Okay, they're broke as fuck and they're mentally unstable to boot, like literally. At least the city.
Oh,
I live
so
in, fucking,
yeah, very much like California stand then.
Yeah.
It's the welfare state of the country, mate.
The city that I live in, it's kind of like fucking Washington. It's, you know, lots of fucking public servants fucking getting paid a lot to do nothing. But we're not as completely and totally fucked as Victoria. That place is fucking off tap. And once upon a time, like, I was thinking, you know what, fucking, you know, back in the day I was a soldier, went to a fucking city in a little town, and I thought, one day when I retire, I'm gonna fucking move here. Fucking not anymore. That place is just wow. I mean, wow. Did you hear about the fucking machete fucking ban they put in? It's like, oh, really? Fucking, this is insane. Fucking, so apparently, fucking, there's a lot of violent crime in Victoria. Okay.
Oh, who'd imagine that?
Yeah. Oh, I know. Tell me about it. But here's the thing, right? They don't actually arrest the fucking perpetrators. They don't fucking put them behind bars, especially when they're fucking children. They're like, oh no, we'll just ban machetes and knives instead. Really? Fucking, so you don't understand why you have a fucking crime wave in Victoria, okay? We'll just ban machetes and knives, you bunch of fucking morons.
Yeah.
You know? How about, here's an idea, and I'm just throwing this one out there. What about put those cunts behind bars where they can't fucking do any more harm? Oh shit, what a crazy concept.
Have they thought about, just off the top of my head, have they thought about making murder illegal? I mean, have they tried that one yet?
Oh.
Is that?
Well, it is for certain demographics. Murder is still illegal over here, mate. You know?
I mean, I know that's wild and out there, but maybe make murder and like assaulting people with a machete. Is that? I mean, I know it's a radical idea. Maybe make those things illegal.
Oh, look, I don't know, because apparently
Murder?
fucking all these people, they have issues and they have mental health stuff, and you know, we need to go give them fucking cuddles and yeah, exactly. Fucking, oh, you poor little fucking wham boo-hoo, fucking, we have to go and give you a cuddle. We can't put you behind bars, even though you fucking stabbed fucking 3 people. We just have to go and pretend that we care about your feelings. Eat my fucking dick. Like, it's...
Man, a machete is not even like... You get a piece of flat stock and an angle grinder, and you have a machete.
Of course.
It's not even... It wouldn't even take long. Barely an inconvenience.
Grumple, right? We fucking understand this. You know?
It's not even a quality blade or edge. It's like, it's just the weight of it. You swing. It's like a claymore. It's not even the edge. It's mostly the weight of the tool doing the work.
That's right.
If I remember correctly, fucking, I can't remember if it was fucking Coles or Woolworths, okay? They're supermarkets here in Australia. They stopped selling knives because they thought that might stop the violence on the streets.
Yeah,
They're
you
like,
had to be
no.
over 18. Like, if you walked into a fucking shop, mate, right? Say a Walmart in the States, right? If you didn't look 18, they'd ask for your ID. To buy a fucking knife to cut fucking carrots up so that you could have dinner tonight. But that's how bad it got over here. And it's getting worse.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I totally agree, mate. Totally agree.
Oh, around here, they gotta ask for ID for if you're buying spray paint, whiteout, correction fluid.
Oh,
I guess that's racist now to call it whiteout.
The whole
glue sniffing.
No, the whole spray paint thing, that was fucking 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, where they turned around and said, oh, we need to go and deal with graffiti, so you have to go and be 18 to be able to buy spray paint. And it's like, really? That was fucking 10, 15 years ago, and it did not work, like, at all.
Of course it doesn't. Yeah.
Ours was because kids were huffing it.
It just doesn't fucking work, mate.
They'd spray the paint into like a paper bag, and then breathe the fumes.
Oh,
that's
huff
what
it,
that's what
yeah.
they were doing. Yeah,
Oh,
huffing.
you're
That's
talking
what they were
about-
doing around
yeah.
here.
You're talking about fucking chroming. Well, it used to be called
Chroming.
chroming.
Oh, the
Yeah,
chromies.
chroming.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
We'll see you in Valhalla
Yeah.
with the
Fucking
War
hell,
Boys.
mate. Yeah. They'll be shooting up fucking ant rig next week, you know.
Oh, what was that TV show? Fucking 1,000 Ways to Die, where fucking two dumb cunts in America fucking they found you know those little red ants, the ones that fucking are really bad.
Oh,
And-
fire ants, yeah.
Fire ants, and they snorted fucking fire ants just for shits and giggles, and they both fucking died. Yeah. I
I'm
was like,
surprised they died, but no, bad like that's gonna be bad.
yeah. Well,
Well,
look,
death
you know,
is pretty rough, mate. You know.
but yeah, if you find
Snorting
what is it?
fire ants.
The TV show is called 1,000 Ways to Die, and these two dumb fucks, that's what they did, and I was like, what is wrong with you? Like, seriously, like, you know, we've got fucking fire ants here, and they're an invasive fucking pest that needs to be fucking destroyed, but, you know, there'll
Mate,
be some...
even the piss ants are bad enough. Well, they just walk on you. They don't even bite you. They just walk on you, and you're like, "Oh, motherfucker," and they're tiny.
Don't-
you know?
Don't y'all have those bullet
They're
ants
just
in
snorting fucking red ants.
Oh.
Australia too? The bullet ants? Isn't that a Australian thing?
No,
Bull
no, we got bull ants, yeah.
Yeah, they're
The
like an
bull-
inch long.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
the
and
bullet...
they sting like a fucking scorpion. Motherfuckers, mate. You know.
They'll fucking bite you and they'll fucking sting you over and over and over and over. I do not like bull ants at all, but you're talking about bullet ants, and I'm pretty sure that's fucking either African or fucking South America, where
Could be.
fucking it's really fucking bad. They chomp on and they will fucking cut you to fucking pieces if you're fucking on their nest or some shit.
Right, well,
And
I'm
it's
thinking that too,
it
mate.
causes
A bull ant
the
here
pain
is
causes
one-
physical convulsions, I think. And it's
Oh,
just from
no,
the pain.
well,
It's not even like
oh,
neurotoxin
yeah.
or anything.
No, we've
Well-
got three kinds over here. We've got bull ants. They're black. They're about an inch long. They're the biggest ants in the fucking world.
Oh, you're right. No,
Yeah,
you're
right.
wrong. You are wrong, man.
And
You are
there's,
totally wrong.
Like jack jumpers, right? They're red.
Yep,
And they're
but the-
like fucking
you've
half
got
an inch, right?
And they got
and we
and they
got
got
blue,
the orange.
blue bottles are like bull ants, and they're about they grow up to about 3/4 of an inch long, and they're all the same fucking thing. Just don't step on them, you know.
Nah, bull ants fucking come in different colours, man. I'll tell you that one for fucking free. All right. There's the black ones.
Yeah, black,
there-
blue, and red. Yeah.
Then there's the red ones. Then there's the fucking green ones. Then there's the fucking ones that are fucking black with a fucking yellow fucking bum, all that sort of shit. And I've been bitten by all of these little motherfuckers. Okay.
Yeah, we all
If you go bush, fucking, you will find these fucking things. And yeah, too bad, so sad. They are fucking horrendous. But if I remember correctly, fucking what they sting people with, it's formic acid. It's the shit
That's
where,
right, yeah.
yeah,
Formic
and,
acid.
It's
Yeah.
a spit. Yeah.
yeah, and
Their spit
fucking,
is like fucking. I'm gonna bite you, and also just spit in it. You know.
yep. You if you
like
got
giving you a flogging and throw a bit of salt on it at the same fucking time, mate. You know. 'Cause
exactly.
fuck you.
And when you get fucking stung by these little bastards, fucking, there's a fucking welt. Okay, it looks like someone fucking tased you with a tiny little fucking sort of thing. It's like, shit, that hurts. That really fucking hurts. And it comes up like a fucking pimple, where you knock the head of the pimple off, and there's this little scab where they stung you. So you have to be really fucking careful with them. And yeah, do not play with them. All right.
Yeah, and don't
but
go
can
snort
you?
them like they're cocaine.
Yeah, can you snort them? That salty read my mind, mate. Can you? But I mean, come on. Is that's not part of the American dream? Don't shit on my dreams. I want to go snort the bull ants, and that's.
Look, they're an inch and a half long. Fucking, if you want to go and snort them, okay. Sucks to be you, but okay. I will fucking watch that video. I will watch that video, man.
Mate, Faces of Death, like back in the day, will have nothing on this one. Do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yep. All right.
Make sure to be live on like Rumble and BitChute too, and okay, because that'll get taken down from Twitch and YouTube like immediately.
Yeah, but imagine the super chats, mate. You know.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, the super chats. That's maybe they'll pay for the medical bills if you survive.
Boys and girls, Rumble's going to go. Grumple's going to go and do this, but we have to go and move to Rumble to go and watch this happening. We'll see you there. There's the link, and then Grumple fucking sticks his fucking nose over the top of the fucking ant mound and starts sucking ants as hard as he can. Holy fuck, man!
They call me the Anteater. That was my stage name in Germany for a few years.
The Anteater.
Oh, there's a story behind that, but fucking, I don't know how that one. Oh, Jesus.
Actually, that one was just for a season. My stage name in Germany for one season.
The Anteater. Fucking explain yourself on that. What was that? Were you in a band or something?
Nope. That's for a different time and place. That conversation.
You're talking about your proboscis, mate, are you? You've been a bit.
Well, you might call it that. I don't know.
Rightio.
Similar. Yeah, anteaters have a proboscis, don't they?
Okay, I'm just gonna go and check out Grumple on fucking OnlyFans and see what it says.
Yeah.
What?
Actually, the site is, and I do own this domain too, is onlyredcrayons.com.
Only red crayons. I fucking know.
Yeah, I haven't done anything with it yet. I think it's still got the, the whatever default hosting platform. Like not even I don't have a hosting platform for it. I just bought the domain, so whatever the DNS is pointing at, probably like Namecheap or GoDaddy or something like default page. So
you can be the next big thing, mate. Like as soon as you fucking snort some fucking bull ants, just put it on that, right? So when people rock up, it's like the new 2 Girls 1 Cup. It's onlyredcrayons.com. Like
7 ants, 1 dude. 7 ants, 1 sinus cavity.
Hello. Is that my proboscis that you see me? Ha ha ha. Ooh, no, fuck, Jesus Christ. I'm not going down that path.
What accent was that? That was the best part.
Well, that's what she said. To coin a fucking Yankee term on America Day.
America Day. What day is it in Australia right now?
It's fucking Saturday.
It's okay.
Been the 5th for 7 hours, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like what, 7:12, 7:13, somewhere around about that time at the moment.
Wait, you're only 3 hours different?
I'm a half an hour before you. I'm over in fucking South Australia, which is worse than fucking Victoria.
Oh, you poor bastard.
Exactly, mate.
Jesus.
That's why the power here, mate, is through the fucking roof.
Well, here's the fucking funny thing, right? Fucking the entire state of South Australia fucking went dark because, and I kid you not, fucking they have no fucking power stations in South Australia at all. Like zip, zero, zilch, nada, nothing. And there was a fucking storm and lightning came down and it blew some fucking box out of the ground and it fucking stopped all power to South Australia. Right?
Probably a substation.
No.
No, a big
No?
station, not just a little substation, mate.
Yeah,
It's like,
it was like
but we don't even create our own fucking power here.
Yeah.
Well, I say we. I'm not a local, right? I happen
Oh,
to
no,
live in Adelaide at the moment, right? But
A substation is for like local distribution from the high DC lines, and then changes into AC for local distribution to residences or whatever.
That's right.
But
Yeah, no.
if it
Well, this
if
was
it's the whole
thing,
region,
right? Fucking-
probably not.
the box that got blown up, okay, they showed it on fucking TV, fucking, okay, this is the box that got blown up. The thing was probably about the size of fucking maybe 2 shoe boxes. This thing in the ground got zapped by fucking lightning and it stopped all power into South Australia. There was nothing at all.
Yeah, like the grid was down, mate. It was
Yep.
fucking down. And you
There's
know
about
they
to be
did-
Mad Max up in that piece.
Some fucking tech bro jumped on fucking Twitter and fucking said, Elon Musk, we need a battery. And Elon texted back, oh, I'm right. We've got your back, blah, blah, blah. And then now we've got the biggest battery in the world. Well, fucking golf clap. I'm paying 87 cents a fucking kilowatt, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Right?
well, that was the deal though. That was the deal though, because fucking if Elon said, "Fucking okay, I'm gonna go and build this fucking big battery in fucking South Australia," and if I don't go and do it in, I think it's fucking 3 months, you have to go and fucking, I'll give it to you for
Oh,
free. But if I do it,
free. He did a piece
yeah.
of delivery deal, like fucking half an hour, 30 minutes, or it's free, you know, for 10 minutes over there, however you blokes fucking.
and he built it up fucking, I think it was in fucking 90 days or less than 90 days or some shit. And so the government had to go and pay Elon Musk for this fucking massive battery fucking thing. And the fun
That's
part
right.
is the entirety of fucking that substation thing that he fucking made, it will pay for roughly maybe 2.5 hours of power in South Australia. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if it happens again, well, guess what? You've got 2.5 hours to go and shut down all your fucking computers and fucking go along and go home and then sit there in the fucking dark.
It's basically a backup power supply for your fucking computer. That's all the fucking thing is, mate.
They call them UPS, uninterruptible power supply.
Yes, uninterruptible.
But it's not a long term solution. That's what it's for, is to even out like very short term outages, or let you shut down gracefully, or hold out long enough for your generators to kick on, and then even that out too, like power conditioning.
Yeah, it's just
man,
stop the
80
ground
cents.
now,
Yeah,
while you fucking get other things online, you know.
to give you time to deal with it.
Obviously, you know what you're talking about, Grumple. I don't have to explain to you, you know. But you know, there's going to be a brownout. The UPS kicks in. Okay, let's fix this stuff, and then slowly fucking get back online again. You know what happens over in South Australia, mate? I'm in Adelaide, the fucking capital city. We still have days where the power goes out. Now, where's this fucking battery, mate? Where is this uninterruptible power supply?
If you got that giant battery, a brownout shouldn't even happen, because like the parts that would brown out, they can pull from the UPS and should get full juice, right?
That's right.
This seems 80 cents a kilowatt hour. Man, that seems like the biggest motivation ever to go get you some solar panels of your own.
Or some fucking nuclear fucking power stations, mate.
Off grid.
Well, that's the thing though. That's the
No, just like individual houses going and getting solar panels installed. Just like, cut the grid.
Every man and his dog's got solar panels over here, Grumple. Seriously.
Well, here's the quicker.
Like, go to Google Earth right fucking now. Everyone's got fucking solar panels. Right? It's not fucking helping, mate.
Here's the kicker though, right? Fucking right next door to South Australia, you got Victoria. Okay, it's a shithole fucking place. They have, I think it's like fucking 300 or 400 years worth of gas in the fucking ground, but they won't fucking use it. South Australia has a cord to Victoria where they get their fucking power from, and Victoria says, oh, we don't want fucking gas, so we don't want fucking gas supplies, we don't want to do this, we don't want to do that. we're some of the dumbest people on the planet living here in Australia. Like, it really fucking is just insane to me. All right. Currently, I think it's 97% of all the gas that we fucking extract out of the ground, we send overseas because it's more productive to go along and sell that to fucking Japan and other countries around the world than it is to go and fucking keep our fucking lights on.
China, India, and Singapore. Singapore does all our fucking petroleum. Like, we send fucking oil to fucking Singapore. Singapore, of all fucking places. And then they turn it in petroleum and fucking send it back, and that's how we fucking fuel our cars.
Yeah, I don't understand that, though.
It's just stupid.
Because what is it? It's almost fucking $2 a fucking litre at the moment here for fucking petrol. And it's like, why? We've got fucking petrol in the ground here in Australia, but fucking we will buy shit from fucking Singapore and other countries, and we've got 28 days worth of fucking petrol if we need it. Like, literally, fucking, if all the fucking ships suddenly stopped now,
right. One month
we are
Mad
fucked.
Max, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking 1 month and then she's on.
Yep. And when you sort of look at what's happening around the world at the moment with fucking China and all the rest of that bullshit in the rest of the world, we're fucked. We are totally fucked. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the fucking people or the fucking knowledge to go and do shit for ourselves anymore. And that really fucking annoys me. It really, really does.
It's very annoying.
I don't think it's a knowledge burden, right? I think it's just fucking, like, when it comes to, like, say, power stations and that, like, we're not going to go nukes. Like, okay, fucking, we'll kick out the coal, we'll kick out the fucking the oil, right? And we'll fucking send that, make that someone else's problem, right? We're still digging her up. Right? We're just sending it on to somebody else and going, oh, fucking you deal with this, mate. Just give us a dot.
Here's the thing I don't understand, right? Okay, I get it. You know, there was fucking Fukushima, there was 3 Mile Island, there was Chernobyl, all that sort of bullshit, they were using fucking uranium. There's this stuff called thorium, okay? It's a lot less fucking dangerous, you know, and apparently fucking... We've got that shit, but oh gosh, no, that's too hard to go and fucking use because there's bad optics around that sort of stuff.
Oh, no, it's not optics, it's a physics problem. Like, thorium reactors aren't as... You have to put more power in than you get out. It's like one of them, you know.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Self-drinking fucking birds, you know, that fucking dip over and, you know... They fucking run out because, 0 point energy isn't actually a thing. With salt reactors, they require high-powered lasers, so you've got to put energy into the system to get some energy out. And it's only recently that they've actually got it to a positive fucking level. Like,
Salty over here, believing the big bird lobby. Birds aren't real. Come on, get out of here with that.
Here's one for you, and I don't know if
bird
you know about
hoaxer.
this fucking... I heard about these batteries that are made out of fucking the waste from uranium reactors. Like, they're basically a fucking battery that fucking it does not fucking stop. I can't remember what they're called, but fucking apparently that's a thing now. So you don't have to go and fucking like take the crap out of a nuclear reactor and bury it in the ground or anything, fucking, because the stuff is actually, you can turn that into a battery that just, you don't have to buy double A's for your fucking remote controller anymore. I'm trying, oh god, what was it called?
I know about that. This is where we need Aviator, because that cunt's a fucking nuclear physicist. He go, fucking, the alpha particles would fucking fry your fucking ear as soon as you fucking jumped on the phone. You know, take that to wish your mum happy birthday. You know?
Let me
alpha particles don't penetrate skin, so you'd have to. It's the same as what's in a microwave. You'd have to swallow the emitter. Oh, somebody knows something about it.
Oh, there we go. Fucking here's Grumple with the big fucking brain stuff.
Oh no, I just remember hearing. I stacked the boxes to reach the banana. That's all.
That's it, mate. Yeah. Smart monkey. Yeah.
ape strong together.
That's right, mate.
Oh man, I hate to stop this because it's a good time, but man, it's hitting me. We're raiding Speakeasy over on Kick, and somebody new on Twitch. Marxism is theft. So go say hi.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen him before. It's channel. He's live, but I don't think he's doing anything. I don't know what the deal is.
I'll go in there acting like a commie, mate. Go, hey, mate, fucking.
See how long that lasts.
All
right. Raid posts, channel actions. I don't know. How post.
I do have to ask about that because there are people who are currently questioning rating other channels, and so I don't know if you have to go and have like, what is it, 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours to be able to go and raid someone, or if it's something completely different.
For YouTube, yeah, to get monetized to where you can raid and get super chats and stuff. It's you named it. It's either that or very close to that.
Hmm.
How does that work? So if you raid someone, you get a cut out of all the fucking super chats that they get from that?
No, you just redirect everybody there.
No.
Okay, everybody.
No,
Again, karaoke this Thursday. There we go. Rated Speakeasy. Oh, and I think he just ended. Yeah, fuck. Never mind.
Yeah, no. So if you are on YouTube and you want to raid someone, you have to have 500 subscribers, 3,000 watch hours together to be able to go and raid another channel.
It's just the first level of monetization, and you can get there a little bit differently with shorts, but the shorts one is astronomical. Speaking of, we're about to cut off on YouTube. I can't raid anybody, so go pick who you like to, and get off my lawn.